วายเก็บ4
tim Esport yang berjaga. Oh my god, 4 kill, 1. Tapi conclusion connect di sana harus tuh bawa oleh Clef. Karakter masih berjaga di sana. 20 kill buat Clef. Jet mesin dikeluarin. Spray ke arah smoke. Ngejar tumbang di sana. Tapi kalau kita perhatikan bang, GP udah mulai jauh dan ini Boni gak boleh terlalu lama.
Datang seorang Yongki di arah atasnya berhasil menjatuhkan seorang Lord, tapi seorang Auxirin dengan backup lagi dibalaskan dengan jet mesin dari seorang Auxirin dan Fulfinya juga menggokil Liga dijatuhkan.
Ya sebetulnya masih double capture buat KSC, tetapi seorang Auxirin pun juga dengan jet mesin yang dapat seorang Dragonfly. Dio Rizky menjadi korban berikutnya, double kill di sana buat Auxirin dan nampaknya For You dan KSC ini pakai fase pertama akan saya segera berakhir karena hanya mau coba diambil triple.
Untuk itu udah oke, Fulfinya bakalan bergerak di arah ini dari cyber sangat enak lah untuk dia ya, dan yang banget Fulfinya bergerak dengan Vivius, tapi apa dari Vivius? Apa enggak? Mentingkan seorang Auxirin di sana, satu melawan dua, seorang Alin akan menunggu lagi dan Fire. Itu dia, the power of Auxirin. The quadruple.
Yes, Alve di sini tak tertumbang akhirnya tangan seorang Patrick dan oh my god, Centriganya di sana di skip aja karena Patrick fokus menerbangkan 2 pemain dari Arab tim. Esport yang berjaga. Oh my god, 4 kill, 1 kill Patrick di sini cukup cuek karena Centrigan gagal munil dan masih berjalan ternyata dalam rumah
Ternyata jalannya ya, tapi Annihilator udah aktif bang dari seorang Patrick dan Humble poinnya udah dekat, bahkan hardpoint 1 fase kedua Humble yang bisa dapetin, tapi kita lihat dari arah Patrick seorang diri mencoba masuk dengan keluarganya ada satu
而点内选手已经买了3个，他们必须要突破进来的话，就是吃短枪嘛，让短枪的互相支持。毛奴队这个枪线1灌1，还不到那么多人，哇！结果超度你压1个人收了3个。斗龙，因为待会的 B 点才是所谓的真正战场。那战场那边看谁能够把 A 栋楼抢下来，那 B 点上基本上就没太大问题。哇，这边是一传3。
没有穿，他刚打4个了
，4个
我没看错的话，累积起来4个，累积起来。他那边的短枪喷子啊，各种突破，真的是非常恶心，请原谅我用恶心2个字形容，因为我跟他们打过太多训练赛，他们真的很猛。哇，这边金鱼直接先带掉了西安跟邦哥哥，他用的是 MS9，一收2，然后来到1楼再收1个，现在点是 Eternal Love 抢下来的，他们所占下来的 画面则是看到了白色战队的鲍勃猫来到了铁皮2楼。目前点内刚刚是拉拉吧，结果拉拉后来死掉了。
可以看到，像鲍勃猫他的大局的意识是非常聪明，而且他把所谓铁2架座的时候，也不会做开枪，把人带走的时候，就尽量赶快去做掩蔽一些动作，然后帮点内做好防爆。那这也是帮助整个队伍可能在得点上面的优势，甚至是时间上面跟分数上面可以更多。在相对点内的人可能对枪没有对赢，他利用这个位置漂亮。摊位给 NTR 选手的话 ，NTR 选手里面的结果鸡蛋糕大叔先狙到一个加藤鹰。
对，哇，开镜然后去找可能会有人出现的位置，看到人直接秒杀，成功带掉个，再带掉一个，前面才抢到鸡蛋糕叔叔的狙击发挥，这一把就把 NTR 打掉2个人了。
可大叔直接拿狙击进来到了 A 点，
这瞬狙
，30岁的反应。直接突破过来，点的人没有发现到，完全放人，结果抽你牛赶快重生回到点上驱逐对打，使用了死亡机器。
是，大师就回来，现在领先好多啊！而且抽你牛拿着自己的死亡机器又收了2个点内的，加油站这里的人也要被他直接带走，太扯了，一个人就扛全场，我的天，他到底杀了几个人了？目前2个人都是拿长枪的，长枪破点是有远距离的优势，但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死，将来玉开穿第2个亚瑟秒，不对，邦哥哥配合上队友拉枪线也把亚瑟给秒掉了。这一波打得漂亮，一波的双夹，同时 Momo 侧脑也是直接被打掉。充能呢是只要你连杀7个人就有了，但是你知道在游戏里面我们不可能一直连杀嘛，所以其实你杀不到7个人就得开1次，然后你也可以马上再来开第2次。这边看到是 M4一波的开镜转腰射，成功带走敌人，在下面这个点目前 DS 卡的算是没有办法进到点内的感觉，
所以选择的短枪才是他们目前唯一在打这张图可以用到的一个时间点吧，因为像冷感这个位置的话，其实他本身之前是有打长枪线的，可是他选择打的是 AS89的话，那变成说就是说他们的站点选手是偏少的。
是，就是这个属性吧，就你是架点或是突袭手。然后 A 点的部分目前是 Mountain Dew 出身嘛 ，DS 拿 C， 但在 C 点 DS 守得很好，然后同时他们也突破到了中间的这个 U 字形的大楼，看到这边 iWife 冷感一波收多人，把 M4 跟 Momo 都带走，波克比也死，再收，完全掐住了前面 Mountain Dew 的路线。C 点的话是。对，有人去做绕背，感觉 DS 在绕背上面是绕了很勤快，2次都有击到 C， 而且都拿到1半的毒条。
哇，这个 Momo 的枪法也太硬了吧，直接收掉2个人。这时候有人绕背，他直接抓他绕背，也是反打个人单兵意识，根本是一流。
对，连续收了3颗头，卡在这个红房2楼位，基本上对面是很难去做突破的，因为在这张地图最重要的卡 B 点的位置就是这里了，只要再带
6颗头啊！
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Singapore Championship. Now, I am looking forward to seeing exactly which squads will be flying through the battlefield today like feather as well, because so many of them have worked their way all the way up to this point B. Only 8 now remain. Absolutely dominate. Let's see exactly how long they'll be able to stand in here, because it's going to be
Guy
quite...
can actually just go in, clutch this up, and it's going to be...
Wow! What a snipe! And now...
Guy Burger B is going to be responding to that. But then Mickey, again, with a kill, having 10 already, will probably get another one if he actually get it. But then it's going to be so hard with 10 seconds left on the clock. And then gets one kill. Needs to get another one. Out so many players of Gaijin. And just basically just solo holds A. Eventually, there's going to be one person right beside him that can actually go annihilating every single person he actually goes away. Duke Beast, shut up, takes rid of Chloe and Flash.
Down from Heaven itself to go in for the flank, and Heaven is just absolutely torturing them, and Hardpoint most definitely will be in the hands of the almighty. Predator missile comes through as well.
Heaven with a slice and dice. Now that is absolutely rude of him to do. But
Is most definitely not held on by the side of Cold Red, and they do that perfectly.
Castle actually doesn't know where it is, but then finally, just like that, gets that win. God is goes down.
Makes him pay, and this is perfection as well coming in from NATO. The fight most definitely is real. NATO
Bravo, and it just basically stops that Bravo push as well. And here we go.
now waiting for Flash. The Sony gets a slice, and Heaven, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 5 more seconds, and guys in Rogue now have an opportunity to prove themselves, but it's going to be quite difficult for getting the impregnable defense down. All A's, perfection in terms of the play, gets a double opportunity beef, and a beautiful opener. Shut up, Incendio, let's go! Finally rising up to the challenge. Predator missile comes back through. How is that for gamer supremacy as the almighty brand Lion City representing the headmasters, the gods of Call of Duty Mobile Singapore almighty once again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, B, for joining me and bringing all of the hottest action for these greatest of community. You guys take care. We'll catch you at the Malaysian Championship.
Backup incoming. It's time for a global event. Operators are on their way. They arrive without warning. They arrive in style and steal the show. Together with operators from all over the world. Let it begin. Ammunition is scarce, but there are more and more operators joining the ranks. The whole world is with you. The whole world together in this fight.
Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But Eyeballs!
Hackney Yard, and they're stepping in there and giving it their all. 3 versus 3. Yana with a beautiful grabbing spike kill. And it fell flat. RBL Esports, they stepped up, man. I mean, earlier with the Kenshi comeback there, they came back from no. Come on, Kenshi. Don't do stuff like that, man.
Maybe towards the back alley of the B, but no, they're still trying to aggress here on the A side itself. But Lux will find an opening, pick up and close and personal. He's going to get a few tags and down. Trying to counter snipe as well here onto the A side. But look at this, Lux finding a second kill, a triple kill now for Lux in the round. Will he get the fourth? Yes, he will. He's 1 away from the A.
Players just hanging around the auto repair. The players at Bravo need to be careful though, because questions will be asked by Whoopi as he takes down Chizen, and he will go in for yet another strike. Goes in for it. quick scope in there, blocks that shot, but he doesn't miss the next one. Wins gets taken down as well, and the Bravo side is fully opened up. Oh! So unfortunate, because my son is playing in there with that sniper.
Oh my lord, Whoopi. Now we're gonna see a 2-3 split by Phantasma. But I found the shoot for the another one. Why you do that like that? Why you do that like that? Triple kill. How can he get the last one? It's Ntiki. Does spot him. The shorty will take it out. Misses that first one. Misses twice. Reloads. Tries to get.
Digunakan di hardpoint selanjutnya, namun Jeff dengan death machine-nya masih berterus zoning. Gravity sebagai berhasil dilompati, namun Jeff masih cukup kuat untuk bertahan di arah hardpoint keempat ini, Wis.
Yes, Jeff masih bertahan cukup kuat, tapi DG udah 3 digit di Bang Rosio. Jeff, masih sustain di situ baik, dan udah ada 2 skor yang kebuka, dan sudah ada di tersisa pun Jeff masih terus melaju.
Oh my god.
Untuk Jeff.
เหลือเกินเจซีตามเขาไม่ได้นะวินเก่งตรงนี้เก็บไป1 หายเย่อะจะเข้าไปเทคได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วชาร์เปอร์ตรงนี้ได้2 จุดคืนมาในพริบตาเดียวครับ A กับ B แล้วเก็บได้1 คิวอะสังหารไอด้าไปครับเย่อะ
มาติดเหมือนกันกับชาร์เปอร์
Yeah, very well played here. 82-44. 7-9 now has control of the new one, and if you're AFN, you have to get this hill. This hill pretty much sets you up for victory here, AJ. But here comes the death machine. No kills coming in from Kai, but now look at 7-9 just positioning themselves in these.
Kembali lagi hardpoint transfer tidak pernah ada banyak contested dan beraja dari Blacklist pun juga langsung berada di arah hardpoint ketiga di mana udah dikirim 3 orang di sana.
But with the backstep coming through from Bang now, he should be able to go in for the shutdown, but Irfan J is the one with the beautiful shot. Allen with the prevention, one final shot does not come through in time, and the players get shut out of the equation. It's going to be almighty aggressive fourth pay, 1 shot, 1 kill, Irfan.
下个点对面已经准备好了吗？进到点内，配合上亚瑟的进攻，先把这个点拿了下来，没有问题。不过对面马上从1楼进来了，现在复活点的部分功率是在 M42，所以他们在冲点的时候速度也还算是 OK 的。
但是没问题的话，他只要把点内的一个位置给探出。
134 ambition เก็บ2มาจะคิดเน็ตคิวได้134มาแล้วจะ135เลยครับ ambition ได้มา4คิวได้ไหม WDC เอายังไงต่อครับ ambition สเปรย์ยาวมาดับเบิลคิว
Ya, coba langsung bergerakan aja untuk match pertama dan coba untuk langsung melakukan setupnya di arah side yang pertama dari hardpoint. Kita lihat aja untuk di fase yang pertamanya trophy itu selalu dipasang.
Ranger was trying to hold on to the Raptors. They get it done right, Jericho.
Yeah, they get it done right, but you know the lead is still leading AJ. Even though the Raptors got those early spawns, they just flipped it immediately, and RC now has control of the second hill. The Raptors trying to make a push here, bottom push, but the trades are not coming. Bang does get 2, but Ed takes him out as well. Here comes the push. Raptors finally have control to take out Allen. RSG is taking control of the game right now.
They need to win each and every single one of their gunfights, and Venom brings in the Sparrow and the nick of time, drops in out of the equation, goes in for another pop, gets the double win, and this is M42 closing off the game, 148.
Langsung berdatangan kembali dan tim Omega Esports hanya membutuhkan 10 poin lagi di mana Ibra masih melakukan zoning dan oh my god.
他们是没有发现金库里有人蹲，然后直接被金库里人带掉2个，是不是？看起来有点像。亚瑟跟滑闪先瞬间狙掉一个，那对面还有2个人在。时间不是太多，第2枪没有中，哇哦！
อาจจะเสีย2ขึ้นไปA กับ C ได้ C กลับมาไวคือเสียแต่ว่าได้คืนไวทำไมเพราะว่าในคะแนนตรงนี้ยังห่างอยู่มา20คะแนนอยู่ว่าตามน่าจะไม่ทันแล้วถ้าไม่เก็บ3จุดตรงนี้ก็ไหลมาตรงนี้ก็โดนเก็บไปจากวินเตอร์ได้ไหมวินเตอร์ไม่ให้ฮะ
เป้าขออย่างนี้ได้ดีมากวินเซอร์นี่คือจุดสำคัญคนที่3ด้วยครับวินเซอร์คนที่เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to find him. Eds on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับเขาเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other. Going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Game over.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Garena Regional Qualifiers Quarterfinals presented by Xperia, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Triple V Jericho to bring you guys all of the hottest action. And when I say hottest of action, I'm not kidding, Jericho. We have got 8 teams in here, 4 back-to-back series, and not many of them will survive, myself.
Yes, not many indeed. This is it, the final 2 days, AJ, and everything is on the line. And remember, single elimination, AJ.
I'm obviously going to ask you those tough questions as to who you have your bets on, but we will wait patiently, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we break down, each and every single team, each and every single of the action that's about to, happen in here, Jericho. But if I can ask you one question, which team are you looking forward to see the most?
Oof. I really want to see Omega and Freeslot. I feel like those 2 teams have that advantage, but also, I mean, those 2 teams are the ones I really want to see, but all these teams, I want to see them shine as well, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have got literally the best of the best in here. 4 from Group A, 4 from Group B. And, there's just no other ways we could cut it. Even dropping out the 4 to get in here, it was quite the tough situation for us to deal with. I mean, the Malaysian champions did not make it through, and the ex-Malaysian champions, they didn't make it through as well. The Hong Kong, Macau, as well as Taiwan region, both of their teams did not make it through. We saw exactly how AFN as well as DNS managed to capture a lot of hearts, Jericho. But now it is the time for the teams who did make it through to earn themselves a few more opportunities to steal, a lot of love from the community. Once again, when we started off the tournament, we were divided into 2 groups, Jericho.
Yeah, 2 groups indeed, and we all had those groups being separated to A and B. We had that draw lot, AJ. So a lot of these teams already, but we're already missing 4 teams already, AJ. We don't have RSG, Raptors, DNS, Sem9, and AFN. They're all been eliminated, and we were left with the top 8: Sharper, Almighty, Omega, Rimo, Sadewa, WDC.Freeslot, DJ Esports, M40 Esports, and Blacklist International.Ultimate. And guys, remember, we had a round robin, and now in the playoffs, it's gonna be single elimination, but if it makes things better, it's going to be a best of 5.
If, my sir, of course it makes things better, man. More opportunities to survive, more opportunities to go in there and shine as well. Unless, these teams are already used to taking the 3-0. Let's see if they can serve some 3-0 against each other, because we are looking at the best of the best. The probability of seeing all 4 series in here being pushed down to the 5th match is very, very possible. You had a
a theory that 3 out of the 4 series will get pushed into the 5th matchup. We won't reveal which one it is just yet, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Jericho eventually will, but these are the regions as well as teams that have made it through to the playoffs, Jericho.
Yeah, so from the Indonesia, we have Rimo, Sadewa, and DG Esports. For the Philippines, we have Blacklist, International.Ultimate, and Omega Esports. For Thailand, we have Sharper Esports and WDC.Freeslot. And for Singapore, we have ALMGHTY and M42 Esports. So AJ, you know, we unfortunately Malaysia and Taiwan, Macau, Hong Kong did not have a representative, unfortunately. But you know, this is it. This is the best of the best. The last 8 here before we find out who's gonna be the one representing Garena in the world stage.
Yeah, a lot of sad people, a lot of sad fans out there, but I can tell you for sure there was one person who was extremely satisfied and happy with this result, and that was the designer who was working on this, because, you know, he just had to take out 2 of those regions and the guy was done with his work for the day, man.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But here we go, the top 8. You know, a lot of scary situations here, especially that first series. We're going to have Sharper versus Blacklist International.Ultimate. Right after that, we're going to have DG Esports versus Omega. For our third game, WDC.Freeslot versus Rimo, Sadewa. And to close out the day, we're going to have ALMGHTY versus M42 Esports.
That's going to be a tough one for each and every single one of these teams. But of course, the very first matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, between Sharper Esports as well as Ultimate, who do you think will be getting the win? Moving on to the semifinals A, who do you think will get eliminated from the competition? It is quite difficult to think that the Thai side can get kicked out, but Blacklist International.Ultimate, they look like they are very, very much sharp in this particular competition, Jericho. And I think that the unthinkable might just happen in here. Blacklist International.Ultimate might be able to barrel on through. But even as I say that, man, there's a little bit of my heart that's saying, no, man. Sharper Esports, they've proven to us so far exactly what they are able to do against teams. I mean, this was the team that absolutely wrecked Udo RSG 3-0 on that final day.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right on there, AJ. You know, Sharper, the best team in Group A, AJ. They have that slot, and that's why they're here, AJ.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be really hard for Blacklist, but if they can do it, that's going to be a shocker, and that just opens things up for everything.
Yeah, I mean, when I say, you know, Blacklist International.Ultimate might be able to do it, that's mainly from the speculation from the crowd, from the COD community, a lot of fans backing up Blacklist International.Ultimate. We know exactly how powerful the Philippines is within the Call of Duty mobile world itself in terms of the numbers and their fans and supporters. But, you know, Sharper Esports, if we look purely at the numbers, they were the ones that pretty much delivered a majority of them. If we look over at Blacklist International.Ultimate, they tanked a 3-0 loss to M42. They tanked a 3-0 loss to Dunia Games as well. So, you know, and if you look at Sharper Esports, they've not really taken a 3-0 against anyone. In fact, they've dished out a few.
Yeah, they haven't really done a lot of 3-0s, AJ, indeed. But they've been struggling, especially in that S&D, AJ. But then again, maybe they were just trying to do that to, you know, they can lose an S&D and win a hardpoint and a domination. So maybe here comes the playoffs. They're just going to go 3-0 everyone.
Yeah, I'm very much excited for the playoffs because it's a best of 5 in the 7-map rotation here. So we will see 2 of those get banned out and all 5 maps need to be played, which means there's no running away. The ones who win the coin toss, I guess, gets to have 1 extra pick in terms of those matchups. But I think overall, whoever who wins that coin toss should be able to swing a majority of the momentum their way, Jericho.
Yeah, it's gonna be really huge, especially like we said, AJ, single elimination. You know, that coin toss, pretty much, it's gonna be your lifesaver if you have that extra map on your belt, AJ. You know, choose your comfort map. So I feel like this is where it's really gonna matter. Unlike in that group stage, it was just 3 games, AJ, and then you could probably win one of their games as well. Yeah. So a lot of Lady Luck, you know, like you said, AJ, you should really hang on Lady Luck.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, the gods of RNG, definitely, you have to, you need them on your side for this matchup. In terms of those spawns as well, if you are jumping into Takeoff, if it is not part of the maps that are banned, then you better have those gods of RNG smiling down on you, man, because you are going to be needing those in those matchups. But, you know, ever since the meta changes within the game itself recently, Jericho, a lot of these teams, they have been struggling, and it has impacted a few of them in this particular competition. But even if so, the other teams that have made it through, they were faced with the exact same situation and circumstances to overcome, and here they are.
Yeah, that is true. You know, the meta chain is really huge. You know, it's really prioritizing all those CQC players or those guys who can really control that recall with the MX9. It's really beaming everything. You know, it's really with the CQC. So I feel like a lot of these teams, they've been a lot of players have been shotgun users, but most of them, when they switch over to the MX9, they're not really having that best of the best game that they can do, AJ. But it's from time to time, yes, they can, but you have to be very consistent here because, like we said, each game will matter here. So you really have to focus on, you know, you have to be on your A game.
Yeah, I mean, a while ago we got the recall removed from, you know, the competitive scene.
That's a huge
and I
thing.
guess it made a impact for sure, but we still had the cluster strikes, right? We still had persistence. Then persistence got taken off of the list, and now the cluster strikes are not able to be brought into those matches as well. And it's really taken a toll on these players at those hardpoint as well as domination matchups, where you literally need to stronghold that particular point, that flag, or you're going to lose it. So it broke down mainly to those mechanical plays, which I will not have it go any other way, because that really pegs the Garena side up against the global, and I think it puts us in a situation where we've got a little bit of an extra advantage, but we can't forget, you know, the Indian side, they've got crazy mobile players on their side as well, and they will definitely be able to put up a great fight on that world stage. But of course, for the sharper esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and their lineup, Soybad, and now with C1, Siren X, as well as Windsor, we can expect the best, and I'm very sure they will deliver exactly that, Jericho.
Yeah, they've been nothing but impressive in the 3 days, AJ, of Group A. They've just been doing everything. But I feel like I need to see and Vixer just step it up. We've seen them put so much pressure on the other teams, but this time, you know, it's gonna be their first time facing against Blacklist International on this stage. So, you know, expect to just go off and Vixer with that KRM. They really have to set that tone for this team. And as for S&D, Soybad, he has to be on point.
Yeah, and Soybad usually hits, man. I'm not too worried at all. Today, beyond and above and beyond all other days, I'm pretty sure Soybad will hit. He looks like the no-nonsense guy each and every single time we get this opportunity to see their camps. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what sort of strat this team can pull in, especially when it comes to those hard points, right? Because when we look at the side of you know, sharper esports, they have not gone in and won each and every single one of their matches. They have dropped a few, namely standoff domination that was close but not close enough. To Smart Omega, they lost raid, search and destroy. Firing range hardpoint was lost to Almighty as well, and surprisingly they took 2 losses to the side of Almighty, where one constant was that raid. So maybe when this team goes up, one of that main pick might come through as raid. Blacklist International.Ultimate with their lineup of Skurd, Kenshi, Flex, Tin, Jabin, as well as AG. Yes, we do miss our boys Yato as well as Yobabs, but I feel like this particular composition has been doing the side of Blacklist quite well, Jericho.
Yeah, they've been doing great in that first 2 days, but in the third day, you know, getting 3-0 by M42, that just really derailed their momentum, AJ. So I remember they had Flex in that lineup in the first 2 days, but once in that last game against AFN, they switched it up. They went with Skurd there. I feel like they might do that as well, AJ, but we don't know what's gonna happen. You know, are we gonna see that Blacklist that got 3-0'd, or are we gonna see that Blacklist that was really hot from day 2? So it's gonna be a lot of they really have to be on their A game here, because, you know, one life again, AJ. You know, once you get eliminated, I mean, once you lose, you're out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, technically, you can go in there and lose twice in this best of 5, but I get exactly what you mean, right? The series, very, very important. There's no second lives in here beyond this, and there's no, you know, lower brackets where they get to fight for survival or set something up later on. So, you know, do or die situation between Blacklist International.Ultimate as well as sharper esports. Do you have a pick, Jericho, before the coin toss, or do you think it's gonna we can only decide once we see that?
I mean, I think that's one thing, but you can agree with me that sharper really has the advantage here, but you can never underestimate the Filipinos, AJ. You know, they're always just there. So, you know, I mean, Blacklist if they win that first game, I feel like I'm gonna go side with Blacklist, because that's that hard point, that respawn. You gotta beat Sharper on their game. Because S&D, I think Blacklist has that advantage, but I don't really have a definite answer for that, AJ.
Fair
But
enough.
I think I'll give it to you once we get that coin toss. But here's our MVP, our head-to-head. We have Vixer versus Kenshi. Vixer with 17, 13, 4, and 2, 5. Kenshi with 11, 10, 5, and 1, 7. You know, Vixer has the upper hand here, AJ. You know, Kenshi struggling here, but expect those numbers to reset once we had that first series, AJ. And I expect Kenshi to pop off. I feel like an S&D, he should be able to pop off. Remember, he got that last that triple kill against AFN, AJ, and it just changed the game.
Oh, absolutely, man. And then again, that was AFN. This is Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, slightly sharper than AFN, no pun intended at all. But as we look onto this match, even before the coin toss, I do agree with you, man. It looks like Sharper Esports might be barging on in with a little bit more of the advantage that they can show us from their matches, from their points that they've picked up in this competition so far. But Blacklist International.Ultimate, they have got the absolute trump card, let's say. And the trump card being the fact that when they took that loss to M42, was that a fake out or was that a true loss to M42, right? Because they were quite weak in that matchup. And I was quite surprised. But at the very same time, M42 was extra sharp on that day. So that one could have gone a 50-50. We want to see this matchup. But either way, I kind of have to fall back to the numbers that we have, you know, available to us so far, Jericho. It doesn't look good for the side of Blacklist International. I mean, if you look at those matches that they have taken up so far, they took the loss to WDC as well. One can say that they were in the crazier group.
I mean, you could agree with that, AJ, because remember, Group B, Group of Death, AJ, we both agreed on that one. Pretty crazy, but I guess that M42, it just showed that M42 was a little bit better there, AJ. But here comes the map and modes, AJ. We have Blacklist losing the coin toss and Sharper Esports getting the Lady Luck, AJ, and they banned Crossfire. I like this pick coming in from them. They did know that Blacklist, they like that domination Crossfire. So let's see what Blacklist bans here. You know, like you said, AJ, Raid should be a good map, but it can also be Takeoff.
Yeah, no, I don't think they should ban Raid. I think they should play Raid. I agree with you. They should definitely ban Takeoff in here. A second option would be, I was not going to say Hackney Yard, but Hackney Yard, I'll take that, right? So Crossfire, Hackney Yard not going to be played. Takeoff definitely in the mix. And Sharper Esports might be bringing it into domination. I mean, why keep it so Blacklist can drag it into Search and Destroy and mix it up? But firing range is where we go. Getting it absolutely mixed up in here for the first series. Sharper Esports throwing us all around the place.
Yeah, this, like we said, AJ, firing range, no one really has an advantage here, AJ. So I feel like Sharper, they just want to win those gunfights. They just want to get warmed as fast as they can. Blacklist, this is the best chance that they can get on winning this hardpoint, AJ. Firing range, not a one-sided map. So I feel like if they want to set the tone right, this is where Blacklist can win this one.
Search and Destroy, though, it will be a matchup that they can perhaps secure for themselves with a double snipe setup. But Crossfire is definitely not going to be a place for that. Standoff, I don't think would be the best pick. What would your solution be for Blacklist here, Jericho?
I think I should go for like a long range map. Maybe a Takeoff S&D would be good, or even a Raid. You know, you let Kenshi and Javen, let them use those snipers, AJ.
Yeah.
Don't bring them into. Oh, wait, before we do go to game number 2, we have their first pick for hardpoint. It's going to be Standoff Hardpoint.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I'll just walk the audience through this real quick. So the way they are taking this particular map's bans and picks is the right way. So Hardpoint for the first match is picked by the side of Sharper Esports, and then Blacklist International picks the Hardpoint map, and that's going to be for match 4 if we get there, if Sharper allows us to get there, or Blacklist International allows us to get there. So that's going to be Standoff. A good response coming through for Blacklist International at this Hardpoint, don't you think, Jericho?
Yeah, I like this coming in, but remember, AJ, it's always swinging on that 3rd and 4th, AJ, so we really have to see how they play that transitional gunfights, how they rotate early. That 4th hill pretty much seals the deal for every team there, AJ, so a lot of those operator skill usage, what's going to happen there?
Yeah.
It's going to be really weird, but okay. I was not expecting Summit here, AJ, but I guess they wanted to use that. Remember, they won against AFN here, but then it was AFN, AJ, and now it's Sharper But I like this because there's only one sniper for Sharper, which is going to be Soy Bad. So Kenshi and Jabin could do a lot of picks here. But then again, the aggression from Sharper might be the one that's going to let them get that victory. But Blacklist, Summit, I like the pick.
Well played by Blacklist International, right? I like the Summit pick for the Search and Destroy as well. Although I do not think I've seen Sharper Esports play at Summit SND throughout the whole qualifiers. Throughout the whole group stages. So that's going to be quite a tough one for the side of Blacklist when they go in. But we also have to remember, Blacklist International.Ultimate as well as Sharper Esports, these two teams, they're really, really good friends outside of, you know, the competitive scene, right? They are always scrimming against each other. Yes, one's from Thailand, yes, one's from Philippines, but they're really, really close. And I feel like, yes, they're going to go all out against each other, but regardless, even if we have not seen them play on these maps, it's going to be really, really close because they know each other in and out, Jericho.
Yeah, they know each other in and out, indeed, AJ. But then again, no friends here. This is going to be the spot for the World Championship, AJ.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Map number 5 will be chosen by Sharper Esports. It's going to be Raid S&D. And I thought Blacklist were going to choose that, but then again, Sharper, they like that more. So it's, then again, it's not going to be another advantage for Sharper. You know, I really don't like the picks coming in from Sharper here, AJ. It's such a 50-50 pick. It's really weird because if they lose with their picks, it's just going to be very disappointing.
Yeah, but this one just goes ahead to confirm our theory from the group stages, where some of these teams were purposely dropping a couple of matches within certain maps to show that they were not really good. And, you know, all of these picks coming through from Sharper Esports shows exactly that. I mean, they lost at Raid S&D to AMT. They lost it to Rimo Sadewa, to OMG as well. S&D, Raid, they played it well. They didn't take it off, and for them to pull this map against Blacklist International.Ultimate, I feel like they definitely had something up their sleeves all this while, and they might actually be able to finish it off at takeoff even without moving on to that Search and Destroy map number 5, because domination is definitely going to be a huge one, Jericho.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely a huge one. Takeoff, domination. I feel like Sharper, they were watching that game against Blacklist and M42. Remember, M42, they beat them on takeoff, AJ. So that's a lot of information coming in here. So Sharper, they want to take it here. They want to be on that advantage now. So game 3 is going to be the most advantageous for Sharper. But here we go. Sharper, they are threatening Blacklist to not ban the Sparrow, but Blacklist, they want to ban that Sparrow, that machine being banned as well. I like that. You know, Sharper, they don't care if you ban the Sparrow. If they have it, they'll use it. But Blacklist, we remember what happened with the Sparrow, AJ. They lost those games because of that Sparrow. So this is going to be good. It's going to be equalizers and gravity boarding.
Yeah, I am thinking this match is going to fall on the side of Sharper Esports just based on the maps, bans, and picks. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they can prove us wrong here. They can prove me wrong in this first matchup. Firing range, it's not going to be easy, but like you said, it should be a situation where Blacklist should be able to manage it quite well, right? Firing range, everybody knows it, man. Basic rotations on hardpoint.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. But I'm gonna put you on the spot, AJ. Who you got now? Who you got, and what's the score?
I think I've got this one. Although I love the boys from Blacklist International.Ultimate, I'm mainly concerned about a 3-1. Yeah, it should be a 3-1. I doubt it's going to be a 3-0. Blacklist won't allow that to happen. But yeah, it should be a 3-1, man. Potentially even a 3-2 here.
All right. Well, I'm going to go with Blacklist, but this is Blacklist, but 3-2. It's going to go all the way.
Fair enough. We've got both sides, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let us know exactly who you are supporting. And in the meantime, don't forget to drop that like and share as well, because we've got some milestones for you to hit. When you guys do hit those milestones, we get to unlock some of those giveaways, mainly the double weapon XP card, the rainy day crate, as well as the RUS-79U stencil strike. So if you guys want those giveaways, which I know you definitely do, please do help drop that like as well as share. Make sure you jump on to all of the other broadcasts on the other platforms, languages as well. Share those streams out, because when we hit that cumulative, views at that very moment, those CCVs together, we get to unlock this. 50,000 views. Jericho.
I mean, right now we're at 10K, AJ, from Facebook and YouTube combined. So, I mean, we're starting off pretty good. But, you got to support your team. Hop on board. Call your mom, your dad, your sister, your cat, your dog, anyone that's in the house that has a phone or a computer. Hop on board, share, because the first game, it's going to be a banger. All these games are going to be bangers. So hold on to your seats, guys. It's going to be a great one.
I cannot wait. I know you can't wait, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you cannot wait, then we welcome you to jump on into match number 1 with this. It's going to kick off in about 2 seconds now. This will be between Sharper Esports as well as Blacklist International.Ultimate. The opening up at firing range. This is going to be hardpoint with the players from the side of Blacklist jumping straight on into the point to pick those points up. Whereas Sharper Esports, they take a more conventional route. They jump on into White Warehouse to control the power position first and then slowly step on through. So this should be a more dominating hole for the Thai side to pick these early points up, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. You know, more conventional way indeed, AJ. And now Sharper has control of this hill. 10 points on your board. And Blacklist, they have some room to work here, AJ. Because Javen on that trailer side, he needs to win this gunfight here. Huge gunfight coming here. Gets taken out. So no trailer control for Blacklist. Sharper gets the 3 down. And now we do see Blacklist at the back of the map, spotting over in that barracks hut, AJ. And Sharper just really controlling the whole map. But even though they have the control of the whole map, Blacklist getting control of the hill.
Well, smart plays coming through from Blacklist, and now C1 just needs to keep a tighter hold in here. One player from the back, and it will be Grinchy that stabs him and takes that hard point, the power position away. Sharper Esports still playing the points though, and Blacklist International.Ultimate now, they need to scramble over Join AG, who is holding down to the command center. That's the second hard point stepping on through, and the gunfight's being won. Blackton, he is snuffing out those players as they step out from those trail at containers, and this is just overall being won by the Filipinos so far, Jericho.
Yeah, Sharper, they got trapped on that right side, but here comes the push forward. Players of Sharper coming in, 2 players to beat. But Blacklist, they have that setup. Skirt takes them out. And here we go, 34-23. Blacklist taking over this first few seconds, AJ.
Nice.
Can they ride on this momentum? And if you're Sharper, this is what I'm talking about, AJ. Why pick Fire Rage if you can pick a different map? And it's haunting them right now.
Yeah, 45-23. Beautiful plays at the second hard point. And Sharper Esports, they abandon the play for that second hill. They want to play White Warehouse instead, and they back away. As they back away, Blacklist International.Ultimate, not only do they pick those points up, but they're continuously snuffing out Sharper Esports, who finally drop in, and they will trickle some of these, very, very few points towards the final moments of this hard point. I think it was well played. Sharper Esports did try their best, but at the very end, it was just Blacklist International.Ultimate all the way through. But even if that is the case, they haven't run away with this matchup just yet. At the third hill, things can just turn around real quick.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. They got a bunch of that time, but now Sharper, they have control of that trailer. And I didn't like that Predator missile, AJ. You didn't see that. They managed to take out 1, but no push coming in from teammates. But here comes the pitch coming in. Blacklist International, 2 more players to beat. Siren X still alive here. Last player alive, but finally, Blacklist takes over. C1 is there as well. 1 player to beat, takes out 2. Skirt takes out 1 as well. And just like that, Sharper finally has control. But Tin takes out 2. Here comes the push coming through, but gets straight as well. Yeah. In the hill. And now Sharper, they have control here. 20 seconds left, AJ. And if you're Blacklist, you can still fight for this, AJ. You have spawns for Barracks Hut, and if you're Sharper, you gotta work on that rotation.
Oh, absolutely, man. Now that one spawn that was being held on to by Blacklist International.Ultimate just broken down by the side of Sharper Esports. And Blacklist, they finally given up as Sharper overtakes them in terms of those points. 72-62, a 10-point lead. And Tin just cutting that down shortly. Just very, very little. But let's see if or not they can recover in here. Barracks Hut moving on in towards the 4th point. Let's see exactly what they can pull off in here now, Jericho.
Yeah, we did see Sharper grabbing a lot of time for that third hill, AJ, and now they have control, but Kenshi with Annihilator takes out 1. Should be able to take out more. No more Annihilator, but here comes the help coming from his teammates. Tin takes him out as well, but spawns are in favor of Blacklist. On Sharper, my bad. It's going to be a split spawn here, but they have to win their gunfights here, and Sharper gets that control. Last player to be here. We'll try to win that gunfight. We'll take him out, and now Sharper having control. 81-75, very close game, AJ. If you're Blacklist, you still have a lot of time here because now you have spawns, AJ, but they just have to win their gunfights here.
Yeah, absolutely. What a turnaround from the side of Sharper Esports. 92-75 now. And now when just jumping on out trying to win his gunfight, does not get the kill, backs away, gets shut down instead. The challenge coming through from the side of Blacklist, but shut down Windsor and his KRM. What more do we need? But after we complete Barracks Hut, they have to go in for the reset, and Branch Road will be the name of the game. Blacklist International.Ultimate already setting themselves up in the 2 two power positions. Auto repair as well as scout tower being taken over by the Blacklist side. Let's see if they can finish this off as we go in for those hardpoint resets now, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true. We have, Blacklist, they have fearless on top, but we do see Sharper just laying down at the back. You see number 3, C1 is there for the trade. If number 4 dies, he's going to be shooting with his Holger, but now Blacklist stalked in the back of the spawn. They have the push here, 30 seconds left. Skirt doing everything he can to win this gunfight. Will take him out. So that stops the bleeding AJ, but here comes the push from Sharper, and now it misses that shot. But there is going to be the trade there. No one's trying to hop on it, AJ. If you're Blacklist, you got to hop on this. This might be the last hill, and here comes the push coming. Yeah, gets taken out. But C1 is in that auto repair, AJ. But Blacklist, they have the hill momentarily. Can they hold it down? Skirt takes him out with 25 kills already. All these teams have to step up, but the stack is coming through from Sharper, AJ. They have to win their gunfights, or they have to contest it now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I cannot agree more with you. And this is the point where those cluster strikes really can come in handy, but we just won't be able to see them, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So it all down to those mechanical plays, and it seems like mechanically dominated is exactly what Blacklist International is in this particular game. But as I say, that Skirt wins his fight against Zarun X, and now maybe Sharper Esports will be on the back foot as Blacklist makes their way back through. But as I say that, Sharper, they rip the hard point out of the Blacklist International hands.
Yeah, that's gonna be the end right here. Last player to beat, 150 to 87. Game number 1 goes to Sharper Esports in not a convincing fashion, AJ. Very, very scary game there, but they pulled it through in the end. The Annihilator really changed the game there, in my opinion, AJ. But it just came down to those last few gunfights, AJ. The rotation was on point. Yes, Sharper was late there, but when they used that Annihilator, it pretty much just changed the whole game in that last hill, AJ.
Yeah, I feel like, that matchup was just all up to Blacklist to lose, and that's literally what they did, right? Because the play at the first hardpoint was absolutely solid because, Sharper Esports were there, they played those power positions, and the side of Blacklist, they took a very straightforward approach to that hardpoint, which I was quite surprised about. They couldn't hold it, no surprise there, but over at the rotation, the second hard point, the second hill, that's exactly where Blacklist was so impressive, Jericho. They were winning all of their gunfights, left, right, center. Sharper couldn't do much about it. Yes, they got 2 or 3 seconds on that hill for towards the end, but that was pretty much it. Even towards the end of that hill, Blacklist still snuffed them out to pull that out. But from the third hardpoint onwards, from the White Warehouse in towards Barakat, back in for the rotation at Branch Road, that was just Sharper Esports all the way through. So Blacklist International.Ultimate, this was a early shutdown when they started off quite well. I wonder if it will affect their mental state, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they could have won that. They had that potential of winning, AJ.
Yeah.
But you can't rely on Skirt and Tin just dropping 27 and 25. You need to step up. AG and Javen 10 and 17, 7 and 22. If you really want to win, you gotta step up. I mean, also on the side of Sharper, Siren X with 9 and 20, not the best showing from him, AJ, because we expect him to do a lot here. But now when Invixer, just really doing a lot there. It just really came down to those last gunfights, AJ, where everything mattered. And Sharper, they just really rotated earlier. The position was there, AJ. And to answer your question, you shouldn't be demoralized, but at the same time, you could have won that game.
Yeah, fair enough, man. And I'm thinking that's exactly what is going to demoralize them. The fact of the matter, of that they could have won it because the mechanical plays in the early stages of that firing rate, Blacklist International.Ultimate were outshining Sharper Esports. But that just was not the case from the third hardpoint onwards. And as we move on into Summit, I feel like this has just been set up so cleanly by the side of Sharper Esports, and they've already unnerved the players from the side of Blacklist. Moving on into the Search and Destroy, it should just be a little bit more of dismantling of those nerves and then an absolute destruction at takeoff just to remove one Filipino threat from the equation here.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. If you're Blacklisting the Summit, you chose this map. We did see you already win here, but this is where you need to step it up because you can beat Sharper. According to that first team, Skirt 27. He can really win all these gunfights, but can his teammates also do it? It can't be just Kench. It can't be just Skirt and Tin here. And if you're Blacklist, you gotta use your snipers to your advantage here. Kenchi and Jabin here, they gotta make a lot of plays here. So they gotta really play ratty here, AJ. So it's gonna be a really huge game for Blacklist because once they lose this, they're gonna be down 0-2.
Yeah, and down 0-2, that's absolutely fine in a best out of 5. But down in spirits, that's not going to do them any good at all at the regional qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the quarterfinals, and it seems to be an absolute stacked one. Firing range picked up by Sharper Esports once again. Who do you think is going to be able to pick the win up at Summit? Do you think Blacklist International.Ultimate can make a comeback? Let us know in the comment section. Don't forget, on that note, we're still trying to hit that 50k CCV, okay? We're trying to get as many people as possible in this particular production, so please do share the stream out as many times as you can as we try to set up that second matchup. Summit, Search and Destroy. Do you think Blacklist will be able to back this, or would it be on the side of Sharper Esports, Jericho?
I feel like this should be a Blacklist. Sorry, a Blacklist. You already had information of them how to play on Summit. It may be good, but then again, you know, you can rewatch that if you're Sharper. So they probably have a counter for that one. But I have high hopes here for Blacklist on getting this game number 2, just because Kenshi and Jabin alone, those snipers, they strike fear. So, but can they hit it though, or will Soybad get those shots?
You know, AFN kind of pushed the side of Blacklist all the way 5-6 in this matchup, and if AFN can do that to the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, I think Sharper Esports should be able to do slightly more, but let's see if or not that is true. Soybad taking aim early on, not going to be able to find anyone. Hardscopes is just going to be very, very wishful thinking from his side. Blacklist International.Ultimate is way too careful to fall for those early frags. And Sharper Esports, they'll have to go on a little bit of a hunting mission. Yes, Jabin shuts down. Yeah. It looks like Blacklist will have the advantage.
Yeah, Blacklist has that advantage, gets that first pick coming in. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 5 here. That's what we said, AJ. The snipers here making a lot of stuff here. But Jabin finally gets taken out. It's going to be a 4v4. No one's moving yet, but if you see the bomb carrier, and now we'll be in the A side. Let's see what's going to happen here, AJ. Just pretty much a stalemate here, but you know, Sharper, they have control of that middle room, AJ, and now going for that regroup. And if you're Blacklist, you can try to get that second floor. You can get the drop on them on that window, AJ. I like this play coming in from Skirt and Tin. We'll spot 2 right here. That's the one. That's what we need. You can pull back right there if you are Blacklist. That's all you need. Damage has been done here, but they're gonna spot another play here. But they do have eyes on bomb.
I'm not so sure exactly what play was coming out through and now and earlier on, but clearly he regrets it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Sharper with C1 right below Skirt. Is he going to get lucky here? The timing is quite fortunate for C1 to back away from this situation. He's not going to get taken down. The numbers do not get equaled out. I thought C1 got the kill there. Tin as well as AG, they get 1 for each other, and it's gonna be Soybad, the final player in here for the side of Sharper Esports. And he does not get that hit, unfortunate for him. Tin bags it, and Blacklist takes the first round.
Yeah, that's what we need from Blacklist. You know, you gotta really play with your picks here. And when you get at least 2 picks, that's when you can push in. I like what Skirt and Tin did there, AJ. You know, just slowly climbing their way into that second floor, gets that first pick, and now they're gonna be able to get that first round. It's gonna be a 5v5 again, but Kenshi almost spots 1, but he spots 3, but gets naded. But yeah. That's a beautiful nade spot coming in from Sharper Esports, and now A will be clear here. But number 3, Jabin will try to defend it, but bomb should be able to go down.
Yeah, solid play coming through from the side of Sharper Esports. Skirt just equalizes in terms of the numbers as he takes C1 out of the equation. Bomb now getting planted as the side of, that A side secured early by Sharper Esports. No rotations coming through from Blacklist. Jabin gets shut down. AG as well as Skirt. It's a 2 versus 4 situation now. Are they going to be able to get it? Yes, Skirt drops a now in as he continues to move on. 2 players, 1 on his left and 1 right above him. AG should be able to land a little bit of support. Skirt needs to focus onto the same side. AG drops out next. Soybad takes out AG, but unfortunate for Soybad, as Skirt is there for the response. Skirt just needs to spot his corner, checks in, gets the kill, and this is a perfect defusal. 6 seconds on the clock, and Blacklist International gets round 2.
Skirt, he just flicked on that person. AJ, wow.
I thought he missed it, man.
Yeah, I thought
he got a little excited.
He looked left and then looked right, and yeah, just I don't know. I mean, if you were you could have just pulled back. Very unfortunate, but Skirt 5-0, winning in that round, and that's the addition they need, AJ, and that's the play that they need. And now they're gonna be very aggressive. And Blacklist will spot one, but Kenshi misses. And now he takes out 10. It's gonna be a 4 versus 5. But takes out Skirt, and now it's 3v5 pulling back if you are Blacklist. And now here comes the first from Sharper. This is the aggression I was talking about, AJ. The aggressiveness that Sharper can turn up.
Yeah, but I did not expect Kenshi to bot that, man. Oh, finally turns around, backs away. Sarunex taken down. Kenshi! Unfortunately, and now in just a little bit too quick, and the damage had already been done. And now rotating over towards that A bomb site. A plant going to come through from the side of Sharper Esports, and nothing Blacklist International.Ultimate can do about it. 2 versus 4. They have to thin the numbers down slowly. Question is, how are they going to do that, Jericho?
Yeah, they have to play picks here. It's going to be a 4 versus 2 here, AJ. Bomb will go down again, but AG, he will be the one to get that play here, AJ. He has to make this play here, but Javen has to go coordination here, because remember, 2 players inside. AG can take this out, but there's going to be 3 players going to be meeting them. Big kill here for Javen. No, you can't lose that if you're Javen, and it's all up to AG, but now one is there for the trade, and that's what I said, AJ. The method that we were talking about, MX9, pretty hard to control in that range, but some players, they just know how to win those gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Which is what makes players like Soybad as well as Kenshi so dangerous in this matchup. But, I understand. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they are finding it very, very difficult for Kenshi to find those snipes. Because the movement from Sharper Esports just a little too good right now. Let's see if or not Soybad will be able to bag something up for himself. That smoke will be able to distract him as he backs away towards that A bomb site. Are we going to find a few clean early picks in here from Mr. Soybad? The answer is no, as Kenshi gets him out of the equation. Sarunex dropping in to see if or not he can lend a little bit of assistance with that LMG, but it's about to spot no one. Blacklist, what an opening frag.
Yeah, that's a good opening frag. You just -1 now. It's going to be a 5 versus 4. No snipers for Sharper, AJ. But here we go. Bomb has been planted. Let's see the retake. If you are Blacklist, you shouldn't hit that right side, AJ. Work your way on that middle. Get that second floor, and from there, you can work your way. It's going to be number 2. And now and Skirt's actually, and now it's going to be below AG. Going to get that timing, but does spot 1, and now he gets away with his life, but will get spotted, and here comes the push coming from Blacklist.
Oh, Skirt now, opportunity, manages to go in for the shutdown.
Beautiful.
Sharper. Yep, the numbers don't work out, but everybody runs to us. Yeah, but they will still manage to overcome him 4-1. And it's just a little too easy for Blacklist International now to run away with it. Sharper Esports seems to be struggling at this summit play.
Yeah, they've been really struggling, AJ. And I feel like Blacklist is listening to us, AJ. They went for that second floor middle. They didn't hit that right side. Beautiful retake coming in from them, AJ. And now, Skirt 6-1, doing a lot for his team here. And Sharper not really looking sharp, AJ.
Yeah. Straight up push towards that B bomb site. Are we going to see an early plant coming through? They take over the second floor first. Kenshi now with the defense. Still playing on those snipes, needs to back away from that A side. Finally manages to do that, decides to pull that off as he gets that information. But too early of a rotation can spoil his plans. So Kenshi will be holding just behind those cable car areas. And that long snipe from Kenshi should be able to undo whatever setup at A. Now, is it going to be a B bomb plant though?
It should be a B bomb plant here. I feel like they're just trying to get the play again, AJ. But, now that Kenshi's on that other side, AJ, it's going to be, I feel like Soybad doesn't want to go for the aggressive anymore. He wants to slow it down, AJ, because he's been getting taken out time and time again, AJ. So now he's going to be very aggressive. We'll spot 1. And I feel like that's an opportunity for Sharper to go to A immediately, AJ.
Yeah, now let's see if or not they do change their minds. No, the answer is absolutely no. They still want to put up a strong fight here. That nade's not going to be able to find anyone. Maybe a quick smoke and then a rotation. Kenshi fight. Yeah. One mistake, but immediately capitalized. Soybad returns the favor by taking AG out of the equation, but Javen shuts down Soybad. It's going to be 4 versus 3. Make that 4 versus 2. Sharper losing 1 by 1. And now it goes down as well, leaving C1. No, I take that back. Even C1 is out. 4-1 the score. Blacklist International.Ultimate. What a play at this S&D.
Yeah, AJ, that's what I'm saying, AJ. If you're Sharper, why were you going to force your way into B when you know you already have the information and just rotate back to A? It doesn't make sense. But, if you're Blacklist, this is good momentum. You need to win this game number 2, and I like what we're seeing here now. Switch of sides here, the very aggressive play coming in from Blacklist. Let's see if Sharper can answer back.
Well, aggressive plays really does not kind of bode well for Kenshi. Kenshi needs to take a slower approach. Perhaps if he continues to open the International.Ultimate will be able to take these matches. Kenshi looking for that early kill. It's not going to be able to find anyone with that wall bang. But if anyone can get a little lucky, we know it's Kenshi. It looks like this matchup, he is ready for it, Jericho.
Yeah, he is definitely ready for it, AJ. But now we do see Soybad. Very aggressive, AJ. Second floor. No trades coming in here if he dies, AJ. So, he has to take one down before he goes down as well. But there's going to be 4 players from Blacklist in that control room. Very near, AJ. This can go in all-out war. But yeah. Pulls away. No one's really moving here, AJ. A minute left. Just slowing things down here. And if you're Blacklist, you like this play. You're making sharper second guess where you're going. And look at this. You see those 3 players? They can just rotate in one side. That's a good defense coming in from Sharper. But if one goes down, it can equivalent into a double kill right there.
Yes, Siren X might be able to take Jabin out of the equation. He has his eyes on him, and I feel like he kind of spotted him moving in there as well. But this information needs to be sent right back through as that bomb moves on towards A. The distraction gameplay on the side of that B bomb side. Ladies and German boys and girls, what a play! But Sarun X drops AG. Tin dropped by yeah. That's the kind of opener Sharper Esports needs. And now, are they going to be able to grab this? Because the bomb now has gotten planted. Blacklist right on for the response. And now getting that win onto Kenshi. But it's a 2-2 now, Jericho.
Yeah, 2v2. Skirt takes out one. It's going to be a 1v1 right here. Skirt takes him. No! And now he wins that gunfight. 6-8. And just like that, Sharper finally getting that second round, AJ. But I like the patience from both teams. But that nade by really just stopped that the bomb plan, AJ.
Yeah, that was a GG. I don't know if or not he was aiming for a kill, but he'll definitely take that. That was mainly just to buy him his side more time as he sends that information right through to the rest of his team members. But if he can get the kill and, buy a lot more time, why the hell not, right? And it's going to be Soybad who tries opening things this time around. Not going to be getting lucky as the players from the side of Blacklist drop down, back away. Even Skirt is not taking his chances. And Soybad gives up his position and moves away. Now, Kenshi, can he open up this round? AG should be able to find a player now from the side of Sharper.
Let's see what happens here, AJ. 5v5 again. Another very, very hard round here. But I think is there a player below him? And now this is going to be perfect timing here. You see number 1, Siren X. Look at the position. It's the timing is going to be very, very sad here, AJ. If someone goes down, now in Kenshi. Just Kenshi. Now in. I think he heard him. He should be able to hurt him. 2 players drop down. Bomb is going to go down. And now in. Perfect play coming in here. We'll take out one in, but guess quick scope. Gets taken out. Now it's going to be a 4v4, but Kenshi has the bomb. Gets taken out. Bomb is down here. And if you're Sharper, that's all you need right there. C1 and Sergeant takes out 2 as well. Yeah, it takes out Jabin and all skirted a 1v4.
Sorry, sir. It's a GG. One more player gets taken down. Sharper Esports bags the third round. Bags the third point for themselves. Beautifully taken. Very, very patiently played. And I feel like that was just unfortunate. And now just in the right place at the right time. AG will definitely learn, run around the pillar before we plant the next time round. But it's not something that a lot of people expect in a situation like that, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. But here comes the rush coming in from Sharper, actually. The bottom floor rush, but they're going to be pulling back there. I like what they did there. They just baited Blacklist there. Now that they know they have that information, they're going to be set up again, AJ. They were just teasing that rush. I thought they were going to go for it, AJ, but they pulled it back. And now it's going to be another stalemate, AJ. Black had advantage on that right side. We'll try to make a push here.
Let's see if or not Kenshi will be able to find these opening sites for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. One player from the side of Sharper Esports right in front of him, behind those barrels. He's not going to be able to spot them just yet unless Sharper Esports makes one tiny mistake. But even if Sharper Esports does peek from the back of the barrel, pretty sure it's going to be a sniper. Ooh, Tin almost getting taken down there. Soybad nearly punished him. Yeah. Does manage to get the shot onto Tin, who gets way too aggressive. Kenshi shuts down C1. That's a good trade right back. And Blacklist International, they haven't lost this just yet, but they need to open up the ground for themselves to take that plant. And now it should be opened up by Jabin, who does find a player right in front of him with the MX9. in. Unfortunately, is not able to respond to Siren X. Skird equalizes things once again as he shuts down Soybet. So no sniper on the side of Sharper Esports, which definitely now opens up the game for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, Bomb should be able to go down. You're Skird with 10 kills. AJ leading his team right here. But there's going to be a one player there. It's going to be number 1, Siren X. We'll spot one as well. But Skird will put some shots down, get some hit markers. But number 4, they don't know if Yaya is going to be at the back here. The timing. Yaya can be able to make the play here. I like this play coming in from Skird. We'll try to get that back, but Yaya will take out one as well. It's going to be 2v2. But here comes the push coming in here. Skird will try to take out one more. Skird takes out 3! And just like that, Skird changing the game for Blacklist. And now they're 1 round away from getting that game number 2.
Yeah, that ain't no match point. That's a Skird point for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. 13-3 the guy is on right now. Is an absolute monster in this particular matchup. And I feel like Blacklist International.Ultimate should be able to back this if Sharper Esports lets their guard down. But at the end of the day, it's not up to them. The ones who hold on to the bomb, they get to dictate the pace. And it's on the side of International.Ultimate. And they choose to play this slow. They back away. They want to see exactly what Sharper has for them. Soybet will be waiting to see if he can hit those shots. He is holding on to a very, very safe area behind the cable car platform. So I feel like if he takes a few steps forward, we might be able to see them open this up. But I don't think Soybet wants any of those plays. He just wants to take the snipe onto anyone who approaches that B-bomb site.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But let's see what happens here. It's going to be a 5-5 now. And now another stalemate coming in for the side of Sharper, but there goes AG, gets taken out. It's going to be the bomb carry, AJ, but bomb will still be secured here if you are Blacklist. But I feel like number 1, Siren X, has that eye. He has his eyes open there, and Soybat as well is looking at it. So it's going to be really hard for Black to try to get the bomb here. But let's see, Tin will grab the bomb. Bomb should be able to go down, and here comes the plan.
Yeah. Is that the second time side of Blacklist International went into the bomb site? Unfortunate for them, Jabin shuts down Soybet. Soybet not before he took 1 kill out first. It's a 4 versus 3. Let's see if or not Skird can back away. Good smoke coming through. Oh! And a kill on yeah as well. Manages to spot him before the smoke pops out and just muscle memory all the way through. Blacklist International.Ultimate equalizes things up 2-2. But as I say that, they lose 1 player. Kenshi goes down. Saru makes the play. And he's the Skird of Sharper Esports as they try to equalize and push this matchup into round number 11.
Yeah, and that was beautiful recognition coming in from Siren X. I feel like he knew Skird was going to chase him. The pre-fire came in here. Good pickup coming in here. But, if you're Blacklist, you gotta win this one because Skird with 14 and Kenji with 9. They're doing a lot here. You got to step up if you're AG and Kenji.
Yeah.
And Tin, I mean.
Now let's see if or not side of Soybet. I think he dropped the nade on himself. Skird punishes and now in. It's a 5-4. Good early openings on the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. And now trophy system taken out of the mix as well. Kenshi should be able to punish with that well-placed nade. He doesn't, but he pulls out his snipe. And yeah, goes to sleep. And now 2 more players on the side of Sharper Esports. Yes, Saru Next manages to take down Jabin, but they will be on the back foot. Skird trying to back away. Kenshi shuts down Saru Next. 1 final player now. C1. And this looks like it's game over, Jericho.
Yeah, it should be right here. I think Skird just spotted C1 as well. 1 versus 4. If you're Blacklist, all you got to do is play time right here. No need to look at anything else anymore, AJ. Here comes Tin. We'll spot 1, and Tin takes him out. And just like that, AJ, 1-1 we go. No 3-0s for the first series, AJ. And I like this coming in from Blacklist. This is the game they needed to win. Skird turning up the heat with 15 kills, I believe, AJ. Is doing a lot for Blacklist. Let's see if they can ride the momentum on that game number 3.
Fantastic, man. I mean, the snipes were definitely on point. And yes, Blacklist International.Ultimate, they were on the back foot for some parts of that matchup, but they didn't allow that to deter them. They didn't allow the loss that they took on the first hard point to, snuff out any of this high energy that they've brought into the series. They used that. They bagged the second matchup, but a majority of those plays, you'll agree, my friend, done by Skird. 2 diffuses overall. This guy was absolutely instrumental for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate to pick this victory up, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. 15 and 11 here for Skird and Kenji is doing a lot for them. And now we do see Yaya, and now in 8 and 7, they were doing a lot here, but C1 just really underperforming. And even if AG really had a hard time there, AJ, Skurd just really had to do a lot there. Triple kills, double kills, the flanks, everything. He was doing a lot for Blacklist, and I feel like also in the respawn, he has to do a lot as well.
Yeah. And if we move on with this matchup in here today, are we going to be able to see Blacklist, just close it off, or is it just going to be a back and forth? I think it's going to be a back and forth. The bigger question, I guess, then will fall on to, are those back and forths going to be dictated by those maps picked, Jericho? Because if that's the case, it doesn't look great for Blacklist.
Yeah, it's not going to look great at all, AJ, but we did see that Heartbreak. They showed signs of life there, and I feel like this is the momentum boost they need, AJ. It's going to swing over to them now, especially in domination, and it's also giving Takeoff. They like Takeoff too, AJ, but then again, Sharper, I feel like they have that information on how Blacklist lost that game against M42, so we're going to have to see what's going to happen here, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Summit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, won by Blacklist International.Ultimate 6-4. Japa Esports did manage to get the initial victory at firing range hardpoint 150-87. But as we move on to Takeoff, I've got my money on Sharper Esports, mainly because it's their map pick. We've seen them dance this tango here already. I know what they're capable of. Do you think Blacklist International will be able to respond well on this map, Jericho?
I feel like with that game number 2, I think they're going to respond well in this game number 3, AJ. It's going to be Takeoff. They're very familiar with this map, so I feel like a lot of choices here for them to get this dub. They just have to start strong, AJ. You can't start flat against Sharper, because if you start flat, you're pretty much going to lose already.
Yeah, Takeoff domination. M42 was the one that played it against Blacklist International.Ultimate, and they actually won that matchup. Has there been any Takeoff matches that Blacklist has won thus far? The answer is no. But at the same time, I don't think I've seen the side of Sharper Esports jump on into a Takeoff at domination, so it's going to be tough as well. But in terms of map control, in terms of map domination, understanding, they're pretty much there. On the other hand, when we look purely at those gunfights, we look purely at all of those mechanical capabilities of the team, they should be able to take these fights equally. So it's all going to be going down to those spawn management at the end of the day, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. These map picks really will change the series here, AJ. So it's going to be really huge here. Sharper, like I said, firing range, not the best map pick for them, but they pulled it through. But Blacklist, they went for this map, which they were very comfortable with, which is Summit. And it really was advantageous here. But for Takeoff, I'm really 50-50. I really feel like Blacklist might take this one, AJ.
Okay, let's see if or not they are able to steal this one away from Sharper Esports, because this is their map pick at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, after going in there for that coin toss and that victory. Takeoff, a map that has been, clearly dominated by Sharper Esports in those games that they have taken against other teams. They now take a matchup against Blacklist International.Ultimate. And, falling back to those gunfights, if we can see the type of Blacklist International.Ultimate that we saw on the first rotation of that second hill for the side of firing range earlier on at Command Center, then maybe they will be able to take this all the way off, man. But if they're not able to show us that supreme side, then I've got no doubts at all. Sharper Esports should be able to bag this one, Jericho.
Yeah, that's true. Sharper Esports, they may have a hard time here, AJ. I do agree with you, AJ, especially losing that game number 2, because, Sharper Esports, number 1 in that in the group A, AJ, and now losing that second game. If you're the top 1, you're expected to lose at least in the second series already if you get through. But this time, Blacklist International, Skurd just doing a lot of stuff, AJ, a lot of good stuff here. So I feel like this is going to be very important. This game number 3, inching closer on that match point on that series, AJ.
Well, let's see exactly who will be able. It's going to be search and destroy. It's going to be domination, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A and C flag, as usual, being capped. That B flag is going to be available for the time being. But J-Bone,
wow!
What a shutdown and prevention, making sure that B flag does not get capped. And now he doesn't wait around. He backs away immediately, leaving his friends to clear off that marker instead, because he was afraid of the retaliation. And that was a good call coming through from him. But the timing from the rest of his team members just not on point. Now, this play can be made by the side of Sharper Esports, and now it needs to win this gunfight, which it does. But the rest of the Blacklist International.Ultimate players making their way onto that B flag. They get taken down, but the play and prevention is solid so far. 10-9. Blacklist International.Ultimate might be able to bag this.
Yeah, that's true. But Skirt takes out 2, prevents B. But even though Sharper captures it, here comes the trade. But number 2 on your screen, gonna get taken out. Sarnix goes down as well, 14-12. And now Blacklist, they have control of that B flag, and they're gonna go for that. They're gonna be able to clear out AAJ. And now Sharper Esports struggling in the early stages, but still a lot of time.
Yeah, as I say, they're about to bag that. Their A flag gets bagged by, their C flag gets bagged by Sharper Esports instead. And now with this turnaround, are we gonna be able to see the side of Sharper Esports aggress onto that midsection? Yes, they do with 3 players now. And the play is all with C1. If C1 can win his gunfight, now this B flag should be bagged. C1 does win it, but unfortunate, it was a backstab by Skirt as well. Skirt making a majority of those plays down in that midsection, and with one more gunfight, unfortunately for him, he does not win it. Gets shut down, back and forth, but the points are leading towards one side. Blacklist International.Ultimate.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. 37-28 here. And Blacklist finally lost that B flag. Sharper gets that time, but they're going to be having an allowance of 8 points here. It's still work for here. Skirt trying to his best to get some kills. It will take out one, but the trade is in there, AJ. And now it's going to be 41-35 here, AJ. And now let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, cleans up B. And now Sharper, they have control on AJ. The positioning is on point, and Blacklist struggling to get some kills.
Yeah, great rotations coming through from Sharper Esports. Now the players need to move on to that C flag as well. A solo play coming through from Skirt. The one guy who has been doing so much of heavy lifting for the team. A double team just to eliminate Skirt from the equation. And they hold on to both that B as well as C flag. Sharper Esports equalizing, and now this should be the moment where they pull ahead towards that 75-point mark. Yeah, doesn't win his gunfight, but it doesn't really matter because he manages to go in and pressure the player away from that prime spot, and not much pressure dropping onto that B flag now. And the spawn trap by it might not be pulled off, but the distraction should be enough to allow his team to hit that 75-point mark.
Yeah, it's really working though. Just the pressure coming in there. You know, they don't want to get that 3 cap, AJ. The 2 caps coming in there. It's really working for Sharper. And if you're Blacklist, yes, it's close, but so far you're really losing your gunfights. You're getting double kill, triple kill by Sharper here. They have to do something. Maybe an overextension is coming, and that's gonna come right now. Skirt on their map. We try to proceed, but the RNG got, he takes out 2 actually. Huge 2 plays coming in there, and that can open things up. But the round should be over here. We're gonna go into the half, 75-62. I like this. It's really close, AJ. And if you're Blacklist, you got to turn up in the second half.
Yeah, that one particular play with the Dragonfire is exactly why I once again hate this score streak, right? I mean, to a certain degree, maybe it just wasn't played at the right moment. Yes, it does give you that about 10 seconds of X-ray vision of the particular area, but it's not going to be making a huge difference when the game is about to end already. 75-61, yes, it allowed them to step up to that flag, but barely enough time to even cap it. But if the Dragonfire gets brought out now, that's going to be a different situation altogether, because early information in these rounds should be able to give you the favor to go in and pull that flag your side, Jericho.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with you. Maybe you can use the Dragonfire once you cap that B flag as well. Now it's going to be stalemate. Skirt with the Annihilator. We'll hit one beautiful flick coming in from Skirt. We'll take out the second as well, and that will open things up. We'll hear those players in scaffolding, but that's enough time for the boys of Blacklist to get that cap. But here comes the Predator Missile. We'll try to find someone here. Take out the person trying to flank. That's going to be huge if you are Blacklist, but Sharper is there, but Skirt is there as well to stop it. And now Blacklist, they can capture.
Yes, they can, but the Pred will be dropped by Sarun X. Gets a double for himself, preventing any sort of a hopeful capture on that B flag. And now the clearance coming through from the one and only Vincer. Yeah, going in for the backup as well. Not going to go up straight to the hill, but he will be annihilating those players from the back. And now, one final opportunity, but he gets shut down by Kenshi, who tries to squeeze his way out of that spawn. And B flag capture by the side of Sharper Esports does not happen, and it is a double cap now. A double team. 10 had to win that gunfight, does not, and yeah, now going in with that prevention. Scud almost taken down, alive and kicking. Jabin brings in his friend, and now this might be a good use of the Dragonfire. Let's see exactly where he drops his marker now. He does spot all of those players. Yes, he wants to gain the information in that mid segment of that area. Let's see if he can, but with the XS1 Goliath dropping in to say hello as well, I don't think Blacklist International.Ultimate will need more than that.
Yeah, I didn't even see that Kenji had full streaks. The 10 takes out, 2 getting taken out, third one gets taken out. Here comes a push from Sharper, but the Goliath will be helpful here on that power position as well. But here comes Jabin, triple kill with Annihilator working towards again with his Predator missile. It's going to be 106 to 102. This is going to be very huge for Sharper Esports. But here comes the Dragonfire, 10 and Skirt taking out all the Sharper players. And Sharper going for the overextension, but Jabin is there for the stop. We'll call that out for his teammates. Huge plays here. He has to play his life here for the 4 streaks here. We'll have a Pred. One more kill for that Sentry Gun. We'll try to take him out, but we'll just get hit markers. They've been playing his life, but no Sentry Gun. But has a Pred to use AJ. But here we go. Blacklist slowly getting that lead. Pred coming down. And Blacklist momentum is shifting on them. And the spawns will be controlled. And Blacklist are running away with this domination.
Oh, that was a crucial Predator missile coming through from Jabin. If he did not get that C flag would have been capped by Sharper Esports already, because that backstab was just moments away. And now 1-2-4 to 1-1-8. Blacklist International.Ultimate running away with this matchup. Sharper Esports struggling, and they bring out yet another Dragonfire. Quite useless in this particular circumstance. Yes, Jabin will be able to take Siren X out with it, but how much more damage will they be able to get with this information? 132 to 122, 10 points between them. That flag now needs to be capped by Sharper Esports. They make a beeline for it, and in 5 seconds, if that doesn't happen, this is game over, Jericho.
It's definitely going to be game over, but here comes the push. The Sentry is also there, but Kenji will take out 3. Will not get captured, AJ. 140 to 127. Blacklist International, I think they've done everything that they could, and that should be a GG here. But here comes the push from Sharper, not yet over here, but the trades are coming here. Jabin and Tin going all they can here. Skirt with that Niner will take out one more, and AJ, Blacklist International takes home game number 3.
What a play at takeoff. This was just won mainly by those score streaks, not the Dragonfire. Mainly by the other score streaks. But, you know, I love the information play, don't get me wrong. But the timing of that information, really, really crucial. And the way Blacklist International score streaks towards the very end of the matchup clearly was the playmaker, clearly was the game changer, and it swung all of the momentum their way, which they capitalized on. A little unfortunate for the side of Sharper Esports, but the hope is not really at the end just yet, because look, this is just the 3rd matchup. We still have game 4 and potentially even game 5.
Yeah, AJ, but that just shows that, you know, you don't know when Blacklist can pop off, AJ. That game number 3, the Dragonfire was getting kills, AJ. And
yeah,
30 for Jabin, 29 for Tin, Kenji with 18. But remember, Kenji got full set of streaks. You know, Predator, Sentry, and Goliath, really huge. And if you're Sharper, Siren X and C1 just underperforming.
A little unfortunate for C1 as well as Siren X, I have to agree. But Siren X, this isn't his first matchup, sitting down at the very bottom there. So that will definitely be a huge concern for the side of Sharper Esports. But Blacklist International.Ultimate, they literally did every single thing in that matchup, right? As they went in there for those early caps, they were getting, you know, kind of shut down by the great gun skills over from Sharper Esports, but all they needed to do was just gather their team members back up and make sure they had the numbers before going in for those engagements and save up for those score streaks and play together as a team. And it looks like they pulled off the better strat towards the very end. 150 to 131. Wow. Blacklist International.Ultimate ripping away a map from Sharper Esports. Could this be a sign?
Definitely a sign, AJ, for Blacklist, because we're coming into game number 4, AJ, and it's their map pick, AJ. Oh. Hardpoint standoff. They can close it out here. They could have that headline. No, Blacklist International.Ultimate eliminating Sharper Esports, AJ.
And I think they'll really love that headline, my friend.
Yeah, most definitely, AJ. And it just shows, AJ, like, why would you pick Takeoff as if you have the coin toss? This is what we're talking about, AJ. Why pick a map where the other team's also familiar? You know, choose a different map for that, AJ. Like, you know, maybe you could have done a standoff domination than do a Takeoff hardpoint. It would have much been easier for them.
I cannot agree more with you. I 100% see where you're coming from, and that particular Takeoff pick should have gone for hardpoint. If it had gone hardpoint, I kind of feel Sharper Esports would have been able to bag it. But they kept it for domination, man. I mean, we were kind of going through those map picks earlier on, and we were thrown off by those picks. And we were like, nah, what's going on here? But I thought it was just that legendary fake that was coming through from Sharper Esports. It's not a fake, man. They should have played it a little bit more tactically. But of course, jumping in, boys and girls, this is going to be search and destroy hardpoint between the two teams and this standoff. Let's see if or not the side of Sharper Esports can make a comeback. Yes, they do open up the hardpoint, but it's all about holding on to it, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ, and we do see Sharper winning that first hardpoint here, but this time, now, they're going to be starting off things with 15 points here. Jabin, he has to step up as well. He stepped up in that last game, but he has to do it again here in hardpoint. But no, things are not looking well at the start. Only the first hill. Not really matters a lot here, but then gets taken out. We'll get 3 points there. But Sharper will get that time, AJ. And if you're a Blacklist, you have to contest for this one. You're going to get a lot of time here in this first one because the rotation's coming in just like that, AJ. Here comes the push coming from Blacklist. They get the time, and now Sharper struggling to get that time.
A huge kill for Vincent there as he opens up the hard point for the side of Blacklist. 13 points so far, and they continue raking it up. C1, very important kill, gets that backup, waits for his team member, and I really like the patience play coming through from Sharper Esports, but now the backstab needs to be managed in right in front, goes in for the shutdown. 30-17 as Blacklist International.Ultimate now pull that hard point away. We have to move on towards that warehouse now. Sharper Esports, the first ones there with the, I wouldn't say early rotation, but a timely one, Jericho.
Yeah, very timely one. It was a little bit late one, but now 4 players inside. Jabin goes in by himself there, but 10 will try to pick up one. We'll take out one, but here comes the backstab coming in from player Skirt inside. We'll get one as well with that KRM. They have control here. Nades in stairs. We'll try to take out one person. C1's gonna go down as well, but the push is coming here. Jabin from there for the help. And just like that, Blacklist International has that time here. Skirt just contesting here. I like this from Skirt. You know, he's not going to be able to push anything, but finally get naded out by yeah. And now he gets taken out, but the pinch is coming through from Blacklist.
Yep, Din can go flying through with the gravity spikes, but unfortunately, he won't be given any of that opportunity. And now this stronghold coming through from AG, just holding on to that second floor of this warehouse. He finally gets taken down by Windsor, and that is the opener that I thought Sharper Esports needed, but Din just turns things around, wins his gunfight. Jabin does the same, and the warehouse now belonging to Blacklist International.Ultimate. 33-42,
nice.
9 points between them as AG wins his gunfight. Granny's house belongs to the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate as well, but they need to step out and start winning the spawn over as well, because if Sharper Esports continues to bag this spawn, it's going to be quite tough to hold on to this particular hard point.
Yeah, I like this coming in from Black because, you know, they played that scrap time good, and now they have control of everything here. Jabin fully trying to get that Dragonfire, but will get taken out. Here comes the Dragonfire from C1. Not the best option to use it, AJ. Very, very crazy usage here, but we'll get that information. Blacklist only getting 30 seconds as well now, but the wallbang comes through. No time left, but Blacklist all the time here, AJ, because the thrust from teammates here just coming through. Victor will get that time now. 20 seconds. We'll miss that second shot, but gets the hit marker. 15 seconds here, Blacklist. Oh, they're still playing for the scrap time. All the scrap time's going for Black, and Sharper struggling right now, but the rotation's coming through here. Skirt will have 3 players in there, but Jabin is there for the help. Let's see who's going to win these gunfights.
Example once again, Dragonfire information does not equal taking over hardpoint winning games, man. Information can only do so much. 80-47, Sharper Esports now on the back foot. They focus too much of that information, trying to shut down the hotel shortcut approach by the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. They totally forgot to play their own game of hardpoint. And now the slow rotation over in towards Bakery might just be the undoing of Sharper Esports as they fight for their lives. 50-85. Blacklist International.Ultimate trying to run away with this game, but the boys from Thailand, they bake this little bread. Let's see if they can take this all the way.
yeah, we do see here AJ with the flank. Huge flank. The timing is going to be perfect here. And here comes the push from Blacklist. But Sharper will have that player on the left corner. We'll get a hit marker. And now Blacklist gets control again. We'll try to get killed from behind. But the push is coming through. But yeah. Takes out 2 players. And Sharper gets that last 20 seconds, AJ. And if you're Blacklist, you don't need this time. This is okay. But if you want to fight for it, there's a fight for every single second, AJ. And I like this from Blacklist. Sense of urgency. And Sharper, they're struggling a bit here. But rotation is going to be important. We do see number 1 and now on that rotation already. But, Blacklist getting that last 3 seconds. Make that 2 seconds. But Jamin takes him out. And on 95 to 74, a lot of time here to work here if you're Blacklist. And if you're Sharper, still a long game.
Yeah, 3 more seconds in here to the unlock. Sharper Esports going into challenge for the first hard point at Hotel Yard. And with the numbers, they can finally go in for the access, opening up the Hotel Yard for themselves. 55 seconds in here. Going to be absolutely impossible to run away with this matchup because this particular hard point as open as ever. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Vincent now with the stronghold, but the KRM will be able to assist him to hold on to those points. 92 to 98. Sharper Esports catching up and not allowing any of the Blacklist International.Ultimate players in, but as I say that, they take over, winning all of their gunfights with a 3-man stronghold in that Hotel Yard now, running away with this matchup. 107 to 94. Windsor approaches, hit marker, and gets taken down.
Oh! Jamin gets another kill. This huge kill. 17 seconds left, and here we go. This might be the rotation here. Sharper, they're just pushing in now, AJ, because they need to contest that hill, AJ. But we do see Sharper. They have to control that second hill, and now the rotation's coming here. Biggest gunfights of your life. If you are Sharper Esports, you are fighting for your tournament life here. 118 to 99 here. We do see Skirt is already in that next hill, but he has 3 players. Takes out 4. Skirt just doing a lot of stuff here. Gonna be a 2v2 inside with number 4 Skirt. We'll try to take out this player. Misses those shots, but we'll be able to try to take it out. But no, Jamin is there for the Dragonfire. Sharper, AJ, 118 to 102. Everything matters now here.
What, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we haven't been able to see much of those points being played because that's exactly how hectic this matchup has been. And now Blacklist International.Ultimate losing Warehouse over to Sharper Esports, who manages to tie up the points. And now they take over. Will Sharper Esports run away with this matchup, or will the Filipinos stop them in their tracks? 25 more seconds in here. And yes, it will be absolutely everything out in here for the play. Blacklist International.Ultimate making that final entrance, and they will be able to put a stop to the points roll from the side of Sharper Esports. 8 points ahead of them. Nobody wants to go upstairs to meet the boys, and only 1 player and now in making the play, surviving, getting that shutdown, and scrap points by Sharper Esports as they end that hard point. 138 to 120 in towards Granny's house. Blacklist International.Ultimate, they have the spawns, they have the hard point. Let's see what the Thighs have.
Yeah, this is its final gunfight here. Biggest gunfight for both teams right here. AG will take out One with Annihilator. Push is coming in, but one will pick to be and now in on the bottom floor, but no players. Rotation is coming through. Here comes the back alley. One final push if you're Sharper Esports, and you just have to hold it for your Blacklist International. 136 gets taken out. Contest is in. C1 will take out 2. 10 more points. Are we going to go to a game number 5? Blacklist International final push. 7 points to go. 12 points. Contest is in. 1 more player. 10 takes out as well. 4 points to go, AJ. 10 more points. Can Blacklist International eliminate Sharper? 7-5 more points. Can the contest come through? This is coming down to this. Last gunfight. Siren X with the contest. 1 more player to beat. No, but Sharper Esports gets control. 4 more seconds. Is there anyone else to complete? But 1 more player Skirt with the equalizer. 2 points. Can anyone contest? 1 more point. Last player to beat. Kenshi wins the gunfight. But no, Sharper forces to game number 5, AJ. I'm losing my breath, AJ. Game number 5 we go. Oh my God.
Well, I can just say one thing, Jericho. Welcome to the world of play-by-play. Sharper Esports. What a game! What a fight! Blacklist International.Ultimate. Oh, look at C1, man. The guy, he is out of breath. That was a crazy fight, a crazy showdown at the regional qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that was not a close fight because we had 2 teams who did not go in there not knowing Call of Duty Mobile, no Call of Duty Mobile mastery whatsoever. No. These were the 2 teams that are at the best of their games right now in Call of Duty Mobile, wrecking each other. 150 to 146. Sharper Esports. What a comeback.
What a comeback indeed, AJ. And that gunfight alone really just sealed the deal there. C1 winning those 2 gunfights. I thought Skirt had it. He had an equalizer, AJ. But oh my, I mean, I lost my, I held my breath there for the last minute.
I was listening, bro.
But it was such a great game, AJ.
Yeah,
it just showed how both of these teams, they want this so bad, and we have to go to a game number 5. It went the distance, AJ. I mean, if you look at this leaderboard, everybody did well, AJ. It just came down to those last gunfights.
Absolutely, and this time around, you know, Sarun X, yes, he frags at the bottom as well, but you know, he really has stepped up from the previous 2 games, which was desperately needed on the side of Sharper. And you know, with him stepping up, with him finding his momentum, are we going to see Sharper actually get it done in the next matchup? Yes, Sarun X has not found his mark in those 2 games where they did tank the loss. Even in the game where they did get a win, Sarun X was not at his best mode, right? So he might just be the game changer, Jericho.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be the game changer indeed, AJ. You know, all these players doing a lot here, AJ. Just back and forth, especially in that hard point, AJ. Just, you know, they all stepped up here, but this time, game number 5 is going to be the reset again. You know, they already got 2 games each, but it's going to be a map of Sharper Esports S&D. But remember what happened in game number 2, Blacklist 6-4. But can Soybad be that main changer now? Because remember, he's coming in here. You know, he's just in here for the S&Ds, AJ. So I feel like he really has to do something here, be that game changer for Sharper if they want to get this dub.
Yeah, I think Sharper Esports is on the verge of getting this, is on the verge of grabbing this victory and shutting down Blacklist International.Ultimate, mainly because of their map pick at Raid. Takeoff might have been a mistake, but I don't know if Raid is. I have to mention once again that they have already suffered 2 losses at Raid Search and Destroy. 2 OMG to Smart Omega as well as AMT, side of the Singapore's almighty. And now they take on one of the best from the Philippines yet again, Blacklist International.Ultimate. And they want to play Raid. They want to play Raid, Jericho. Do you think they have just picked their final resting place? Or do you think this might have just been a strat from the get-go to drop those matches initially just to make these teams think that they might not be as effective on that map?
I mean, honestly, AJ, it's, you know, if you're Sharper, you might have just chosen your resting place, honestly, AJ.
Because it makes no sense at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you, AJ. I definitely agree with you, AJ. So it's really gonna come down to those plays, and you know, each round, you know, the life will matter here. So I'm really looking at C1 to step it up, AJ. Remember, he's been doing really bad as well as Sarun X. But you know, Kenshi and Javen, Spirit might do another MVP performance here, AJ. But let's see what happens here. Blacklist International starting off in offense, but a very aggressive defensive push coming in from Sharper, AJ. 1 and 3, and now in yeah. Inside that zigzag, we'll try to find a player there.
Oh, that's a deep push coming through from Sharper Esports, and I love this stronghold coming from the side of the thighs, right? Absolutely unexpected, which allows a Nawin to just surprise and take over that fight against Jabin. But now Jabin has passed on that information already. They know that one player is in Central Garden, which gives yeah the opportunity to land some assistance and get that backstab as well if any of those players come in for the aggressive push in towards Central Garden. It's a perfect setup coming through from Sharper Esports.
Yeah, perfect setup indeed, AJ. But there we go. Kenshi takes out Soybad. And, you know, if you're Soybad, you got to win those, AJ. You know, you really have to expect the snipers of Blacklist just to know all these spots here. But here comes a push. Skirt. C1 will get taken out by 10 and Skirt. Taking out C1 and yeah. Well, it's going to be a 5 versus 2. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. Bomb should be able to go down to 8. And now Skirt, being that MVP in that S&D, AJ, is just, you know, roaming around because, you know, I feel like he's been getting those information that they need.
Yeah.
But number 3, AJ, and now in full flank on the other side, can they make a play?
GG for Skirt. He should be able to find his kill on Sarun X.
Oh no!
Pre-fires there, but lucky for him, Sarun X just notices absolutely nothing, oblivious to what just happened.
Oh, I was really scared, AJ. I thought I was gonna say the famous turn-on lines, but you know, anything happens. It's okay. Give us some shot here. Now we'll take out 1 versus 3 here, AJ. We'll walk through the smoke. And now inside already. We'll spot 1 more, but we'll also spot the second one. But Kenshi with that shotgun takes him out, AJ. and Blacklist International 1-0 in this game number 5.
I have to say that was a very good approach coming through from Sharper Esports towards the very end, but Anawin just got a little unlucky. He almost took Kenshi out of the equation, and all that was left was just slide back in towards that locker room and then snuff out the other player. But that, of course, is all in the past. 1-0 so far. Blacklist International Ultimate pulling that first round. And now it's an early access in towards basketball court. That A side going to be opened up fully from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Beautiful in terms of the approach. And now Sharper Esports needs to figure out a way to take this over.
Yeah, that's for sure. They have to take over, but the rush is coming through here. They gave up that A side, AJ. The retake's coming in here again, and now on that flank. Yeah. We'll get some hit markers here. But number 4, I think that's on number 1. That's gonna be Kenshi. We'll should be able to expect here, or he's gonna get taken out here. But Soybad open things up, takes out Kenshi and Tin. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4, 2v2 here. Soybad gets taken out. It's gonna be a 2v2 now again, AJ. Now 1v1 for both teams. C1 goes down, and it's all up to Anawin in a 1 versus 2. 15 seconds left. We'll spot one player, but gets tagged up. Gonna push on his own. Will not hit anything, and Javen takes him out. Blacklist International doing a lot of work here, AJ. And Sharper, no answer on this defensive side.
I am not understanding this. I thought this was like, the all-amazing trick up their sleeves where they pulled the raid map where they've already suffered 2 losses in this competition. I'm not so sure exactly what Sharper Esports is trying to prove. But then again, as I say that, I do remember they made a crazy comeback in the previous matchup. So nothing is, pretty much out of the hand just yet. 11 rounds in here. Sharper Esports should be able to push us all the way through to round number 11. It just looks like they want to play a slow game.
Yeah, AJ, but this is where we can say that S&D really wins your championships here, AJ, because the final game, it's going to be S&D. And now we do see it's going to be a stalemate again, AJ. I like this from Blacklist International, They're adjusting every round, even though they're winning the rounds, AJ. They're not doing a lot of stuff here. They're just pretty much just sticking to what they know. But the nade is there. We'll eat a nade. You can eat a nade if you have Flag Jacket. Soybad, we'll spot one. Information is given. A minute left. Now, let's see what happens here.
Oh, great nade response coming through from Soybad. Is he going to find anyone at the swimming pool? Does not, unfortunately. Kenshi with a response. That nade should be asking some questions of yeah. Misplaced. Will not be getting that hit marker confirmation as well. And needs to make a play. Inside of that locker room, there will be one player. Kenshi spots out C1, shuts him down instantaneously. And goes in for a couple of wallbangs. Skirt goes in and takes yeah out. One more for him. Kenshi just making it way too easy for the team. AG goes in for a little bit of assistance as well. Soybad with a returner, but it's now a 4 versus 2. Not looking too good for the Thais.
Yeah, if you're Black, you just have to play your time right here. No need to push. If you're Javen, good spot coming in here. Soybad has to get a pick here if you want to get this start, but Javen will try to hit that flying AJ. You do see that on the map. Pinch will come through. Javen takes out our next. All up to Soybad, but I feel like he's going to be stuck in a 1 versus 4. Will get taken out by Javen. Getting those 2 kills in that final round, and now 3-0. Things are looking really good for Blacklist International.
Oh, amazing stuff coming through from the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Sharper Esports, no matter how sharp they were in those previous matches, is just not really counting in this raid search and destroy. I once again do not understand this map pick, but let's just see if or not Sharper Esports still has something tremendous to pull out of the bag here. So far, it has fallen quite flat, I have to say.
Yeah, very flat indeed, AJ. Especially for a team like Sharper. I feel like the momentum is just shifting. Even though they won that game number 4, things are not looking well in this S&D, AJ, because they have to win a round now if they want to make a comeback here. Because Blacklist, they're 3 rounds away from from winning this game number 5 and eliminating Sharper. Remember, guys, eliminated. They're gonna get eliminated here if they lose.
Yeah, Blacklist International, the blacksmiths that perhaps taught Sharper Esports how to sharpen their knives in the first place, might be able to grab this win, man. I mean, once again, really good friends outside of the pro scene, Sharper Esports as well as Blacklist International Ultimate. And that friendship has been, blessing them with a lot of extra information, which you usually will not be getting on some of the other teams, which I kind of feel has played a lot in terms of giving Blacklist International Ultimate the upper hand in here. They were quite aggressive. They knew all of those rotations, and now punishes Anawin out. should be able to find another one for himself. Sarun X, revenge gotten on Tin. Sharper, Soybat dropped as well. Yeah. All alone in the midsection. Won't be able to survive this, Jericho.
Yeah, I like that double play coming in, but Siren X takes out AG, and Siren X gets taken out by Kenji. It's going to be a 3 versus 1. C1 all alone. He's going to get taken out from behind by Jabin here. Just smart timing, and just like that, 4-0 AJ. Slowly but surely, AJ, we are inching closer and closer from Blacklist International to getting this game number 5. Or will Sharper come back down 0-4?
What's Sharper Esports aiming for here? The title of Comeback Kings. I will gladly bestow it on them if they can make it the way back through. And now in dropping Kenshi out of the equation, as I say that one more opportunity, but the numbers will catch up with them. Skirt and Jabin dropping in for the response. And now Tin, beautifully well-placed nade, will be getting that information back, and that smoke will block out the players from the side of Blacklist International. Kitchen is an absolute no-go. C1 is jumping out to ask a couple of questions. Soybat not gonna find anyone, and I think with that little bit of a pause, Sharper Esports might just get taken out here unless C1 can make a play now, Jericho.
Yeah, C1 will spot one, but Jabin gets away with his life. It's gonna be a 2 zigzag, but they're gonna leave Skirt there. Skirt gets taken out, so no more flank coming through. They should be having that information. The rotation's coming through here, but no rotation from Sharper. They're still working with that one. If you're Jabin, yes, you have to get this kill. Timing will be very important here. Siren X just trying to spot something here, but Jabin slowly going left. And Tin hasn't really planted the bomb, AJ. I think they're trying to rotate all the way back to A again, but B is just clear, AJ.
Yeah, B's clear, but they're just not super confident with that play. 45 seconds in here. Kitchen has been abandoned. Call of Duty mobile timing at its worst and its best at the very same time, depending on who you actually support in here. C1 backing away. Basketball court fully open. And I tell you, Sharper Esports just got... I can't say the word because it's an official broadcast.
But here, Soybat will try to spot someone, misses the shot here. But Jabin and Tin, they don't need to push this here, but I think they're going to try to make the push here, AJ. Here comes the push, tagging him up as well, but time is on the side of Blacklist International. 30 seconds left, but man advantage, remember, from Sharper. They can manage to bait one AJ if they want to, or the pin is going to come through here. Jabin takes out 2! Huge 2 plays! And just like that, the push is going to come through. A C1 all alone by himself will get spotted as well. And this should be a round for Blacklist.
Yeah, this should be a GG for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, round number 5 for Blacklist International.Ultimate, maybe. Time running out. 9 more seconds. FXJ does not get the kill. Jabin actually slides out and gets the win either way. Beautiful from Blacklist International.Ultimate. A crazy shutdown in raid, as we perhaps foresaw, Jericho. I still do not understand, unless, once again, Sharper Esports going for the Comeback Kings title.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they want to do it, but at this point, seeding group AJ. You picked these maps, and now you're 1 round away from getting eliminated from the tournament.
Oh, it's a GG. This one went down to those map picks, and I, for no idea at all, will not be able to tell you exactly why we went into raid. Jabin wins his gunfight 4-2. Sharper Esports look like they are about to get eliminated from the competition, and it is an unfortunate situation, as, this should have been a series that they could have bagged, but the Filipinos just a little too sharp all the way through, and with that final takedown, Blacklist International.Ultimate serves that donut and moves on to the next stage as Sharper Esports turn up blunt.
They proved the haters wrong. They were getting doubted on, and now they just proved so much people that they can beat Sharper Esports. And if you're Sharper Esports, all that hard work just went out of the window. Epics alone costed them, but Blacklist just wanting this more, and now they're moving on to that next round, AJ.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Sharper Esports, this loss all on their shoulders. I feel like, Takeoff should have been pulled in for that hard point. They could have just left a totally different map. They should have banned raid from the equation. They definitely stood a much higher chance playing at Crossfire. They have gone in against other teams at Crossfire in the past. They've managed to get those victories. We're talking about Search and Destroy Crossfire, where they defeated Rimo Sadewa 6-5. We're talking about those other matches where they showed us so many impressive moments. But as they pick Raid, they handed over this opportunity to Blacklist International.Ultimate. And when you hand over an opportunity like that to the Filipinos, you can bet they will take it and they will run away with it, because my oh my, who gives away opportunities like that, Jericho?
I mean, I don't know, AJ. But then again, it's just, it's your day sometimes it's not. But today was the day for Blacklist International, AJ. And AJ, I can proudly say that I finally predicted series right. 3-2 Blacklist International. Let's go.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. But it's the first one of many to come, Jericho. I can guarantee you
yes,
that.
Sir.
Here's the thing, man. Sharper Esports, they turned up, but they turned up quite poorly. The map picks is exactly where they lost this whole thing. And it is a little disappointing as a fan, but it is very, very exciting as a shoutcaster to see Blacklist International.Ultimate beating Sharper Esports on their own maps that they have taken. Even as Sharper Esports get that coin toss, Blacklist International.Ultimate rising above all else, managing to bag the 3-2. Even the first series been pushed into this fifth map. I have a feeling the whole competition is gonna go this way for this quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's gonna go all the way indeed, AJ. But then again, AJ, if you are Sharper, very valiant effort, but at the same time, I don't know, man. I don't want to say it in that way that you really costed your own series, but it kind of looked like that, AJ.
It's okay. I'll say it. They dug the grave, and Blacklist International.Ultimate buried them. That's about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Sharper Esports thought they were, kind of digging that grave for Blacklist International. And I kind of thought that they were doing that as well until they picked Raid, and I confirmed, nope, they dug it for themselves.
Yeah, they fought all the way through that game 4, but in game 5, it wasn't even close. It was a donut, AJ. And I mean, at this magnitude of a tournament, you can't be having donuts in that age. I mean, it's just, you know what I mean, AJ? You can't have donuts at this level. You're a top team and you're getting 6-0 in game number 5.
I can accept the donut. Trust me, I can. Because, it's that sort of a competition where sometimes you show up just a little bit lesser, and the teams that you take on are the best of the best in their regions. And they're the best of the Garena regional qualifiers as well. They are the top 8, right? So you cannot underestimate them. You cannot show up half-baked. And, you will get punished. Sharper Esports, on the other hand, they showed up strong in those 4 matches. But I need this question answered. What made them think to pick the worst performing match, the worst performing map throughout this whole regional qualifiers as that final one instead of banning it out? Because quite frankly, I did not see Crossfire to be, the biggest threat from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. But, whatever said then done, man. Whatever said, they played amazing matches, and they definitely gave Blacklist International.Ultimate a run for their money in some of these rounds. But at the end of the day, one team could stand. At the very end of the day, one amazing team will be able to move forward, and it just happens to be Blacklist International.Ultimate.
I mean, pretty much that was it, AJ. I mean, in this S&D, it just showed why Blacklist International was a better team, AJ. In S&D alone, pretty much, they were pretty much secured on this one, and they really worked on their on their map picks, AJ. They really turned it up. They really know what to do there. That's the game-winning kill. And then domination, it was a back and forth fight, but I feel like all the players of Blacklist just stepped up. They were just really turning up the heat, AJ, and they deserved that victory on that game number 3.
Absolutely. I cannot argue with you. They definitely did deserve that victory. Crazy stuff coming through from all of those players, especially with the score streak setups coming through for the end game of this domination. Sharper Esports very carelessly played a majority of their score streaks early, but Blacklist International.Ultimate, they communicated and they pulled theirs out to, pretty much around the same time in those final moments. The Dragonfire did pop out quite a number of times as well. I wouldn't say very badly used, but not as effective from the side of Sharper Esports, because they pulled theirs out towards the end of this round. And Blacklist International.Ultimate, on the other hand, pulled theirs out at the start of that second half. And that's just the huge difference maker in terms of the information that is fed back, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. You know, momentum really shifting towards both teams, but it just really went to the Blacklist, especially in this last moments. Kenji, big kill here coming in from Kenji, AJ. And that pretty much sealed the deal there. And now trying to do stuff here, but I mean, that was domination here. Oh my, AJ. You can take this one, AJ.
At this hard point, it was quite back and forth, right? Blacklist International.Ultimate, they were there, but Sharper Esports, they opened things up very, very well. It was a heated battle, back and forth on that first hard point, but when we went on to the second hard point, it was just Sharper Esports coming in, knocking down the door of Blacklist International.Ultimate, but the responses were quite there. The responses were solid, but the early rotation is what I liked from the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate. Going in to set up Granny's house after they knew Warehouse was just not the place where they were going to win the game. And they did get the setup, they did get the spawns as well, but it was the relentless fight from Sharper Esports that was just a thorn, you know, just sticking under their foot, right? Wherever they walked, it was just very, very painful for the side of Blacklist International. On the reset, it was pretty much the same as well. But the comeback of all times, man, I kind of felt was happening over at the second time we stepped into that warehouse.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, AJ. That second hill pretty much changed the game there. I feel like if Blacklist had at least a little bit seconds there, it would have been over than this P3. I mean, that's pretty much it. Just, you got to win every gunfight here. Everything was going back and forth. Just pretty much sealed the deal there. And here, I thought they were going to win here. I thought Blacklist was going to win here. But there was just the gunfight on the front, AJ, at the back as well. Everyone was just winning their gunfights. Last push coming here. Sarnex wins that one. And then now with that Annihilator, but there was one last push coming from Skirt with that Equalizer. The Equalizer, but it lost to the MX9. You see that he looked at the right, AJ, and then here Kenshi winning that second one, but C1 MX9. It was just very unfortunate for Skirt. I feel like if Skirt switched over there a little bit more, probably could have won that already. But you know, it was okay. Game 5, very different story.
Yeah, not as unfortunate as Sharper Esports were in this fifth matchup. It was just one-sided all the way through. But, you know, very aggressive holds coming through on the defensive side for Sharper Esports. And I kind of feel... I don't know if that was the game breaker for themselves, but that definitely didn't really sit well with me. It was way too aggressive, and they paid high prices for that. But overall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the soldier of the game, the most valuable player for the side of Blacklist International.Ultimate, the one and only Skirt, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, you could say most valuable Pinoy, AJ, but 18 kills, a lot of plays coming in there, AJ. Yeah. He was pretty much that him and Tin actually pretty much is doing a lot of stuff, especially in each game. He was double positive, AJ. Double positive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you know, we can expect more from them because that's exactly what Skirt has been proving all throughout this competition. And I really will say my bet was on Sharper Esports because of their performance over in the group stages. But Blacklist International.Ultimate, with this victory, they have just managed to just throw that smoke screen up once again. This was the same side that had fallen to M42 3-0 Jericho, and for them to make a comeback in this fashion and hold back a dominant team like Sharper Esports with such close matches back-to-back, and then to finally bag it on a 6-2-0 is definitely a huge warning for all of the other teams in this competition, man.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. You know, both teams really played so well. You know, I would commend kudos to Sharper, AJ, but you know, Blacklist just a little bit better. But guys, we do have something for you guys. You know, for that best of 5, we actually reached our first milestone. It is the double weapon XP card, guys. Take a screenshot. You guys deserve this. We already had our first one. We got 2 more, guys. So 2 more, and coming right up next, it's going to be a very, very, very great matchup, guys. So share the stream. Go enjoy. Don't get... do it for us. Do it for me and AJ. We need those codes. We all need those codes. So, guys, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So don't forget, you can share this particular stream and you can also jump onto all of the other broadcasts. We've got the Tagalog stream running as well and all of the other platforms, not just on YouTube, not just on Facebook. Well, technically, if you're on Facebook, go share the YouTube streams. If you're on YouTube, share the Facebook streams out as well. We should be able to hit the 50K, I'm pretty sure. Come on, man. I mean, first series in here, we are already done with the first target of the day. I think the COD community is on fire, Jericho.
Yeah, definitely on fire indeed, AJ. But I mean, it's just the beginning. I'm already losing my breath. And
Not yet, man. Not yet. There's just been series number 1. We've got 3 more to go, and I've kind of got this little wish in my heart that each and every single one of those 3 series will move on to match number 5. Right? I don't want to see any 3-0s. I don't think we deserve a 3-0 at this stage. We've got the best of the best in Garena in here, and very clearly all of these teams play the best of Call of Duty Mobile. I think they all deserve that match number 5. But which team will be dominant enough to actually bag the 3-0 is a good question as well, because a 3-0, I kind of see it as impossible. But if a team manages to go beyond all of whatever I've said and still bag that, that would be a true shocker in this competition, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But they set the tone right. Blacklist and Sharper, congratulations to Blacklist for moving on to the next round. And Sharper, very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Sometimes it's just not your day, AJ. And today, it was Blacklist's day. They are keeping the dream alive, Sharper. But it is what it is.
Unfortunately, it is exactly that, right? They don't make it through this time around, but I am looking forward to seeing the boys from Sharper Esports moving forward. They've shown us quite tremendous plays in Call of Duty Mobile already, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but we are now left with 7 more teams, with Blacklist International.Ultimate moving on forward. We want to see exactly who else joins them. So we're going to push it on into a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be Series 2 of the competition.
Thank you.
Digunakan di hardpoint selanjutnya, namun Jeff dengan machine-nya masih coba terus zoning. Gravity sebagai berhasil dilompati, namun Jeff masih cukup kuat untuk bertahan di arah hardpoint keempat ini, Wis. Yes, Jeff masih bertahan cukup kuat, tapi DG udah 3 digit di Bang Rosio. Jeff, masih sustain di situ baik, dan udah ada 2 skor yang kebuka, dan sudah ada tersisa pun Jeff masih terus melaju. Oh my god, untuk Jeff.
เหลือเกินเจซีตามเขาไม่ได้นะวินเก่งตรงนี้เก็บไป1ฮะเย่ๆจะเข้าไปเทคได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วชาร์เปอร์ตรงนี้ได้2จุดคืนมาในพริบตาเดียวก็ A กับ B แล้วเก็บได้1คิวอะสังหารไอด้าไปครับเย่ๆ
มาติดเหมือนกันกับชาร์เปอร์
Yeah, very well played here. 82 to 44. 7-9 now has control of the new one, and if you're AFN, you have to get this hill. This hill pretty much sets you up for victory here, AJ. But here comes the death machine. No kills coming in from Kai. But now look at 7-9 just positioning themselves in these.
Kembali lagi, hardpoint transfer tidak pernah ada banyak contested, dan beraja dari Blacklist pun juga langsung berada di arah hardpoint ketiga, di mana udah dikirim 3 orang di sana.
But with the backstep coming through from Bang now, he should be able to go in for the shutdown. But Irfan J is the one with the beautiful shots. Allen with the prevention. One final shot does not come through in time, and the players get shut out of the equation. It's going to be Almighty aggressing fourth bay. 1 shot, 1 kill. Irfan.
下个点对面已经准备好了吗？进到点内，配合上亚瑟的进攻，先把这个点拿了下来，没有问题。不过对面马上从1楼进来了，现在复活点的部分功率是在 M4 了，所以他们在冲点的时候速度也还算是 OK 的。
但是没问题的话，他只要把点内的一个位置给太。
134 Ambition เก็บ2มาจะคิดเน็ตคิวได้134มาแล้วจะ135เลยครับ Ambition ได้มาอีก4คิวได้ไหมWDC เอายังไงต่อครับ Ambition สเปรย์ยาวมาดับเบิลคิว
Ya, coba langsung bergerakan aja untuk match pertama dan coba untuk langsung melakukan setupnya di arah site yang pertama dari hardpoint. Kita lihat aja untuk di fase yang pertamanya trophy itu selalu dipasang.
Ranger was trying to hold on to the Raptors. They get it done right, Jericho.
Yeah, they get it done right, but the lead is still leading AJ. Even though the Raptors got those early spawns, they just flipped it immediately, and RC now has control of the second hill. The Raptors trying to make a push here, bottom push, but the trades are not coming. Bang does get 2, but Ed takes him out as well. But here comes the push. Raptors finally have control to take out Allen. RSG is taking control of the game right now.
contest. They need to win each and every single one of the gunfights, and Venom brings in the Sparrow in the nick of time, drops 10 out of the equation, goes in for another pop, gets the double win, and this is M42 closing off the game, 148.
Langsung berdengar kembali dan tim Omega Esports hanya membutuhkan 10 poin lagi di mana Indra masih melakukan zoning dan oh my god.
他们是没有发现金库里有人蹲，然后直接被金库里人带掉2个，是不是？看起来有点像。亚瑟跟滑闪先瞬间狙掉一个，那对面还有2个人在，时间不是太多。第2枪没有中，哇哦！
อาจจะเสีย2เกินไปอะ A กับ C ได้ C กลับมาไวคือเสียแต่ว่าได้ไงอะทำไมเพราะว่าในคะแนนตรงนี้ยังห่างอยู่มา20คะแนนอยู่ว่าตามน่าจะไม่ทันแล้วถ้าไม่เก็บ3จุดตรงนี้ก็ไหลมาตรงนี้ก็โดนเก็บไปจากวินเตอร์ได้ไหมวินเตอร์ไม่ให้ฮะ
เป้าขออย่างนี้ได้ดีมากวินเตอร์นี่คือจุดสำคัญคนที่3ด้วยครับวินเตอร์คนที่ เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. Eds on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตัวนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Garena Regional Qualifier, the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifier. I guess I'm sorry, I'm losing breath from that first series, but we got 3 more guys. I'm BB Jericho here with the Mustachio AJ. And guys, before we move on to that next series, we do have a special message here, guys, that the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the official mobile device of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. It is the best mobile device to play Call of Duty Mobile in any FPS game.
If you're wondering why, you have to wonder no further. We'll explain exactly why, right? Step up your game and share your victories with the game enhancer experience for your ultimate performance.
Yes, that is true, AJ. It has fluid motion, 120 hertz refresh rate display. This is the only mobile phone that has this, AJ. We do see this on monitors, but now it is in the Xperia Sony 1 Mark III.
Oh, absolutely, man. To make things even better, the 240 Hz touch scanning rate, it is basically 4 times higher than the previous model. It basically means that you get to dictate exactly what happens on the screen with precision control, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. And not only that, you can strike first in the dark with a low gamma razor, enhancing image details in dark areas that highlights your enemies without overexposing bright areas of the screen. That means with those dark areas, if you have this on, you'll be able to win all those gunfights.
Yep. And winning gunfights is not just about seeing them, it's about hearing them as well. And you get to outsmart your enemies with the audio equalizer. Heightened sounds such as footsteps or gunshots so you can hear your opponents coming and react before they do.
Yes, that is true. And lastly, AJ, this is technology co-developed with pro gamers, responding to the demands of pro gamers. Sony recorded the finger movements of pro gamers, then performed touch response tuning while reproducing those finger movements with a robot for precision control. So this phone is essentially for gamers, by the gamers. That is the Xperia Sony 1 Mark III.
And that's exactly why it is the best phone for Call of Duty Mobile as well as any FPS games that you can get out there. Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, go grab yourself one. Or if you don't want to purchase it just yet, drop onto any of those stores and try to, test it out. Play a game of Call of Duty Mobile on there. I'm pretty sure the guys at the stores will let you.
Yeah, you can try it out there. Then, if you like it, then buy it. But with that being said, AJ, first series did not disappoint. Sharper Esports. Goodbye, Blacklist. Moving on to that second round. And now, this is going to be a good one, AJ. Dunya Game Esports versus Omega Esports.
This is going to be a absolute crusher, man. Because, when we look at the side of Smart Omega, They have taken on Dunia Games in the past, and, you know, when we look at the head-to-head with Dunia Games against Smart Omega, previously as they were known as NRX Jeremiah 2911, at the previous regional qualifiers, they got beaten 3-0. At the Philippines, Indonesia show match, they got beaten 3-1. At the Garena Invitationals, they got beaten 3-0. Dunia Games have always been at the top when they have met the side of Smart Omega, but this time round, Smart Omega, they step into the competition and they want to win, and they desperately need this win because once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this time round, it's not for the NRX brand, it is not for the Smart Omega brand. They are doing this for their coach, they're doing this for Kia, and I think they might be able to pull it off, except the fact that Dunia Games Esports, yeah, they are no jump squad. They are definitely one of the strongest in this competition, if you're not counting in WDC.Freeslot. And Omega Esports, they definitely have a huge mountain to climb. The Indonesians are not going to be making this easy. In fact, if they get the coin toss, they will be looking in every single way to make this as difficult as possible for the Filipinos.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be very, very tough, AJ. But here is the schedule. A look at our schedule again, AJ. Remember, Sharp River's Blacklist for our first game. For our second game, which is going to be DG versus Omega. And right after that, WDC.Freeslot versus Rimo Sadewa. And to close out the day, we're going to have ALMGHTY versus M42, AJ. So, you know, 3 more games, guys. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to be all best of 5. But then again, single elimination, AJ. And to touch on that, AJ, what you said, yes, this is Omega. They're doing this for Kia, you know, a very good friend of mine, AJ. And, you know, I feel like they need to ride on that momentum. They got to do everything here. So, but it's not going to be easy. It's going to be against Dunia Games, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And quite frankly, there's not much of momentum to kind of ride on, right? In the group stages, it was quite a interesting push coming through from the side of Omega. They didn't really go all out in each and every single one of their matches. They kind of were not 100%, I have to say. I mean, let's give a few examples. Against ALMGHTY, they could only take away 1 match at the Crossfire domination, and they fell to ALMGHTY 2 matches. Albeit it was quite close at that hard point at standoff, but overall, that was still a loss. And the same thing happened to them as they met Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, the team that just got eliminated by the team that has already beaten them to win the Philippines Championship, Blacklist International.Ultimate.
Yeah, no, Blacklist going through that, and now can their brothers make it through? But first, they have to go through against this team. We have DG Esports side, we have Venom, Jetsky, Zen, ZZ, Ihan, and Jeff. We've seen these boys do a lot, but can they keep on going, or will they get dethroned by Omega? But I feel like these boys, you know, they have such a great chance now of winning, but it's not going to be easy.
No, it's definitely not going to be easy because of what Smart Omega stands for, because of why Smart Omega is in this competition, and exactly what they are fighting for. But Dunia Games, to a certain degree, although they love and respect their opponents, they don't really care. They want the victory equally. They want to move on to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 presented by Sony, and they want to dominate Worlds as well. But Omega Esports, that one team they have to overcome first. It's not going to be easy for Dunia Games as well, knowing exactly how good Smart Omega is in these games. But you know, we have to leave it at the end of the day, perhaps, to the coin toss. Early on, Sharper Esports, they got the coin toss, they didn't win it. Is that going to be changed by the ones who managed to dictate the pace of this matchup? Jericho, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be hard for Dunia Games, but we've seen them thrive in these situations. They're used to this already. You know, if they go down 0-2, they know what to do. But I feel like against those kinds of teams, like the smaller teams, they can do it. But against Omega, you can't go down 0-2, because if you go down 0-2, Omega, they're going to put so much pressure into you that you're just going to want to just not play anymore.
Yeah. I kind of feel like I want to answer my own question there a little bit as well, to add on to what you said, Jericho. You know, coin toss, winning it, fair enough, but it's going to come down to those map picks as well, right? because, you know, the final raid pick coming through from Sharper Esports earlier on just gave that matchup away. Are we going to see a similar situation in this game as well? Crush, 6ix9ine, Jay-Z, Whoopi, Kendi, as well as Idra stepping up to take the matchup for Omega Esports. Can they go all the way, or will they get shut down right here? The whole world is watching. More importantly, all of your fans from the Philippines watching. A lot on the line here for the boys. And, you know, equally for the side of Dunia Games as well. Two top dogs going up against each other. It's a 50-50. I have got 0 picks in the upcoming matchup.
I have to agree with you, AJ. I don't even know who's gonna win this, because both teams, they're capable of bringing that flag for Garena and, you know, winning it all in global. If, you know, but it's just really hard. AJ. But, you know, if you're gonna ask me, I'm sorry for all those DG fans. I have to go with Omega.
Now, I still want to wait and see exactly what happens to those map picks. I'm curious to see if or not Dunia Games have been throwing their firing range matches on purpose. I'm curious to see if they actually bring firing range into this matchup, right? So here are the team camps for Omega Esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. All smiles in here. Candy's, you know, pumped up. They want to go into this matchup, get that victory, walk out the champions of Garena. That's not gonna be possible today. They have to wait for tomorrow, but they can start things off by eliminating one of the biggest names in Garena, a name that they have not been able to beat just yet on the big stage, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. And here are our MVPs, our head-to-heads. We have Idra, you know, quite frankly, the best player in the Philippines with 15, 11, 6, and 2-2. We have ZZ with 12 and 12 on the kill and death with an assist of 5 and a score of 2-1. Not the best numbers. Idra obviously has the upper hand here, but both players can do a lot of play, so we will see them do a lot in this series.
Yeah, I hope to see both of them step up. ZZ, you know, we have seen him go into many of those situations, the absolute anchor in some of them, and he does know how to dish out the pain, man. He wins each and every single one of his gunfights. But what it's going to boil down to is those map picks. Dunia Games, with Lady Luck looking straight in the eyes, smiling at them. They win the coin toss. They get to dictate the pace. They go in here to pull the very first ban against the side of a Smart Omega. And I have a feeling this is going to be either Crossfire or a Raid. Raid, we've seen them pop off at the Search and Destroy, but it's going to be Hackney Yard. It's, to a certain degree, I can agree with as well, but I don't think Dunia Games has to worry that much about that map.
I agree with you, AJ. Very surprising pick again, and this is where I don't know if DG was watching Sharper versus Blacklist, but we just saw there that the map picks, it just came, oh my god, this is perfect for Omega. They pretty much won the coin toss here, AJ.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I mean, Smart Omega, they don't have to play at Hackney. They take takeoff themselves off of the list. Very smart play as usual. I don't know if it's because they have not mastered the map fully or if they're keeping it for a grand final showdown, because I can definitely tell you there has been no map in Call of Duty Mobile in the history of my shoutcasting journey that I've not seen Smart Omega master the moment it is out. If there's a competition, they step in there and they are usually the team that shows the other teams exactly how to play or take certain strats in these maps. And Dunia Games actually are going to be pulling off one of the stronger maps from the side of Smart Omega, which they knew will be a threat at Search and Destroy in for Hardpoint. The mind games have started early. I like this from Dunia Games.
I really like this from them. They want to take it in, but now, you know, Omega, I think they're pretty happy with this pick, AJ. You know, Raid Hardpoint, yes, they're good in Raid S&D, but Raid Hardpoint,
range.
Different story, but let's see what happens here for S&D. It should be a Crossfire, but the fourth map is going to be Summon Hardpoint. I like this pick coming from Omega.
Yes.
Very one-sided here. You know, you expect Crush here to do a lot with Whoopi with that double KRM setup. So let's see what happens here.
Absolutely, man. Search and Destroy, of course, is going to be the next setup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is going to be a Smart Omega pick first, and then later for Map 5's Search and Destroy, that gets picked by the side of Dunia Games. So I'm expecting Smart Omega to pull in any map except Firing Range. Please do not do it, Smart Omega. I beg of you. Because if you do, I am thinking Dunia Games is going to just absolutely crush it out there. But even if Smart Omega does not pull it, oh my lord.
I thought we were going to see a crossfire, AJ, but fire range indeed, AJ. I feel like they read a lot of plays coming from Dunia Games because they showed a lot of firing range in the group stage, AJ. So information is given there. They have that advantage there. So I like this pick coming in from Omega. It's actually a very nice pick. And if you're Dunia Games, hello Darkness, my old friend again, firing range again, AJ. Let's see if they can pull it off, or will Omega take this game number 2?
Look, statistics say that Omega will be able to win at firing range, because the same statistics says that Dunia Games have been absolutely sucky at firing range, search and destroy so far. But I have a theory that I have been fluking all of those matches because they want their opponents to pull firing range in for that matchup. So, let's see exactly how that breaks down. Thankfully, it's in matchup number 2 and we will be able to get that answer fairly soon. Standoff is the response coming through from the side. They get to go in there for that map pick, final map. Crossfire. This is the pick from the side of Dunia Games for domination. Is it going to end on a 3-0? I highly doubt it, but let's see if it is possible. Annihilator struck out. Sparrow going to be removed from the mix as well. Basic bans on the operators will be able to open up the usual jazz that we've been able to see in these games, equally as effective.
Yeah, I like that. I like that DG wanted to... They baited again. They wanted to ban the Annihilator, and I thought they wanted to use the Sparrow here, AJ, but they banned it, so Death Machine, Equalizer, Gravity Vortex in play, AJ. So let's see what happens here. But, to touch on game 3, AJ, that Crossfire, I think it could go either way. I feel like if it was Crossfire S&D, would have been more one-sided towards Omega. But since it was firing range, it gave a little bit of hope for Dunia Games. But I feel like they kind of read it through. If they pick Crossfire domination, I think Omega's much more confident on that side. But then again, DG Esports, it's their map pick, so they might pull something out of their hats, AJ.
Well, let's see if or not it's just going to fall flat, whether they are going to fall flat on their faces like Sharper Esports with some of these map picks, because I'm not super convinced except for that firing range. And even that firing range can go either way, man. But let's see exactly how things open up at Square Center here. Smart Omega, they make their way in first. Crush needs to win those gunfights, but he misses 3 of those shots. And lucky for him, he has Idra to back him up. Crush not finding those initial kills will definitely concern the Filipinos. 14-0 though, they've opened up the first hard point well, Jericho.
Yeah, and this is what they want, the control coming in for Omega. They already have that laundry control. We do see Idra on that laundry side. Very huge control, but there's going to be one player at the back, which is going to be Jeff at the back trying to get that spawn. But now Omega is milking every rotation should come in here if you are DG.
Yeah, Raid is definitely a map that, Dunia Games should have banned out of the list. What I don't see, it's not like Omega Esports isn't a threat at Hackney Yard, but they're definitely a bigger threat at Raid in comparison to Hackney Yard on any of the match types that they play. That much I can definitely say, right? 42-11, well played by Dunia Games, but it's just those scrap points, not going to be making much of an effect. And now Kitchen opened up well, and the Indonesians are, just getting crushed left, right, center. I thought they would be able to win it over with that opener, but now they get shut down. Jet Sky making those plays come through. 13-49. Let's see if they can catch up.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Finally, DG getting some life here, AJ. 20-49, AJ. And now they have positioning control. They have that anchor spawn, but here comes the push from Omega. Can they fight it? But Jeff takes out 3. Jet Sky takes out another one as well. And DG finally gets some points on the board, and they can take over the lead.
That needs to be set up by the side of Omega Esports though. They're taking it way too straightforward. Central Garden flowing in back to back. And now the distraction being set up from the side of the locker. Swimming pool shut down. Whoopi not able to bring much of an effect as Venom takes him out of the equation. Captain Jay-Z on the other hand will not be able to do anything as well. A double kill falling onto him. I believe it was Venom that picked it up. 49-52. The side of Dunia Games equalizes just before that hard point expires. And now as we troll on in to the third hard point at Garage, this is going to be the fight at Gorilla Base that's opened up by Omega Esports.
Yeah, that is true, AJ, but here comes the push. It's gonna be DG getting that control. 50 seconds in, but Omega has that push coming through. We'll try to take out that one, but there's a sentry gun there, AJ. Sentry gun coming in from DG, but gets destroyed immediately by Omega. And now here comes Jeff trying to make a play here, but will get slashed by Crush. And just like that, they have control of the hill. Still get another slash from Jay-Z. And the Katana making the plays here. But here comes the Death Machine. Jay-Z just going left and forward that Death Machine. This is where the Death Machine is very, very good, AJ. And now 57 to 56. No one's getting that time. But we do see Omega just contesting the hill. Jay-Z first in, first out as well. But DG getting that push here. But they're all going to get stunned. But just like that, DG gets that 10 seconds left.
10 second scrap points for Dunia Games, but it's something where it will be very, very effective and useful in this matchup because Dunia Games, from the get-go, they were going in there for the challenge, not allowing Omega Esports to pick those points up. Finally winning that final gunfight, they take a very, very well-deserved scrap time. And now over at Basketball Court, is it going to be a similar situation? Opened up by Omega Esports, but that pressure flank now coming through from the side of Dunia Games. Jeff trying to spot out Jay-Z. Captain Jay-Z with the opportunity, shuts down Jeff with his MX-9, and this is the play which will allow Omega Esports to make their comeback. But the XS1 Goliath set up now. Kendi trying to take him out. Gravity Vortex being sent through, and XS1 Goliath eaten up.
That was such a smart play gun for Kendi, but finally gets taken out. Here comes Jay-Z, will get taken out as well. But Idra is there for the help, has a better missile to use. I believe he should be able to use it here, but they're not. There's no brute force. And then Idra, trying to do everything, gets one. Can he get the second one? Yes, he gets Idra making the plays. Should be able to use the Predator now, AJ, but saving it for that next hill. We do see Omega getting that control, getting that last 10 seconds. And now the rotation's going to come through. Either gets taken out, but Omega are finally going to hit that 100-point mark, AJ. And it's going to be the fight for that middle hill, AJ.
Oh, absolutely, man. And this is exactly where things get spicy. On towards the Central Garden. The players from Dunia Games, clearly the ones who are going to be there first. 103 to 80. The setup at Central Garden can be solid from the get-go, but the defense on Central Garden going to be very, very tough. A couple of nades in there for the opener, and then you rush in, snuff them out. Crush as well as Whoopi. The best combo in here. But as Whoopi gets dropped by Jet Sky, can this be won by Omega Esports? They seem to be losing their gunfights left, right, center. And Dunia Games should be able to catch up and overtake Smart Omega.
And now we do see 104 to 103, AJ. Here comes the Predator missile coming in from DG. We'll take out one. But here comes the double Death Machine setup. But Omega, they still have a lot of time here. The game's not going to be over here, AJ. So expect our rotation coming through. But Omega struggling right now in this final hill, AJ. But the push is going to come through. 15 seconds left. If you're Omega, all you have to do is play that rotation. But if Kendi can make a play, we'll take out two players. One more player to beat. This is going to be huge for Omega. Final 8 seconds left. Jet Sky is going to get taken out. That's going to be huge time. And now rotation has come through. But AJ, you do see that DG already set up in that next one. Has a sentry gun as well.
Yeah.
One push for Omega and one hold for DG.
Yeah, for me, Kendi was the playmaker for the side of Omega Esports moments ago at the Central Garden. I mean, it's not about those plays or the fights that he finally managed to win at the very end. But let's talk about Indra just doing a lot of the heavy lifting, taking out that sentry there as well, and breaking down the defense that these players have over at Laundry. But it hasn't been enough. The backup needs to come through. Omega Esports challenging for that hard point, losing the battle, and now 39 seconds to finish things off. A beautiful Predator missile dropped in, takes absolutely nobody hostage with it. 135 to 109. Dunia Games trying to run away with this, but on that point, one game, one playmaker for the side of Omega Esports opens up that hard point.
It opens up that gravity vortex, turning things around, but Crush will get taken out. Dunia Games, 10 seconds left. They have to contest here. Here comes a contest from one player. We'll try to takes out one, actually. Kendi making the play. It's going to be a 1v1. Kendi right now playing for his life. Finally gets taken out, and scrap time is good. And now they're going to give up this time. They don't need this. They have to work on that next one. And here comes the push coming in. They have their operator skills to work. Big kill on the left, being AFK, and now Omega, they have control here, but they can't lose any gunfights here. And here comes the gravity vortex, gonna make a play. Kendi with the gravity vortex will open things up, take out two players. One player to beat. Kendi takes out another one as well. Quad feed inbound, and now sentry gun down, and Omega, they're gonna make this comeback, AJ.
Well, let's see if or not the Kings of Comeback will actually be able to get it done on one of the grandest stage of them all. Omega Esports now have to win all of the gunfights. Whoopi running out of time. He drops and the death machine shut down. It does not come through for the guy. Jetsky winning his gunfight is the kind of pressure that ODG Esports needs to run away with this matchup. But the challenge from the side of Omega Esports continuously comes through. Yes, they get the fight. Yes, they get the hill. But immediately won back by Dunia Games as well. Sten getting a lot of the heavy lifting done for themselves. A 3-man push coming through. And Dunia Games wins at the first match. 150 to 131.
Yeah, it was just really too much for DG. They got that triple push in the end, AJ. And Omega just struggled in that last hill, AJ. They really struggled in that P5. And then next rotation, the sentry was a little bit too much. Just a little bit too much time there, AJ, for OMG. But, you know, Dunia Games getting that game number 1 finally gets on the board. Now, DG winning on that. Finally, once they won their map. But it was very, very close, AJ. Let's see what happens in game number 2.
Absolutely close. And, you know, this is the side of Dunia Games doing the absolute difficult from the get-go, right? Now, I'm trying to make sense out of the Hackney Yard takedown. And very clearly, Dunia Games is playing both their, you know, exactly what they're good at and then exactly what they are not so great at. So maybe they just didn't want to play that Hackney Yard because they don't think it will be a great match from their side, and they remove it from the equation, playing to their, you know, their stances first, and then they look at the board back. Okay, we've got raid. What do we do with it? We allow it to be on the table. It's definitely going to be set in here for a search and destroy, and we're potentially going to lose that in, you know, looking at what has happened in the competition so far. Very brilliantly pulling it into hardpoint was the game changer. They take it. Well-deserved victory by Dunia Games.
Yeah, very well deserved indeed, AJ. 150 to 130 when he came down to that the second rotation, AJ, with that sentry gun, really just changed the game. That 6-man alone really, you know, it focused the fire on the enemies, and OMG, they had to go up against other players there before facing that sentry gun. You know, we did see Kendi do so much huge plays there, but the time just really came down. That one in the triple push at the end, AJ, a little bit too much there. But now we're going to move on to game number 2, Firing Range S&D, a map pick of Omega. And let's see if they can turn things around.
So the question here is fluke or not a fluke? Are we going to see Dunia Games destroy Smart Omega on this map, which they have just been, you know, showing and not showing up on? Every time they've stepped into firing range, they've either been defeated or been taken all the way into round number 11, where they have managed to fight back just a little bit. That very specific match up happened against M42, where it was in that round 11. All of the other matchups, 3 specifically to AFM, WDC, as well as M9, firing range, search and destroy, DG has lost.
Yeah, that is true. They lost all those S&Ds on firing range. I feel like that's the pick coming in from Omega. But then again, those losses were very, very close, AJ. It was always 6-5. It was always 6-4, 6-5. So I feel like it's going to change here. But then again, Omega, very, very well known for S&D. You know, Whoopi with those snipes and Crushes being ultra aggressive. The best player in the Philippines. So
yeah,
you have a lot of stuff here. So I feel like Omega, they just have to work their way on this S&D.
Well, let's jump on into this matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is going to be Search and Destroy at firing range. A map pick by Smart Omega. Let's see if or not they will be able to get this matchup. They take it on against Dunia Games Esports, who have the bomb in their hands. And it looks like it might just be a push towards the B-bomb side. Warehouse number 4 might be under attack, but it's a little too aggressive for ZZ for my liking. If he gets taken down early, Smart Omega should be able to put a lot of pressure on that bomb.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. If he gets sniped or probably get naded here, we do see Whoop here just scoping in. We'll spot one, but we'll just shoulder peek it. Information is given. And here we go again, AJ. The offense from DG. This is really struggling all the time on offense. They always try to play on this delay strat, but it's just not working for them. I feel like, you know, you're Dunia Games. You have no fear. Might as well just go in there with someone going down. Just like that. Yes, Zen goes down, but you can double down on that one and force it in if you're going to push together.
Oh, smart plays by Whoopi, immediately backing away. Oh, gets the checker on the stun as well. And the information will be relayed over to the rest of his team members. In the meantime, takes a couple of wall bangs, finds absolutely nobody. But this one sniper has managed to scare away the rest of the Dunia Games players. And now it's all up to Captain JZ, opening up, and he takes ZZ down. And the bomb now on the ground. Captain JZ making the play, gets a double for himself. And Idra finishes it off as Smart Omega opens up strong against Dunia Games Esports.
And this is what I'm talking about. I know it's only first round, but I'm going to keep on repeating it. DG's offense is not working at all. They have to find something here. Get trailer control if you want, or maybe rush together. You know, the play for picks is not working because Ehan's not having a great time with that sniper. I know it's only the first round, but if they lose this, it's because of their offense, AJ.
I'm not understanding exactly why this map was not banned if they're definitely playing it, in this way. But I think things are going to change around because Dunia Games Esports, they are setting up something special here. We'll be looking for those snipes, trying to reclaim the throne of the best sniper in the Philippines. But is he going to be able to hit all of those snipes? Idra shuts down Venom. It is a 5-on-4 situation now as the bomb once again goes in to see exactly what it can do over at that B bomb side. Backs away, the numbers not looking good on the side of Dunia Games.
Yeah, not looking good indeed, AJ. And now it's going to be a 5 versus 4, but Ihan takes out Idra, and there we go. That's what you need there. Let Ihan find a way for you to push, and here comes the push, but we'll spot 2. But stuns, JZ will get stunned as well. Has that attack mass in hand, AJ. Very good push coming in here. Candy will work with his teammate. It's going to be a 4 versus 2 now. 2 players go down. Jeff gets taken out, and AJ, things are not looking well for the side of DG.
Well, Matsan is finding his scopes here. That's going to be a great opener for the side of Smart Omega as Whoopi hits a 4-kill round. Smart Omega. I think I might just scream it out in this particular matchup, Jericho.
I mean, you should. It's warming up, AJ. It's warming up. Production, gotta watch Whoopi. We gotta watch Whoopi. But now it's gonna be a 5v5 again, 2-0, AJ. And same offense coming in from DG. Not a lot of innovation coming through. Oh, almost. Whoopi is teasing AJ here. But still, stalemate again, AJ. Another
too aggressive
round
for my liking, though, Jericho. Guy's gonna give me a heart attack.
Yeah, I mean, if you're up 2-0, you could be this aggressive, AJ. I like it from them, but DG, they gotta adjust.
But you know, mistakes are something that you cannot afford against Dunia Games. 2-0 in Search and Destroy, it's nothing, man. You know, things can turn around so quickly. Even a 5-0 on Search and Destroy against Dunia Games, absolutely nothing. But now, as I say that Idra as well as JZ, they find ZZ and Ihan. Jeff taken down by Idra, the best player in the Philippines. And it's going to be JZ with the backstab. And the setup for the 5-on-1 is now on with only one final player. Zen trying to survive, perhaps getting a clutch. Manages to shut down Whoopi. Great backstab, but the information has gone out. Everybody knows exactly where he is, or at the very least, the rough position. Zen now might get caught out by the numbers, but he needs to make a play. A well-placed nade might be able to shut down Idra, and that's exactly what he needs. Idra needs to back away. Hitmarker gets a double, maybe! But Candy, just a little too good.
Yeah, numbers game. Just really doing the work there for you. 3-0 now, AJ. And Omega looking very good on S&D. Can DG answer back? You know, Venom, Jeff, and ZZ still yet to find a kill here. But on the other side, Crush, he's just there chilling, AJ. And Whoopi, 6. I think there's one player who's 6, and no, I think it's JZ, AJ. And now, here comes the rush. I like this from DG. This is what you need. Whoopi takes out ZZ, but they can still force it in. Here comes the fight, AJ.
Players from the side of Smart Omega, they back away. Luving just crushed in deep inside of warehouse number 4, and a little bit of backup coming through from Idra as well. And I like the setup, seeing that Whoopi has backed away all the way in towards auto repair. You get your sniper out of there at the very first sign of danger. Later on, he can come in for the access. Candy as well as Crash jumping out to shut down. Candy gets a double piece for himself. So quick. Dunia Games shut down. And with a great setup from start to end, it seems like Omega Esports might just run away with this.
Yeah, it looks like it is. And there we go. JZ 7-0, AJ. And Kendi 3-0. Just great plays coming in for the side of Smart Omega and DG. No answer at all. Here comes another delay strat. They're just having a hard time in this S&D, AJ.
Oh, and that hit marker is going to be something that Whoopi does not like. Let's see if or not he goes with the stun check first. Another one coming towards him. That's gonna be a frag. That's not gonna be able to find him at all. Dunia Games, they back away. But with the loss of Idra, this is gonna be quite a tough situation to hold on to. And now a stack coming in towards that A bomb site. And yes, we do see the trophy system set up through as well. Ihan as well as Venom winning their gunfights. And this should be a bomb plant that Smart Omega cannot prevent.
Yeah, that's true. And that's what we like from DG. The adjustment, it took them a while, but now they have things going here. Whoop, on a 1v1 sniper battle, but the Ihan decides not to use it anymore. We'll take him out. This could be a 1v4 here. All up to Candy. Will get one, but finally gets hit by ZZ. And finally, DG Esports gets in the board. And I like that. That final round, get at least one. Don't get 5-0, but now switch of sides. Let's see if back on defense, or will Omega end it in the next 2 rounds?
Yeah, I think Dunia Games desperately needs to make a comeback in here. They were quite cheeky, moving on very aggressively towards that B bomb site. Whoopi punished them 2 of those 5 rounds. Let's see if they can make it through back in here once again. Dunia Games with a very aggressive defense. Zen running all over the map, looking for some players. Crush getting caught out, and it's going to be Venom who goes in for that kill. Venom finds Whoopi as well. The numbers don't look good for Smart Omega. It's a 3-2. Venom inside of the white warehouse. Candy shuts him down. ZZ looking for him. Shorty, hit marker, does not get the takedown, but Ihan is there for the backup. Idra will be able to trade one out, leaving us in a 1 versus 1. The attacking side of Smart Omega, the bomb plant on the ground, but ZZ wins that gunfight, and the defusal is gonna be possible with Dunia Games making it back 2-4.
Yeah, I mean, Idra had the whole grid. They're very unfortunate, but MX9 just a little bit faster than AJ. 4-2 now. DG slowly getting some momentum here. If you're Omega, try to slow things down now. You know, you tried that rush here, but you still have a lot of rounds here to work with. Try to slow it down. You know, get the picks with Whoopi. But DG, defense is going really, really well here. Let's see what happens here. AJ, but we do see very aggressive again from Omega. They want to get that trailer control, and they do get it. Now let's see what happens here. But Venom takes out Crush, and now it's going to be a 4 versus 5.
Oh, this is one of the most aggressive defending sides that I've seen, and Dunia Games will be paying a high price for it, just like they are in this round, if they continue with that sort of an approach. Idra, yes, he almost got taken down by ZZ, but that's not going to be a situation they will not be able to cope with. And with that bomb plant now, ZZ has to go in for this aggressive plays. The quick scope maybe. Oh, Shorty manages to punish Idra, who was not very careful with his position, and a 3-3, a great opportunity for DG Esports to turn it around, but Whoopi finding that scope. Venom will be able to trade it out. That drops us in a 2-2. JC takes Venom out. It's a now 2 versus 1. Ihan, the sniper, he should have an MX9 on him as well. Should be able to catch JC. Spots his head, punishes him very well, but Whoopi saves the day. 5-2, match point for the Filipinos.
Very good plays coming in. The adjustment, I like it coming in from Omega. And now 1 round away, AJ, to tie this series up, AJ. But if you're DG, you gotta try. You gotta be perfect here anymore. You gotta be perfect. Can't have any mistakes here. Let's see what happens here. Ihan with that sniper will be very aggressive again. AJ, another aggressive round coming in from DG.
I want eyes on Whoopi, man. JC inside a white warehouse. Jeff might be able to punish him. Jumps up together with his friend, and they should be able to put up a lot of pressure. Now, Nade being sent towards the side of the bomber does not get a checker, but yes, there was a hit marker on him. He needs to be very, very patient. Candy backs away with the bomb. Ihan looking for these scopes, and it looks like the pressure onto that A side is what Smart Omega's looking for, and it's what they will. But Zen, with the very aggressive approach, might be able to shut down a player. He takes Candy out of the equation, but immediately gets traded out by Jay-Z. We are left with a 4-3 here, Jericho.
A 4 versus 3, 3 versus 4. Indeed, AJ bomb is down here. But Whoopi will find that bomb. And ZZ takes out Idra. It's now going to be a 2 versus 4 AJ. And I think they know there are going to be people here, but here comes the push. Jeff, bomb is going to go down, but Jeff will get back. We'll get that information. We'll spot 2 players. And here comes the retake coming in from DG.
Oh, smart play. Lucky for Whoopi, he did not get taken down, but well-placed shots coming through from Ihan. Snuffs out Whoopi, and that information play is just stellar coming through from Dunia Games Esports. They will try to equalize, but still quite a way to make it that 3-5 so far. Let's see if they can hold Omega Esports at that match point whilst they try to push us into round number 11.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. AJ now 5-3. Slowly but surely, DG working their way back on this game number 2. Or will Omega close it out? Venom takes out Whoopi. 4 versus 5 immediately now. AJ and Omega still struggling here, but they can go for this push. They're going to be forcing this area, AJ. Let's see what happens here. Number 5. Zen, the timing is going to be impeccable. Gets taken out by Crush. That's what you need, but Venom takes out Crush as well. Traded out. 3 versus 4. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. CC will spot Idra as well. 2 versus 4, AJ, and things are not looking well for the boys from Omega.
Yeah, because all of a sudden it's just super sloppy plays back to back from Smart Omega. Even as they tried to back away from that warehouse number 4, from the B bomb side, they should have just kept an eye on their backs. They knew they were already losing one too many men. They should have not lost that final fight. But it is what it is. 4-2. Smart Omega, are they going to be able to make a comeback here? The answer is a no, as Venom shuts down Jay-Z, leaving Kendi, the bomb carrier, all alone in here.
All alone indeed, AJ. Kendi will spot one, but gets away with his life. No trades coming through. That's very unfortunate. We'll spot one more, but the pinch is going to come through. 5-4, AJ. Round 10 coming up next. Will we go to round 11, or will Omega pull it off already?
Excellent plays coming through from these players. Let's see if or not they will be able to step up to the plate and grab this victory finally. Smart Omega, they've been sitting down on this match point for quite a while now. Dunia Games making an amazing comeback. And it is going to be Ihan scoping down shooting range. That A bomb side has been covered. Kendi moving towards there as well. Whoopi trying to clear out this area. And this is the opportune moment for Ihan to prove that he is the better sniper. Is he going to be able to take these early shots? Will Whoopi be punished? That's potentially going to decide exactly how this round goes, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Now, very important gunfight here for Zen and Crush here. Timing, Call of Duty timing. Oh my. Here we go. Zen, I think he heard Crush there, AJ. It's going to be 1 minute and 10 seconds left. No one is moving at all, but this is such an intense one. He does spot that grenade, AJ. And the stun as well. But they get stunned over at A. It's going to be a gunfight. Crush gets taken out by Zen. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Ihan trying to sign someone on the smoke, but more information is given. Idra, he has to make the player, AJ. There's going to be 2 players there. What kind of timing will he get, AJ? Is it going to be the nice kinds of timing? And I think he will just able to get 1 player off. We'll spot 1 more player to beat there. And that is perfect timing, but Venom takes him out, AJ. And now it's going to be a 2v4.
Yeah, so this is what I was talking about, right? Are we gonna see Omega Esports get caught out by the fake? Oh no, Whoopi pulls out the shorty a little bit too late and gets punished by Jeff. Smart plays, but unfortunate. Dunia Games Esports actually managing to hold Omega Esports back and equalize, forcing us into the tiebreaker, round number 11, as Dunia Games takes that bomb right back into their hands. Are they going to get aggressive, or will they play it slow? It'll all depend on this, but Whoopi needs to be eliminated first. If the best sniper from the Philippines is left alive, it will be very tough for them to take this matchup back. Zen with a very aggressive move in towards that bomb site. He goes in, pressures off Crush from that spot, and they will be able to drop JC out of the equation as well. And this is a 5 versus 4. ZZ Zen will be able to drop Crush. The bomb finally going down onto the ground. Venom holding the backstab. And this is just a GG. Do not pick firing range. Smart Omega. I told y'all.
Oh, the collapse has come through. The comeback is done, and DG up 2-0 now. And calm, cool, collected. They are DG Esports, and they won that game number 2, AJ. And they shut me up, AJ. No, they've been playing really bad in all the S&Ds, but this one, they took this one because it was really important. And now, moving on to game number 3, are we gonna see our first order, or will we see a reverse sweep?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's really dangerous as a shoutcaster to go out there and say, oh, you know, this team's not giving it their best, this team's, you know, they're taking it easy, because it's really going out of your way to make a huge statement. But I guess this is why I make those huge statements, right? For moments like this, Jericho, where Dunia Games just steps up and proves statements like that. Right, firing range was a huge smoke screen setup from the side of Dunia Games all throughout the group stages. And unfortunately, it was obvious to me. I don't know why the side of Smart Omega did not see that, because it's the strat of Smart Omega that was being played by Dual Games. Smart Omega does the exact same thing. They drop certain maps on purpose, and then they make a crazy comeback on those maps just to unnerve their opponents. Dunia Games playing the mind games of Smart Omega against them, and what do you know, my friend? It seems to be working like a charm.
Yeah, dude, AJ, and I mean, I as a former player can agree that in S&D, it's better to have a 5-5 than in a 5-0, because it's harder to close out in S&D. That's what happened to Omega. Once they switched sides, they just had a very, very, very hard time here, AJ, and now it just costed them. They made that comeback, and now they're one game away from elimination, AJ.
I am absolutely shocked with the way they have taken this. You know, just like Sharper Esports moments ago, the matchup was kind of lost at the map picks in itself, but it is not all done and dusted just yet. It is a best out of 5. If we see Smart Omega making a final second comeback at that domination map, we might be able to see this still alive for a lot of the Filipinos out there. And you know what, for the sake of the competition as well, man, for the viewership, because if Smart Omega drops out, like, I think half of our viewership drops out together with them as well. But you know, jokes aside, this is the team that has definitely been in here from day one, constantly taking the fight up against Dunia Games, constantly trying to grab that win as well. But as we mentioned and discussed at the start of the series, history shows that Smart Omega has not been very, very successful. And I guess the present time shows that that success will have to be very, very well and hard fought. Crossfire Summit standoff. Will the Filipinos be able to take this all the way, or is this going to end at domination Crossfire? I think not, because Crossfire is Smart Omega's map and they should be able to dominate. But after what we've just seen, Jericho, anything goes, man.
Anything goes indeed. But I mean, it is what it is, actually, AJ. You know, they were really struggling from the get-go. You know, DG, I was very harsh on them on that S&D, which was we saw it. They were really struggling on that offense, AJ. But once it's the side switch, AJ, that's when they turned up. And then in that final round, they switched again, and they showed that ultra rush. And then if you're Smart Omega, you just had to win one more round. But you know, DG adjusted in that final rounds. And now we're gonna see game number 3. Are we gonna see a 3-0 AJ, or are we gonna see a reverse sweep? Let's go, game number 3. Here we go. It's gonna be on Crossfire.
Well, they're kings of comeback. That's one more title that Omega Esports hold on to. And from the get-go, it looks like it's a double cap. That A and B flag sharp in their hands. And now the prevention gameplay coming through from JC potentially. And yes, he manages to win all of his gunfights. That B flag is going to be strong in the hands of Smart Omega. Now, my biggest question is Smart Omega going to go in here for a spawn flip and then continue controlling that C and B flag as the side of Dunia Games puts on the pressure? Because I feel like as soon as Dunia Games picks this B flag up, they should be aiming for that C and that spawn flip, because they will be able to overtake the game instantaneously. But that play should only come through once they lose that B flag, because as long as they've got the hole, there's no reason whatsoever to let go of this opportune situation.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Very opportune time here, but Omega on that early lead finally gets it, and DG will slowly get that. They're just struggling right now. You know, central bidding being controlled by Omega. I like this play coming in for them, and if you're a DG, you gotta work on that left side. But Crush finally gonna get taken out by Venom. That's gonna be moving 2 more players inside, but Candy's still alive, making those huge plays. But being counted at the same time, particular will not help. But the Candy will take out 2. The timing just went off there, and Candy working on that Goliath. We'll try to find that player. We'll still win that, and he has that Goliath already.
Oh, just absolute brilliant plays. He sends out the Hunter Killer drone first, absolutely bots that, and then just jumps on in, takes a double kill for himself. Smart plays, amazing from Kendi. But now 46-27, Dunia Games still trying to make a comeback through. Yes, the Predator missile gets dropped, not super effective, and the triple cap. This is the moment. This is the moment that Smart Omega goes in for the spawn flip, and the setup is perfect. Triple has been put into play, and the B flag cap coming through through from the side of Junior Games, and I think that's a bad idea. They have to focus on the A flag instead, and it's a little bit too late. They've wasted those precious moments, and they've allowed Smart Omega to run away towards that 75-point mark now. Hunter Killer Drone being sent out, going to be able to do absolutely nothing. JC, the captain himself, stepping on in with the Death Machine, trying to go in and spawn lock all of these players, but the trap is just unsuccessful as they make a play now. B and C sharp in their hands, 75-34. Junior Games kind of stuck.
Yeah, kind of stuck indeed, AJ, but that's Kendi making those huge plays and Crush. You do see Kendi with 50-4 already, AJ, just in the first half alone. But can they keep it up, or will Junior Games make a comeback here? They have a Goliath, remember, AJ. So now let's see what happens here. Junior Games having that A and B side, the more favorable side here. Let's see what happens here. Kendi with that smoke coming out now. We'll put some shots down. Kendi get a 16th kill, but teammates are there for the help. And here we go, coming in through Kendi with the kill as well. Working on more score 6 here, AJ. And I like this from Omega, just helping Kendi out. They're waiting for Kendi for him to get...
I love Smart Omega whenever they play on the Gorilla-based side, because the control that they have over middle lane is absolutely supreme. With all of their gunfights, they truly show us exactly why they are the favorites within the Philippines. Quite honestly, the favorites within MSP. Crush just slicing and dicing. Jeff goes down, 88-43. Junior Games Esports, they are desperately trying to make their strong way back in here. XS1 Goliath popping out as well. Kendi's going to be on the operations, and at the same time, he should be able to cut off middle lane and the flank towards the C flag, as well as step into that B flag and put on a lot of pressure. But Jeff manages to catch him. Kendi snuffs him out, and the play needs to come through. But unfortunately, Venom and his Death Machine just too good. But now Crush making those plays through, a double cap coming through. Whoopi trying to help him out as well. They pull that B flag back, and Smart Omega might be able to run away with it now, Jericho.
Yeah, Smart Omega may be able to run away with this, AJ. 107-56 now, AJ. And now we do see all the players from DG just trying to push in one by one. You do need sentry gun from CAJ. We'll be covering Butchers, but DG actually hopping on B here. Still a possible comeback here, AJ. But you see plays coming in from Smart Omega, splitting all their gunfights. Crush with that KRM. We'll shut him down. And now we might see a game 4 here, AJ.
Yeah. And this is why I kind of said Crossfire should have been the map that was banned out for Omega Esports. They absolutely love to crush it out here, no pun intended. And who usually is their MVP? The one and only Crush. But Kendi has been absolutely phenomenal throughout this whole matchup. Zen stepping up, shut down. It's going to be Jeff from the back as well. Kendi making those monster plays. 19 kills so far. Picks up his 20th and the 21st. This guy's an absolute playmaker. A monster on Crossfire. At 134-17 now. Junior Games finally manages to cap Kendi out, but it's just gonna be a little too late. The boys from the Philippines, they've run away with this matchup already.
Yeah, they've run away with this matchup indeed, AJ. 147-3. We're gonna go to a game number 4. Omega is not saying goodbye, and DG, they had a chance, AJ, but they blew it with this game number 3, AJ.
Yeah, they should have just banned out that Crossfire from the get-go. I would have taken my chance against, the side. I mean, not personally. I know Smart Omega will cap me in like 3 seconds. But if I was Junior Games Esports, I would have definitely taken my chance over at Hackney Yard in comparison to Crossfire. 150-79, I believe the final score was. They couldn't cap it. Game number 4. Here we come, Jericho.
Yeah, here we come indeed, AJ. And things are looking bright for Smart, but they have to win 2 more games in a row. And let's see what happens here. DG, 1 more to go. But then again, the next map is going to be for Omega. They have that map pick, AJ. So let's see what happens here. Look at the scoreboard. The 21, 22, 18, 15, 12. And if you're looking at DG, it's really hard to see, AJ. Venom with 17. Yes, and then you see Jeff with 9, ZZ with 5, Zen with 11, and Jetsky with 6. You don't really see those numbers, AJ. But DG struggling in that game number 3.
Yeah, but my heart goes out to Crush, because after winning that matchup, he goes out with a fist bump, and everybody just slaps his fist. I don't get it. I hate it when people do that to me when I go out for a fist bump. But Crush, I understand exactly how you feel, man. And then he goes out for a high five, and then people still slap his hands. I don't get it. But Crush, I understand exactly how you feel. 150-79, they finish off this domination crossfire. I don't know if or not the reverse sweep for the series is going to be super viable or not. But with that setup, I think Dunia Games would have been a little bit unnerved. As we move on into its summit, we know it's a one-sided map. And Guerrilla Squad is exactly where the side of Dunia Games has chosen to go in here and start this matchup from. And when you move on into its hard point from the Guerrilla base, access into control room number 2 is going to be super duper favorable. You move on into that second floor first, Jericho. We've broken this down in the past already. But my question is, will we actually see an immediate spawn flip coming through from the side of Smart Omega? Because if they are able to pull that sort of a play off from the get-go, we might be able to see them cap that second position as well. Because I've almost never seen them lose the control of spawns for that second hardpoint. So the first hardpoint is really going to be a tough fight for them.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, AJ, indeed. And remember, the spawns here for Omega, they have that the advantage here, in my opinion. But DG, Omega for that second hill, but DG, they're going to get that second floor control. Let's see what happens here, if they're going to hold here. But we do see here Venom try to get those early spawns here, but Crush is going to be that first one. And they don't mind Crush. Crush gets through clearly, but he just misses those shots. But he will get through there, AJ. But now here we comes the push.
Oh, look at this, man. Invade straight up from Captain JC. He manages to step on in, and they do spawn it out towards the Guerrilla base. And this hole from Crush as well as Captain JC is going to be solid. Yes, they take over the spawns over at Guerrilla base, trying to be won back by Zen. Zen now going in for the shutdown, wins it back for the side of Dunia Games. And the ploy and the play from Smart Omega immediately shut down by Dunia. Yes, they did go in for the spawn flip. They focused on it a little bit too much, and Dunia Games, if they manage to run away with this, still not really out of their hands just yet, mainly because of the second hard point. Like we said, the second hard point and the favor goes to the side of Smart Omega, and they've almost never lost this spawn control for that second hard point. So I kind of feel in the second one it should swing their way a little bit, but 51 points from Dunia Games over a team like Smart Omega, I would have never thought that would be possible in one hard point.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. We did see Jetsky fully streaked out, has a sentry gun, and also a Predator missile inbound, AJ. It's looking very, very well, but now finally, Omega finally gets that 1 point, AJ, but 56-1 here, AJ. Things are not looking well for Omega. They have to start making this comeback, AJ. 57-3 here, but Crush is going to get taken out as well. And DG, they're not looking back right here. They're just going all in with this, AJ.
Oh, now the players from Smart Omega, they have got the spawn, and the Predator missile does not come through. It's not been activated by these players. Why? Because they don't seem to be winning a majority of their gunfights. Venom just flowing in, snuffing out, and Sentry pulled out at the edge platform, and the spawns won over by Dunia Games as well. This seems to be a walkover victory, and Dunia Games actually going in for an early setup over at cable car platform. Yes, scrap points picked up by Smart Omega, but 10 seconds ain't gonna do jack as they move on in to cable car platform. This is the third hardpoint play, and Dunia Games opening it up with the death machine, and I feel like that's gonna be a premonition for Smart Omega. Absolute death as they step on in. Venom taking out JC and Whoopi, and that's exactly what... Oh! The sentry set up just before getting taken down. Manages to actually make the play before dying as well. What can stop Dunia Games now, Jericho?
It's just pretty much all out war, but Whoopi is there for the trade, but they momentarily get the hill, but the push is coming through. The Predator missile takes out too, and Omega, they have to push in now. They can't push in together. You have to go one by one. Individual plays will be happening here now, AJ, but it's looking really, really bad here, AJ, and Dunia Games, they can close it out in this next hill, but if you're Omega, you have a long way to climb.
The Kings of Comeback leaving it way too long to actually start making any plays now. And this is just an impossible situation to actually pull through. 121-18. Even if you are the best team in the world, recovering a matchup like this against a team like Dunia Games Esports, pretty much impossible. Scrap time not even played by Smart Omega. They scurry on through to the blue radar station as we can see a sentry set up from the side of Dunia Games to run away with this matchup, and the spawns being locked by Guerrilla Base, by Dunia Games as well at the Guerrilla Base, and that's gonna be all that is needed and all that it will take to shut down the Philippines. 132 to 22 now. Dunia Games, the Indonesians trying to run away with this.
Yeah, and now we do see 130 to 23. Indeed, AJ, they have control. 6-man is in for that sentry gun. And Smart Omega, they have one final push for their life. They're fighting for their lives, AJ. It's looking very, very... they managed to get that time, AJ, but they have to hold it in. One push from DG can end the game here, AJ. So every gunfight matters here, AJ. 144 to 32. The contest is in 5-4 seconds. Kendi fighting for his life. There's going to be the push coming through. Can they make the comeback?
Oh, beautiful. As they drop towards the cable car edge as well, they win all of their gunfights, but the stab does not stop. Here comes the player from the side of Dunia Games. Jet Sky gets shut down as the rest of them now, they trail on into control room number 2. Smart Omega making a comeback from absolutely nowhere, and no other team would have been able to stand this long against Dunia Games. So this is an impressive setup, but now as we move on into control room number 2, I'm afraid it's not going to be as easy as it was at that 4th hard point.
It's definitely not going to be easy as this one, AJ. We do see will be trying to make the play here. It gets taken out, but finally gets taken out as well. OMG gets that control, and slowly but surely they're climbing, but 5 points is all that DG needs. And if you're DG, one good deep push is all he needs. Jet Sky DG open things up, and here comes the contest. And it's all up to you. One more player to beat. 4 more seconds. Crush gets defeated. Can anyone contest? And Omega has been eliminated from the playoffs, AJ. 3-1. DG is moving on.
It's a little unfortunate, man. It all goes down towards those map picks at the very end. And firing range. Don't pick firing range. They should have seen that coming. They should have known that that was a trap. And it was the mind games and trap set up by Dunia Games Esports that manages to bag this victory. And no, history will not lie to us. History has told us that at every single meeting, Dunia Games has managed to rise up to the top. Dunia Games has managed to bag the victory. And the 4th opportunity on an official platform, Dunia Games once again gets it done. The upset just a little overwhelming for the side of the Philippines.
It's just a little bit, just very unfortunate for the boys of Omega. But DG, they came here to play. They pretty much this game, just wire-to-wire victory, AJ, from the start to the finish, AJ. Crush not having the best of games, 6-16. Idra 11-15. Whoopi with 11-18. But, DG 19-9, 18-11, 22-14. Pretty much just everyone was winning all their gunfights, but it was not enough for the side of Omega. DG, just a better team today, AJ. And that will end the run for Omega Esports.
Yeah, and at Summit, it was just a one-sided match all throughout. From the get-go, we see exactly what Smart Omega tried to do. They try to go in there, they try to get the spawn over at Guerrilla Base, but they seem to have just focused in on that spawn control a little bit too much. And, I feel like that was the right thing to do, but at the very same time, the control room play seemed to have broken down. As the players tried to take over that spawn, the players who were in charge of winning those gunfights at control room number 2 were not getting the job done. And that spawn control falls down. Zed manages to go in there for the prevention. And, the side of Dunia Games, they just snowballed that in towards the edge platform as well. Hardpoint number 2 was just all-out domination for them, even though we did see the side of the Philippines managing to win the spawn at the green radar station. But of course, as we jump on in here to the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this was that first matchup at Raid, where we saw Dunia Games pick up their very first victory, Jericho.
Yeah, that very first victory indeed, AJ. It was a very close one, AJ. It wasn't as easy as it looked, AJ. It was very close. So those first 2 games were just very, very close, AJ. But this play right here, Kendi, very smart play with that gravity vortex. I thought they were gonna win it here, but the contest just came in too much for the side of DG in that P4. And Idra, that Predator Mesa, he saved it for so long, but in the end, it didn't really get anyone, AJ. Remember in that second rotation, he used it, but no, he just didn't take out anyone. Very unfortunate for that one, but you know, it just came down to this hill right here. This hill was very important for DG because in this hill, AJ, you don't expect yourself to get a lot of points here, but DG, they held it on perfectly, and Omega, they couldn't do anything, and now that game one pretty much sealed the deal here.
I agree with you, man. I mean, at the, in the previous seasons, in the previous competitions, the one game changer at this fifth hill would have been the cluster strike. You bring the cluster strike in, and that's all you need to perhaps, just guard that place down, drop a couple of your players in, and pick up all of those free points. This time around, it all fell down to the mechanical plays, and to a certain degree, the mechanical plays were moving back and forth between the two teams at this particular map. But, overall, Junior Games just winning a majority of their objectives. And I have to agree with you. One of the main hills that was completed on was that central garden play. And as we moved on towards kitchen, after we went in there for the reset, it was just all out Junior Games once again. But it was the firing range game, although it was taken quite well by Omega Esports, truly, truly disappointed me. Mainly because they should have kind of seen this coming, man.
Yeah, I mean, they should have kind of seen it coming, AJ, but, they believed in themselves, AJ. And in this S&D, I mean, this is just where it's just full. They just lost full here, AJ. As a player, I feel how they feel. One round away for at least tying it up and, having one more life here. Could have went to a game 5, AJ, but it just didn't matter anymore, AJ. In the end, it was just all Junior Games.
We usually say the sniper needs to step up. The sniper needs to step up. Dude, Whoopi, he was fully awake in this matchup, and he was taking those kills. He was taking those frags. One of the MVPs for this matchup, but still that was not enough. The rest of the players, although they were playing their part, it was not as strong and as calculated as the side of Junior Games Esports, who actually managed to make it back through. They held on Smart Omega to that match point for such a long time, equalized it, sent it into the extra time, and bagged that matchup as well. Tremendous performance coming in here from the Indonesians, and to the very end, it was just a match where Smart Omega got outclassed at the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they got outclassed indeed, AJ, from start to finish. That was pretty much it, AJ. And then this last round, one by one, they fall. Again, they tried to do everything there, but pretty much they got decimated there. In this domination, AJ, I mean, Smart Omega, one-sided from start to finish.
Yeah, so this was a great comeback coming through from them. Crossfire was definitely their map. So similar to what was the mistake coming through from, the side of Smart Omega with that firing range pick. Junior Games kind of, goes in with this choice as well. But it was either this or playing them at Hackney Yard, which I have a suspicion Junior Games kind of banned out because they themselves were not super confident. I feel like, they would have gone in for a different map ban, potentially Crossfire, if they did not feel that way. So it might be something the other teams can look to exploit at the following stages.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, AJ. They just pretty much stuck with their map picks, AJ. You can't really, no information coming in for Junior Games. So we might see something new in that semis once they face again that next team, AJ. But for now, they are in the driver's seat with this one, AJ. They're just really that top team, AJ. And now that Sharper is eliminated, also Omega's eliminated. We are seeing the best of the best now, AJ. The last 6 now, AJ. But here in this hard point, this game number 4, I mean, wire to wire again. But this time it was Junior Games.
Absolutely, man. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we hope you have enjoyed the broadcast so far. Don't forget to hit that like and share the stream out as well. We are aiming for 50,000 concurrent viewers. And I kind of feel like that was the matchup where we would have almost hit it. Hopefully we did, because after this, WDC versus Rimo Sadewa, everybody's just going to be focused in on all of the action. They're not going to have a lot of time to hit that share button. So take that opportunity right now. Smash that like, smash that share as well if you have not done so just yet.
Yes, that is true, AJ. You got to smash that like button, AJ. But here, closing moments of that hard point, AJ, pretty much just, it was really hard. It's very hard to come back from down 100, AJ. It's quite near impossible, AJ.
Yeah, I agree with you, but if it was possible for anyone, it would be for the Comeback Kings of the Philippines. But the Comeback Kings should have kind of started that kind of rise from destruction a little bit sooner. you're kind of right, man. With a 100-point deficit, that would have been so difficult for them. A lot of pressure. But at the end of the day, only one player can be named MVP as their team picks that victory, and it has to be Venom. Instrumental for a majority of these plays. With a shorty in hand, shorty in game, he was definitely a death dealer.
Yeah, he was Venom with 15, 11, and 6, and 1,741. Definitely the MVP for this team, AJ. Doing a lot for DG, but pretty much it was a team effort for both teams. It was only that one game that they were struggling. You know, it was that domination, AJ. You know, I feel like a lot of teams are going to be looking at that. You know, Crossfire, not the best map for DG, but they managed to pull through, get that map 4, and now they're moving on to that second round.
Crazy stuff in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the Garena regional qualifiers, the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021, presented by the Xperia 1 Mark III by Sony. If you guys are enjoying the broadcast, let us know in the comment section exactly how you feel with this victory, with the defeat. I know a lot of the Filipino fans did not expect to see Smart Omega go down this early in the competition. A few more of them would have not expected Blacklist International.Ultimate to be the ones to actually make it through. But at the end of the day, we have to remember Blacklist International.Ultimate. They are the Filipino champions who did not win that by a fluke. They really fought hard in the Philippines Championship. They bagged it, and against sharper Esports, they've proven themselves yet again. So the Philippines still alive and kicking in this competition, Jericho.
Yeah, live and kicking indeed, AJ. But yeah, you know, a lot of people thought that both Philippine teams were going to make through. No, you know, we already saw Blacklist taking out Sharper in a very, it was crazy series. And then this one, this time Omega got eliminated. Yeah. So, you know, the former Kings of Garena no longer here. We're going to crown a new one, AJ. And that, I mean, pretty much it is what it is, AJ.
I am super duper excited, man. I mean, with the old Kings out of the pages now, we are about to crown a brand new one. It's not going to happen today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. All of the action going to break down tomorrow. But I think we've got a code, or was that a call for break?
I think we have a code. I was calculating it in my head. I think we hit 40K viewers, AJ. So we're going to have that code. Production, Jan Demand, show the Rainy Day Crate. Here we go, guys. Take a screenshot. Thank you for all your support. We still have 2 more games, so like and share. Call your mom, your dad, your sister, your brother, cousin, everyone you want, and share that stream. Thank you for all the support, guys.
Absolutely, man. 40K already. You guys are absolutely fantastic. But we need to hit 50K. We're very, very close there. I don't know how great our chances will be as we move on forth with the competition. But you know, now's the time, man. Hit those shares, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I really want to unlock that final giveaway for the day. But even if we don't, you know, Jericho, I think we will still walk away very, very happy, because the action in here for us, it is absolutely crazy. Who would have expected Smart Omega to get eliminated so early in the competition? But then again, the numbers don't lie, man. History, you know, it speaks and it strikes once again. Dunia Games Esports always a step above, as they have always been against the matchup for the side of Smart Omega, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna be it's a happy and sad day for the Filipinos, and for DG, very, very great day. They're moving on and they're inching closer to getting that Garena spot, AJ. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna move to a break. 2 games down, 2 to go, and we'll see you guys later.
Digunakan di hardpoint selanjutnya, namun Jeff dengan mesinnya masih berzoning. Gravity sebagai berhasil dilompati, namun Jeff masih cukup kuat untuk bertahan di arah hardpoint keempat ini, Wis. Yes, Jeff masih bertahan cukup kuat, tapi DG udah 3 digit di Bang Rosio. Jeff, masih sustain di sini baik, dan udah ada 2 skor yang kebuka, dan sudah ada tersisa pun Jeff masih terus melaju. Oh my god, untuk Jeff.
เหลือเกินเจซีตามเขาไม่ได้นะวินเก่งตรงนี้เก็บไป1 ฮะเย่ๆจะเข้าไปเทคได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วชาร์เปอร์ตรงนี้ได้2 จุดคืนมาในพริบตาเดียวก็ A กับ B แล้วเก็บได้1 คิวอะสังหารไอด้าไปครับเย่ๆ
มาติดเหมือนกันกับชาร์เปอร์
Yeah, very well played here. 82 to 44. 7-9 now has control of the new one, and if you're AFN, you have to get this hill. This hill pretty much sets you up for victory here, AJ. But here comes the death machine. No kills coming in from Kai. But now look at Sem9 just positioning themselves in these.
Kembali lagi, hardpoint transfer tidak pernah ada banyak contested dan beraja dari Blacklist pun juga langsung berada di arah hardpoint ketiga di mana udah dikirim 3 orang di sana.
But with the backstab coming through from Bang now, he should be able to go in for the shutdown. But Irfan J is the one with the beautiful shot. Allen with the prevention. One final shot does not come through in time, and the players get shut out of the equation. It's going to be Almighty aggressing fourth pay. One shot, one kill. Irfan.
下个点对面已经准备好了吗？进到点内，配合上亚瑟的进攻，先把这个点拿了下来，没有问题。不过对面马上从1楼进来了，现在复活点的部分功率是在 M4了，所以他们在冲点的时候速度也还算是 OK 的。
但是没问题的话，他只要把点内的一个位置给探出。
134 Ambition เก็บ2มาจะคิดเน็ตคิวได้134มาแล้วจะ135เลยครับ Ambition ได้มา4คิวได้ไหมWDC เอายังไงต่อครับ Ambition สเปรย์ยาวมาดับเบิลคิว
Ya, coba langsung bergerakan aja untuk match pertama dan coba untuk langsung melakukan setupnya di arah side yang pertama dari hardpoint. Kita lihat aja untuk di fase yang pertamanya trophy itu selalu dipasang.
Ranger was trying to hold on to the Raptors. They get it done right, Jericho.
Yeah, they get it done right, but you know the lead is still leading AJ. Even though the Raptors got those early spawns, they just flipped it immediately, and RSG now has control of the second hill. The Raptors trying to make a push here, bottom push, but the trades are not coming. Bang does get 2, but Edge takes him out as well. But here comes the push. Raptors finally have control to take out Allen. RSG is taking control of the game right now.
They need to win each and every single one of the gunfights, and Venom brings in the Sparrow and the nick of time, drops 10 out of the equation, goes in for another pop, gets the double win, and this is M42 closing off the game. 148.
Langsung berdengar kembali dan tim Omega Esports hanya membutuhkan 10 poin lagi di mana Indra masih melakukan zoning dan oh my god.
他们是没有发现金库里有人蹲，然后直接被金库里人带掉2个，是不是？看起来有点像。亚瑟跟滑闪先瞬间狙掉一个，那对面还有2个人在。时间不是太多，第2枪没有中，哇哦！
อาจจะเสีย2ไปอะ A กับ C ได้ C กลับมาไวคือเสียแต่ว่าได้คืนไวอะทำไมเพราะว่าในคะแนนตรงนี้ยังห่างอยู่มา20คะแนนอยู่ว่าน่าจะไม่ทันแล้วถ้าไม่เก็บ3จุดตรงนี้ก็ไหลมาตรงนี้ก็โดนเก็บไปเดี๋ยววินเตอร์ได้ไหมวินเตอร์ไม่ให้ฮะ
เป้าขออย่างนี้ได้ดีมากวินเซอร์นี่คือจุดสำคัญคนที่3ด้วยครับวินเซอร์คนที่ เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa. Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับกูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
但打狙还是要小心，这波穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Garena Regional Qualifiers, and it looks like the quarterfinals is absolutely lit with a couple of upsets in here as well. Sharper Esports as well as Omega Esports, they've made their exit already, but we've got 2 more series left before we can head on to day 2, which is set for tomorrow. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with Triple V Jericho. Jericho, how you feeling so far after seeing those 2 exits, man?
I mean, first one, crazy. Second one, a little bit happy and a little bit sad, of course. You know, I'm Filipino, of course. But, I mean, everything was just really crazy, AJ. And I feel like this next 2, it's not going to disappoint as well, AJ. But before we get through that, AJ, we do have a special message for you guys that the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the official mobile. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, is it? Yes, it is now. The official mobile device of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. It is the best device for Call of Duty Mobile, and for any FPS game.
If you're wondering why, because you get to step up your game and share your victories with the game enhancer. It allows you to control all of your experiences for the absolute best performance.
Yes, that is true. Not only that, AJ, you'll never miss your best gaming moments with the RT Rec. The RT Record. Whenever you're playing, RT Record automatically pre-records 30 seconds of your game footage, so you never miss your highlight.
Oh, absolutely. And if you're a content creator, that's definitely going to help you out. And it's not low quality recording. You get to record up to 120 frames per second. For people who are wondering, why do I need recording in 120 frames per second? If you slow it down, you'll thank me later. You can relive all of your winning moments in their glory thanks to this particular feature added into the phone, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Not only that, Charge Smart Play Longer with HS Power Control. Powers the phone system directly rather than charging the battery. This reduces thermal stress, and this is only in the Xperia the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III, AJ.
Oh, absolutely. A huge problem a lot of those mobile players have been trying to get rid of for a long time. And this is a similar problem people like me face. No audio jack. They've got the audio jack in there with zero latency. The 3.5mm audio jack, so important. Allows you to plug in your favorite gaming headset and enjoy in-game sound and chat with no latency whatsoever.
Yes, that is true. And lastly, superior gaming performance. The Xperia 1 Mark III is powered by the Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 5G mobile platform to deliver the premium experiences you deserve. This is the best of the best, top of the line. You know the vibe, guys, at Xperia. So the Sony Xperia 1 Mark III is the best.
And you know what else is the best? It is today's schedule. Sharper Esports took on Blacklist International.Ultimate at the get-go. They got beaten down, unfortunately, 3-2. And then, of course, Dunia Games Esports looked to take on Omega Esports. And we couldn't even get dragged out. But then again, this is the situation we have ended up with. WDC.Freeslot versus Rimo Sadewa. What's your bet on?
Oof, it's gonna be really tough, but from what happened, I got my money on Freeslot, WDC.
Fair enough. I won't even ask you why, right? WDC.Freeslot, an amazing Thai team in here so far. The only team to beat Dunia Games Esports in such convincing fashion so far. I'm pretty much betting that they will be able to take this victory as well. And as I say that, WDC has only managed to beat DG specifically 3-0. All the rest of the matches seems to have fallen 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. But that brings me to a question. Was all of those matches intentionally 2-1 because WDC did not want to have a huge crosshair on their backs?
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Let's see what happens there. Maybe it was part of a theory or maybe a strategy, but here is the WDC.Freeslot roster. We have Ambition, Blackjaw, the Kiss X, Guitar, Dolphin, and Cheek. We've seen these boys in action in Group B, but now it's going to be the playoffs. Let's see if they can turn it up, or will they fall to Rimo Sadewa?
Every single time I lay my eyes on the players of WDC.Freeslot, I just get reminded as to what Call of Duty Mobile supremacy as well as absolute aggression looks like. These guys are not ones to be trifled with. With even teams like Dunia Games, through their matchups, through the way they play some of their matches, especially at firing range, I was able to make call-outs like, hey, I think they're holding back. I think they're keeping this as a secret strat to spring onto teams. WDC.Freeslot, the one team that I've not been able to confidently say that they are holding back, man. I don't see them holding back. In fact, I see them going all out each and every single time they step into these matches. The only thing that I've got my doubts on is the consistency of how they've taken the 2-1 victory in this competition so far. And even those 2-1 victories, they were not, like walkover losses that they had to suffer. They were quite close in those matchups as well, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. Quite close indeed, AJ. But now, now it's going to be the playoffs, so it's going to be a reset for both teams, AJ. So let's see if this Wisdom community, can they do something with this? Or will we see another upset coming in from Rimo Sadewa?
Yeah, and the kind of upset that they usually bring through, ladies, German boys and girls, Tricksters, Me6, Keens, Ochats, as well as Amir. I'm personally looking forward to seeing Ochats pop off with the KRM. I think he's an absolute god. But against WDC.Freeslot, even their big brothers, Dunia Games, have not been able to do it. Can Rimo Sadewa, the current kings of Indonesia, pull this off?
They have a strong chance, AJ, but we need to have that day one Rimo, AJ. Remember that day one Rimo, pretty much doing a lot of stuff, AJ. But day 2 and day 3, not the best. But let's see what happens here. Can they pull it off, AJ, or will WDC.Freeslot just win this series?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Rimo Sadewa, they took 2 series very, very well. That is against Udu RSG as well as Raptors DNS. But against ALMGHTY, against Omega, as well as, another team that I forgot who, Sharper Esports, I believe. They did manage to only take 1 game away. Overall, those were losses, right? So that seems to be one thing that that's just a little bit inconsistent with them. And I think because of that, it has to go to the side of WDC. But walk us through this head-to-head, though, Jericho.
I mean, this head-to-head, we have Aimer and Guitar. Aimer with 16, 14, 4, and 2, 1. And for Guitar, 17, 14, 4, and 2, 3, AJ. Both similar numbers, AJ. So I feel like it's a very equal matchup here, AJ. But expect Guitar. Those numbers are going to go up from Guitar. We know he can bring the numbers. We know he can drop high kill games. So it's going to be very, very important. But Aimer always going to be first in that, AJ. And that's going to be the MVPs. But now, AJ, Rimo winning the coin toss. But let's see. We've seen in the past two series, the coin toss not really being the advantage whoever wins it. But let's see what happens here.
Yeah, hands down, Rimo Sadewa desperately needed this, and they will go ahead and ban Raid. WDC.Freeslot not able to go in here and pop off, but I don't understand this ban. So I guess I will imagine Rimo Sadewa was just not confident to play on that map. Hackney Yard, on the other hand, taken off of the list by the side of WDC.Freeslot. And even this, I guess, to a certain degree might make sense, because they don't want to play it, because the only time we've seen Rimo Sadewa pop off on Hackney Yard was against the side of Udu RSG, where they got that victory 150 to 103. But either way, Summit is an amazing pick, but it's all going to go down to the most mechanical place, which I kind of feel Rimo Sadewa will struggle in, so I wish them best at that first matchup. But over at Takeoff, I've got a little bit more confidence in how they will be able to manage those fights. But overall, with those spawn management, WDC should be able to bag it as well. So I'm quite concerned for the side of Rimo here.
Yeah, I agree with you, AJ. But Rimo coming into Summit with that one-sided victory. They want to, on that one-sided map, AJ and Summit, they want to just go face gunfights versus gunfights, AJ. We saw what happened here with DG and Omega. It's definitely one-sided if you know how to play the map. For S&D, WDC.Freeslot, they want to bring it in firing range. I like this pick coming in from WDC. More on their side here, but for that fourth map is going to be Takeoff, and 50-50 on this pick on that Takeoff, AJ. But for that final map, S&D on Standoff. I like the pick from Rimo, but it can be anybody game because WDC, they like Standoff as well.
Well, Rimo Sadewa should be able to wrap things up by telling us exactly where we'll go in towards domination. Are we on the verge of another 3-0? Or will Rimo Sadewa be able to fight out of this? You clearly know exactly where my money is, Jericho. It's going to be quite a tough one for the Indonesians, even understanding the fact that they managed to dethrone Dunia Games, even with Lord Clove in the lineup.
Yeah, without even Clove, indeed, AJ, but that's going to be a different story and for another one, AJ. But here in the WDC Rimo, we do see Crossfire third game. It's going to be anybody's game there. Not really a map pick I would let Rimo choose, but another Sparrow being banned here, AJ. And I thought, actually, AJ, now that I remember Rimo, they really didn't like Crossfire. I thought they were going to ban Crossfire instead.
They did take a couple of great matches, right? I believe Crossfire against, once again, Udu RSG, which I think shouldn't be counted. Against ALMGHTY, that Crossfire was on Search and Destroy, which they did play quite well, but it was very close, 6-5. Overall, I'm not too concerned about the Crossfire map. SIM with Summit. It's a very, very interesting pick coming through from the side of Rimo Sadewa. They need to win each and every single one of their gunfights. Let's see exactly how they do that. Charts needs to go in front and take those first shots, but as I say that, the first guy to drop, and he's the first blend. The WDC.Freeslot opening up key points in here. Rimo Sadewa fighting back, Cheek taking a 3-piece. That pretty much paints a little bit of the picture we are about to see, Jericho.
Yeah, let's see what happens here, AJ. We do see the first points coming in from WDC. They have that control of the hill, but second floor will be given to for Rimo, AJ. And Rimo struggling a bit here, AJ, but they've managed to get some kills here. Can they break it?
Yeah, smart play coming through from Guitar, holding on to his spot well, but Rimo Sadewa manages to snuff him out either way. But a early sentry setup coming through from the side of WDC.Freeslot. How many seconds has it been, Jericho?
It's just been the first minute, and I feel like that sentry gun alone just changed the game AJ. But now we do see the rotation coming through here, AJ. Rimo on the bottom now, trying to make a play here, AJ, but nothing is happening at the moment. Teams gets taken out here. The rotation, no one's actually rotating. They're all trying to fight for that control room, AJ. But here comes the push coming from the Kiss X. It's going to be the first one in. Has a hunter killer, but gets taken out by Me6, and here comes Rimo on that second.
Yeah, barely 30-40 seconds in. There's so much of pressure from the side of WDC.Freeslot. The main reason of why I was concerned for Rimo Sadewa, they pick a one-sided map, and then one-sided map can only be won by one way, winning your gunfights, and it seems to be a huge problem for them. Drixless now maintaining control, will go in for the pop on the Cryonade just to slow down the approach from the side of WDC.Freeslot. Me6 goes in for the shutdown as well. Rimo Sadewa with a great play, but easily overcome by WDC.Freeslot. 20 seconds to go on this hard point, and quite a stack in terms of those numbers on the side of WDC. And we can see that Rimo Sadewa's already giving up on this. They want to set up P3 instead. Let's see exactly what breaks down at the cable car platform. But as I say that, WDC.Freeslot chases them down, take the spawn, and opens up cable car platform. Give the boys from Rimo a break.
Yeah, Rimo just really struggling right now, and now they have that control. WDC.Freeslot just having their time here, but Rimo, it's a lot of time here, AJ. They gotta push here together. They have their operating skills. Here comes the Dragonfire, but not the best time here. If you're Me6, you gotta use that in other times. Nice. You have to push it now. Yes, you can get the information, but so far they're just struggling.
Nice. Okay, so you've gotten the information already. 40 seconds to go. But I agree with you, man. This is not the best time for bringing in the Dragonfire, and now a setup coming through from WDC. We can see the sentry gun inside of the cable car platform already. Oh, but a beautiful response by Me6 brings in the gravity Vortex gun and then snuffs him out. But Kiss X, with his earlier setup of that sentry, manages to jump on in and provide that damage as well as support to hold on to this hard point. 1-1-5 to Sadewa really needs to hustle as we drop on towards the blue radar station. But as you can see, the players from the side of WDC already rotating through. Charts, the one and only player, spoiling that rotation and potentially winning over this hard point for the side of Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, and that is true, AJ. And we're seeing what happened here against DG and Omega. 126 to 27 now. But, you know, Rimo, they have that hill control, AJ, but they just have to push it. One good push for WDC.Freeslot, and they can manage to get this hill, AJ. Here comes the push coming through. Let's see if they can get it.
Oh, it's going to be a very tough situation to recover from. And now this is the opportunity for WDC. Kisax needs to win his gunfight, and he does exactly that. Keen's taken down, 131 to 42. This is the opportunity to shut this game out and move on to that search and destroy. Rimo Sadewa, they don't want to allow it to happen, but I don't think it's up to them. Gravity Spice comes flying in, not much of a damage. WDC still in full control. Cheek steps out, goes in for the shutdown, and Keens will not be able to aggress on forward. 148 to 45, game over. WDC walks over Rimo Sadewa on their summit pick.
Yeah, that 150 to 45, AJ. Very, very unfortunate game number one. I mean, it is what it is. It was a wide victory coming in from the WDC.Freeslot. They came here, they wanted to get that victory, and Rimo, they picked Summit, AJ, again.
Okay. And I don't know how to make this call because, dude, it's not Rimo Sadewa. It's WDC. You know when you break up and the girl turns around and says, "It's not you, it's me." Yeah, that's exactly what WDC.Freeslot is doing right now. It's not Rimo Sadewa. They weren't playing poorly. WDC were absolutely crushing it out there. They just didn't allow the side of Rimo Sadewa to make a great play at all. 150 to 45. I can't say we didn't see that coming, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, AJ. You know, WDC, just the more superior team in Respawn, AJ. But Rimo is really struggling because these guys, if they can turn it up, they can actually win that game, AJ. But you know, you can't be winning if you have Tricksters and Keens going for double 4 kills right there. And in the other side, you know, it wasn't even a strong slaying game for the side of WDC. They were just getting the kills when they needed it.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. And that's what's so scary about WDC.
Yeah.
They don't overextend. They don't care to show off. They just play the objectives. At the end of the day, that's exactly what they came here to do. Play some games and just absolutely wreck it and win it. 150 to 45, they seem to be doing exactly that. But as we move on into firing range, now this is a situation that Rimo Sadewa can potentially turn around for themselves. Although, as I say that, it has to come down to those mechanical plays, and they have to make sure they don't go in pushing one after the other. Rimo Sadewa has chosen to be the ones who start the attacking side. They will have the bomb, and we need to see those early engagements coming through. Ochars clearly cannot step on 4. The sniper needs to pop off for the side of Rimo Sadewa here, Jericho.
Yeah, they have to pop off indeed, AJ. So let's see what happens here, AJ. I mean, the S&D, we know that Rimo, they're always closing in here, but we do remember that all their S&Ds were just it was close, but they always lose.
Yeah. And it's a little unfortunate that that is the situation. But, you know, maybe we will see them pull it close and get the victory this time around. I mean, let's talk a little bit about those close losses that they had, right? Crossfire, Search and Destroy, that's 6-5. They lost that to Sharpe Esports. And then Crossfire, Search and Destroy lost to Smart Omega as well. So close, but just not close enough. They haven't really been able to aggress on 4th. But maybe this is that one moment they are able to show us a perfect play on that Search and Destroy, Jericho.
I mean, let's see what happens here with WDC.Freeslot versus Rimo Sadewa. Game number 2, Search and Destroy in fire range, AJ. Let's see what happens here. We're going to start things off with Rimo. They did lose that game number 1, but now they're going to be hopping on board with this map pick by WDC.Freeslot.
WDC.Freeslot, on the other hand, they definitely love to play firing range. Against Dunia Games, they took that 6-0. And might I add, Dunia Games loves to play on the firing range as well. We just saw exactly what they did to the side of Omega Esports. Tricksters, as he takes Cheek out of the equation, that's the kind of opener that Rimo Sadewa needs on their side.
And that's going to be the first blood coming in for the side of Rimo. But here comes the push coming in for Rimo Sadewa. Can they try to make this play? But WDC here on the retake as well. Blackjaw will take out 1. Guitar takes out 1 as well. But Me6 takes out Dolphin and starts all up to Blackjaw. And just like that, Rimo Sadewa gets that first round. That's a very good round coming in for the side of the Rimo boys.
Solid, and they just need to keep that up. As long as they can continuously shut down the side of WDC in that fashion, there's nothing much we have to worry about. But my main concern is we don't really see anyone popping off from the side of Rimo Sadewa just yet. No team carry, but overall from the board, Rimo Sadewa, each and every single player finds those cracks. Maybe that just means that they are all on point. And Mission drops Keens, and that's the kind of opener they do not want, as Aimer now will get dropped out. This seems to be turning all around. Rimo Sadewa managing to find 2 trades just to equal out the numbers, and that seems to just be the save they desperately needed at that point, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, but now we do see Dolphin on the side. I think he spotted Me6. Did not see him, actually. Number 2, Guitar. Very, very... that's going to be Me6, I mean. Just very sneaky here. Dolphin going all the way around. This might be the play there. No calls coming in. Guitar goes down. Will get away with his life. But Dolphin is there for the trade. Cheek takes out Okaz, and he can actually defuse the bomb. Hop on the bomb. If you're WDC, this should be a round for you. And Cheek takes him out. And now it's going to be 1-1. I like the adjustment coming in from WDC. And that was just all timing there, AJ.
Yeah, well played by both teams in here. WDC just turning it around, final seconds in. Rimo, Sadewa, they tried to hold on towards that barracks hut up, the second floor. Unfortunate for them, early shutdown from the side of WDC. Just kind of threw their game plan off a little bit. And once that mid-segment control went down, it just ended right there, man. WDC.Freeslot, they have already found out exactly how to break down the side of Rimo, Sadewa. Question is, will now Rimo go in with the same play and get caught out, or will they switch it up?
I think now the switch up will happen now, AJ. We do see them playing for that pick, playing for picks here, AJ. Number 5, very deep into the enemy base, AJ. OCOD's on that hill, but let's see. Number 1 on Keems. See him trying to make a play there, but trailer control will be given. Will get spotted. Information is given. Bomb is not with him, but he will give out the information. And I think here comes the push coming in from Rimo.
Smart play coming through from the side of, WDC.Freeslot. We did see Blackjaw back away, and, any other team would have immediately gone in for the pressure play. Oh, Blackjaw would have aggressed on, but they wait for that backup. But even if that backup comes through, and Keen's just showing that it just means absolutely nothing. Guitar trying to pull Keen's out of his position, and Keen's actually takes the bait. He goes out. Blackjaw shuts him down with a well-placed nade, and WDC.Freeslot only have one final option in the form of Ambition. MX9 in his hands now. A hit marker onto him, and that will be something that they won't be able to stop with it. And that flash will be the exact thing that Ambition requires to make the rest of the players back away. But the numbers game will catch up, and that's the end of the run for Ambition.
Yeah, I think that was very unfortunate. All the players of WDC.Freeslot go down one by one. And now 1-2 adjustment. I like the adjustments coming in from both teams. Yeah. They're both adjusting to each other's play styles. And now Rimo leading by 1 round. But can they string more rounds, or will Freeslot get that tie, AJ? But now it's going to be a rush coming in for Rimo, Sadewa. I like this very unorthodox gameplay coming in here, AJ. WDC, they gave up trailer now, and now they're going to play for the retake. But Cheek through the smoke takes out Aimer. And now that will stop the push. But Bomb should be able to go down.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you take on a team with so much of experience in Call of Duty Mobile. Just absolute mind-blowing, aiming abilities in here. Not depending on the line of sight, not depending on their vision at all, but merely just from all of their past experiences. Cheek will not be able to capitalize with any of those wall banks, but he will not be giving up because, well, there's nothing else for him to do except pass on that information and take these free shots.
That is true, AJ. But information is given. 5 versus 3. Bomb hasn't been dropped yet. They're trying to make the whole team of Freeslot rotate. I think they still have time to go back to B, actually, if you're Rimo. But Bomb should be able to plan now. And now, still a 5v3 here. Tricksters not finding anyone with that sniper. But let's see what happens next.
The FHJ that just got pulled out didn't really do much of a damage. Cheek still trying to go in for the punish. Misses Tricksters, unfortunately. But, absolutely no reason to go in for any sort of checks whatsoever. He knows exactly who's behind. But what they're waiting for is to see if or not Rimo, Sadewa goes in for the plan. And Rimo just can't afford to do that because they're down in terms of numbers. They're trying to equalize those numbers before going in for the plan, but takes way too much of time. And Ocharts gets punished. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, one final player for the side of Rimo, Sadewa. Tricksters with the DLQ. Won't be able to make a play as Ambition shuts him down with the MX9.
Yeah, good plays coming in from Freeslot. Another adjustment from WDC.Freeslot, AJ. And it's just been a back and forth here, AJ. But now, 5th round, before we do move on and switch sides here, let's see what happens here. Freeslot, they got to do something here. And also for Rimo, another adjustment for them. But it's going to be a rush for A. And, look at Freeslot. They're just openly giving up A. They want to retake it. They don't want to do anything here. And I like this play coming in from them.
Yeah, I love the play coming through from the side of Freeslot. I also like Rimo, Sadewa taking these back and forth matchups, right? Because the more it goes back and forth, the better I feel. Instead of just going just one way on the road of WDC.Freeslot. That's what we do not want to see in this competition. And Rimo, Sadewa, they should now be able to overcome the forces of WDC and take this lead. Cheek, the well-placed nades. Blackjaw shuts down Me6. Absolute opportune moment. And these opportunities will definitely be taken. Guitar shuts Tricksters down as well. And the numbers don't look good for the side of Rimo, Sadewa.
Not looking good indeed. 5-3 here. Here comes the retake coming. Oka trying to make a play here. Cheek Bulls get knifed out there. Now it's going to be a 3v1. Gets taken out, and we're going to go to the second half with WDC.Freeslot leading 3-2.
And that's going to be painful for Rimo to kind of deal with. They opened up this particular match well, and now they're sending WDC.Freeslot in towards that second half with the bomb in their hands. That's just a terrible idea, but it's not like they could have controlled it either way. They did try their best, but 2 rounds is their best. Let's see if or not they will be able to pull more here. It's a stack, a 3-man stack in fact, going in towards that B-bomb side, and it will be those early questions asked by Keens as he shuts down the approach. Ambition taken out, and the bomber can no longer aggress. He will wait for that backup to flow on in through. Blackjack catches up with them, but the Floy at the B-bomb side has been slowed down.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. One play their guitar. We'll spot one. Keens will hear that as well. There's going to be timing right here. Can anyone trade out Keens right here? But Keens gets one before he goes taken down. But Guitar is there for the trade. 3 versus 4. Keens already did his work. But Cheek takes out Trickster as well. But Cheek in the middle. Very, very aggressive. We'll spot one player. Gets taken out as well. Now it's going to be 2v2.
Okay, now Aimer should be able to pull this off. A well-placed nade will be able to ask questions, but the hit marker does not take out the bomber. But here's the important thing. The bomb has not been planted just yet. Aimer now taking his shots up. Guitar picking the bomb up. They should be able to rotate. Well played by the side of WDC.Freeslot, but the information will be flowed right through to side of Rimo Sadewa. They should be able to rotate in time, but the movement's not quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're WDC.Freeslot, you can double back to B if you want. But I believe now, yep, they're gonna be planting the bomb here on B. This is gonna be the open plan. AJ trailer control is given to the side of WDC. Here we go. 40 seconds on the clock. How can Rimo make this through? I think he's gonna go through the middle. This is gonna be this is suicide right here if you are Rimo.
Oh my lord! They take the straightforward approach, and Guitar strings it on, shuts them down. 4-2 WDC.Freeslot. That was way too good of a round for them. Rimo Sadewa needs to be very worried now.
Yeah, they have to be worried indeed, AJ. And that's just unfortunate if you are Rimo, because you had a chance there on trying to rotate. Not pushing through the trailer. But now we do see WDC leading 4-5. But here comes the push coming in there. Triple stack coming in trailer. The Guitar is one shot, but Oka as well is also one shot. No push coming in here. But Me6, Aimer, Trickster all get one. Now it's going to be a 2v5, but Cheek takes out Me6. Cheek all alone in a 1v4. We'll try to get away with his life. We'll spot one player, take out one, but the trade comes through. I thought if he was going to kill that guy, he's going to be able to flick, but 4-3, Rimo answering back.
Well played by Rimo Sadewa. They just need to keep this pace up, continuously switch it around, catch WDC off guard, and they should be able to continuously punish them. On the defending side, Rimo Sadewa, if they are able to hold WDC back, they potentially might be able to bag this all the way through. And now a 3-man setup for the defense on the B bomb side might just be a little bit of an overkill, as we might see an A side setup coming through from WDC, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. It's going to be a delay push coming in here, AJ. Trickster trying to find, Cheek actually trying to find a shot here as well. Also, Trickster. So far, no one is showing up on his radar, AJ. And we do see the bomb carrier for the side of WDC, which is going to be Dolphin. Already pushed up a bit to A, but still waiting. Cheek also trying to find something here with the spot, but nothing is looking for them. Now, 1 minute left. Still a lot of time here. I think a trailer push should be able to happen now.
Yep, fix this. Oh,
that timing
opportunity, but unfortunate for him. And he goes back in here for the setup and manages to shut down Cheek. That's what we want to see from the side of Rimo Sadewa. Tricksters, and that's a great opener for him. And now, Ocharts needs to deliver as well. The pressure play will be coming through from the side of WDC. Trophy system has gotten taken out of the equation. And the pressure, he gets the information. Yamer goes down, but Ocharts, he should be able to answer back. MX9 in hand. The pressure will be coming through from Guitar as well as Dolphin. They go in for the access at the very same time. Information being sent back, and the Rimo Sadewa gets shut down one after the other. But WDC, they get traded out, and we end up in a 1 versus 1. Ambition taking the fight up against Keens. Keens backs away.
Timing.
And the timing is really bad. Oh, by Ambition as well. Keens does not manage to fire back. Ambition gets caught with the exact same situation Keens was in, and Rimo Sadewa capitalizes as they equalize 4-4.
I mean, if you're Ambition, how do you lose that, AJ? That was, you already had, it was set up for you already. I guess the jitters came into him, AJ, but now Rimo, 4-4, and that round might haunt WDC.Freeslot, AJ.
Absolutely, man. You know, Rimo Sadewa, they are doing quite well in this search and destroy. They have to make sure they don't get punished now. Cheek, Oakcharts just understanding that Cheek will be able to catch him on that next cross, does not make a mistake, and this is the kind of play that we expect to see from the side of Oakcharts. You know, potentially the carry of the team as well. In some of these close quarters combat, Keens getting taken out by that frag. Unfortunate for him. Dolphin with a beautiful opener, and now the numbers don't look good. Getting stunned in his way. Tricksters very, very slow as he tries to get out of there. Very lucky to not get taken down by the FHJ. Gets pulled out by Guitar, but Tricksters punishes him, and that's the kind of equalizer we desperately need from Rimo Sadewa, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true, but here comes Rimo. Gonna get taken out. Blackjaw takes out one, but Meeseeks with that shorty will take out Blackjaw. Cheek takes out one, but Meeseeks is there for the trade. And just like that, Rimo 1 round away for winning this S&D.
Yeah, solid plays coming through from Rimo Sadewa, desperately needing this win, and they are inching ever so closer to it. And now they are still on the defending side, and they make a call for a 5-man defensive stack. Are they going to take the bomber down early? Oakcharts with the interference. Yes, that nade gets popped on through. The flash was good, and they managed to get those early frags. Yes, Rimo Sadewa 5-3. They might be able to bag this, but Ambition, Cheek, as well as Blackjaw. Ambition has the nade. They should be able to turn things around if they rotate over to B and get that early plant. Okay, not super early, but if a plant comes through now, that pressure will be set.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Indeed, 5 versus 3. Very, very crazy play coming in from Rimo Sadewa, but it paid off, AJ. It was a 50-50 play coming in from them, but finally, Trickster takes out Cheek. 5 versus 2, and Rimo might be able to get this game number 2.
Oh, it looks like it's already leaning their way. What a response. Trickster shuts down Ambition, and the numbers game just too much for WDC.Freeslot to keep up with. Rimo Sadewa shuts them down at firing range. Search and destroy.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And Rimo answering back. Very, very good plays coming in from them, AJ. And now we do see that, you know, I feel like WDC, I'm not going to lie, AJ. It was a little bit of a choke there, AJ.
I don't know, man. I think Rimo Sadewa, they stepped up towards the very final moments. Oakcharts, I desperately needed him to step up, and the guy did step up. I mean, he took a 2-man before getting taken down, but that was the kind of defense that we need out of Oakcharts. The guy even picks up the MVP for the side of Rimo Sadewa. And Oakcharts popping off is one thing. Remember, we also said that Rimo Sadewa needs their sniper to be on point. Look at who's right behind him. Trickster's the sniper from the side of Rimo Sadewa. Everything went right for them this time round. Picking up this search and destroy, absolutely instrumental. Rimo Sadewa picks that win up. They still stay alive, and they force a 4th match.
Yeah, and now we do see it's gonna be tied now, AJ. Though now we're definitely gonna have a game number 4, AJ. So now let's see what's gonna happen here. We do see Cheek with 10 kills for WDC, but Okad, Tricksters, and Keens just doing so much. Also Meeseeks, 9, 9, 8, and 7. And now you see here it's gonna be the updated graphic. Fire range 6-4, and I feel like the momentum just shifted when an Ambition lost that 1v1, AJ.
Yeah, and I kind of think that the side of WDC.Freeslot will be getting more aggressive as they move on forward, because what they can potentially guarantee for themselves is a victory in the series as long as they focus on the maps that they have already gone in here to pick. And clearly, the first one was a great opener from them. And as we move on in towards takeoff, I have a feeling it might just fall onto the side of WDC, as I've been saying from the start of this series. But Rimo Sadewa, with that phenomenal setup on Search and Destroy, are making me second guess myself.
I agree with you, AJ, but I feel like WDC had that in the bag. It's just Rimo just played it better.
Yeah, fair enough. And can they continue to play it better? I mean, in the slow pace Search and Destroy, it looks like, you know, this is the kind of situation where they can overcome WDC.Freeslot. But when we step on into respawns, man, when we step on into hardpoint domination, we know WDC has been absolutely dominant. But the 4 matches that they did drop were 2 domination and 2 hardpoint matches. So, you know, I guess we have to say that firing range is the better mode that they usually play in, that surprisingly Rimo Sadewa have managed to take this victory. So that might just be a huge warning to the rest of the teams out there.
It might be a huge warning indeed, AJ, but here we go. It's going to be Crossfire domination, AJ. Oh, isn't it takeoff?
I guess it's Crossfire. Maybe we got that a little bit mixed up. But either way, it's going to be an absolute fantastic one anyway. It's going to be an A and B cap coming through from these players. A Crossfire as we hop on in. Rimo Sadewa holding on to that C flag at the very moment. But they play the map control well. They want to get control of Butchers first. But as they drop in towards Butchers, you can see the WDC.Freeslot. They are going in for a triple cap onto Rimo Sadewa. They have to focus on in here because their B flag is getting disturbed. Beautiful plays by Ochach to win that over. Solo play coming through from this guy, and he manages to cap it all on his own.
Yeah, that is true. No huge plays coming in here for Rimo Sadewa. BNC finally captured, but WDC.Freeslot, they are back here already. Fully streaked out his guitar, AJ. 5 kills in a row already, AJ. With the sentry gun down already very early. It's like that first game, AJ. Guitar already getting full streaks in that first minute. And just doing a lot for his team here. Guitar still alive here. We'll try to make time here for his teammates, but gun runs out of ammo. But the sentry gun does go down here, AJ, but Ambition is there for the trade.
Oh, beautiful. Smart plays coming through from the side of Guitar. Sets up that sentry just in the nick of time. And now it gets taken out of the equation, but it doesn't matter. The pressure plays from the side of WDC has been stacked. 35-24. Amir now winning that gunfight. Should be able to set up that B side, but unfortunately for him, the Kiss X gives him a kiss onto the back of his head. Drops him out of the equation. Tricksters with a beautiful equalizer. And now opens up that B side, but immediately shut down. The back and forth in here may seem a little bit confusing, but rest assured, WDC, they have brought quite the stronghold on this matchup.
Yeah, it's quite the stronghold indeed, AJ. 48-31. Now WDC has control of it. Guitar with that death machine just spraying down the wall. Wall bangs are working 52-33. And if you are Sadewa, you can try to overextend to A or just force your way to B. And that's what they're doing right now. Forcing their way, and it's working. Guitar will get 2. Unfortunately, we'll try to get the 3rd one, but gets taken out. Rimo actually working their way there, but Ambition shuts it down, and here comes the count.
This is going to be something that they have to continuously worry about, man. WDC, Guitar brings out the Predator Missile once again. Oh, beautiful. Shut down. B6 gets it done with that nade. And I was not super convinced with the continuous pressure being dropped onto that B flag. I felt like at that point when they started spawning out of lounge, they could have just dropped in very easily towards that A flag and go in for the distraction play. But Rimo Sadewa, they proved that they are onto something here. 52-65. They try to equalize, but they need to continuously win these gunfights. Yes, those spawns do come through, but this time far off towards the Guerrilla base. They need the gods of RNG to give them that launch spawn once again so they can pull a pinch and maybe catch WDC off guard. But that 75-point mark seems to be approaching quite fast, Jericho.
Yeah, that's very, very fast, AJ. It is going to end the round here, 75-61, AJ. And WDC.Freeslot running away with this respawn, AJ. And, you know, I feel like they should have won that. If in their heads, if we could have won that S&D, it could have been a 3-0. But Rimo not going down without a fight. They have to win that just one respawn, AJ. And they can manage to pull on to the game 5 or even win that game 4. But now, it's going to be switch of sides. Guitar with 15 kills already. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Agreed, man. I mean, Rimo Sadewa, I did not expect them to be, you know, this aggressive in this matchup. WDC usually tries to keep it as one-sided as they possibly can. And Rimo Sadewa, they've been headstrong to continuously fight for that B and C flag. They didn't really want to go in for the trade. They want to hold on to the spawn of the Guerrilla base. And I feel that's usually the stronger side, in my opinion, on this map. And I like playing the side of Guerrilla base as well. But now Rimo Sadewa, they need to figure out a way as to how they're going to go in here and flip the spawns, because if they can get it back, we might be able to see them run away with this matchup. Beautiful holes coming in here from Trickster. He holds on to Butches. Unfortunately for him, he gets taken down, but the double hole for the A and B flag seems to set Rimo Sadewa up quite nicely here, Jericho.
Yeah, quite nicely indeed. We have Amber here working for that Predator Missile using, coming down, will take down 2 players. And now we do see WDC.Freeslot struggling here. Sentry Gun is already down. Aimer right there making the plays here. And Freeslot working their way in, but will get taken out there, AJ. And now it's gonna be 985 here. You know, slowly but surely, Rimo making a comeback here. But if you are WDC, you can just slowly work your way here. You have a lot of time here to work with. Let's see what happens.
Oh, what a setup of that sentry by Rimo Sadewa, and now KissX trying to go in, cause a little bit of problems, but the prevention should be able to come through. A 3-on-2 situation, KissX taking on Tricksters, a 2-on-1 Ambition surviving, but Nade will be able to shut him down. Oh, shots, what a placement, and now clearing those markers off, but Dolphin with the phenomenal Predator missile drop down, takes a triple for himself, and bags that B flag, not allowing Rimo Sadewa to catch up.
Yeah, they finally managed to cap that 108 and 104, but here comes Rimo with the push. Aimer pushing into that central building, trying to hit that flag. Will get taken out by Guitar. Guitar holding down, finally pulls out that dead machine, AJ, and WDC slowly running away with this victory, AJ. 150 to 108, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. A lot of time to work it, but Keems can make the play here, AJ.
Yeah, 117 to 109, and now with Keems getting taken down, it seems like that particular push has gotten broken down. Ambition just slaying all the way through. Sentry set up for the side of WDC on that B flag, seems to secure it really, really well, but now Guitar takes a double for himself. Guitar instead gets traded out with a beautiful nade. KissX just holding down the players. They're not going in here for a spawn trap, but pretty much it is somewhat like it. They're not allowing the rest of the players from Rimo Sadewa to step onto that central building side. Shortcut is absolutely cut off, and KissX is just wrecking them with the KRM.
Yeah, wrecking them indeed. And now 136 to 119. It's going to be a little bit too late for that. And this should be a game for WDC unless a miracle can happen here. But the dead machines are just too much for them. And this should be a game for Freeslot.
Oh, absolutely, man. Ambition pulls out the death machine, and unfortunately, the Pred will come through as well. Finds absolutely no one. So lucky for the side of Rimo Sadewa, but they need to get a triple cap within the next 2 seconds to stop WDC from winning this. And you guys know that's impossible. 150 to 126. The Thais get it done.
And just, yeah, I mean, now you won, AJ. They wanted to get that, and now it's going to be the 4th game. What's going to happen here? But valiant effort coming in from Rimo. They just struggled in that second half. I mean, in that first half, they struggled because, you know, Guitar was just dropping a lot of streaks. First minute, AJ already had a sentry gun. WDC just dominating from start to finish. But if you are Rimo, you still have one more chance here to force a game 5, or will you be eliminated?
Yeah, in the next matchup, it's not going to be search and destroy, so I'm worried for Rimo Sadewa. It is a respawn mode, which we know WDC does really good at. And, you know, one might say, hey, maybe WDC might go a little easy on them and then finish it off at the 5th map. But I don't think Freeslot wants to take a risk like that. We saw exactly what happened on the previous search and destroy, where Rimo Sadewa put up a stellar performance, and WDC thinking that, you know, they will be taking such chances, absolutely ludicrous, right? Guitar picks up the MVP this time around, 13 captures.
Wow.
He was playing those objectives like, man, 23-9-5 KDA, absolute monster out there.
Yeah, I mean, 23 and 9 plus 13 captures. That's pretty absurd, AJ, but they take it 126 to 150, and now we're going to move on to game number 4. It's going to be takeoff hardpoint. Apologies, we thought it was going to be takeoff domination, but it was takeoff hardpoint, guys. And now it's a map pick by Rimo. Can they win it, or will WDC close it out?
This is a GG, man. This is a GG. Takeoff, we have already seen WDC.Freeslot jump on into this map many a time so far. And, you know, the last time they went in towards hardpoint, I feel like it was against AFN, 150-81. Search and destroy, they took 2 of those matches. Both of it, they've managed to win. There's only one takeoff map that they have dropped so far. And even that was again to... And Rimo Sadewa potentially might be banking on that. Their brothers, the Indonesians, have managed to beat them on this map. Maybe they think they stand an equal chance as well. I want to see them try, because WDC have shown, they've proven to us exactly how effective they are on this map. And if Rimo Sadewa can actually back this, the potential of them winning the series is extremely high, because I don't think WDC is expecting to lose this. So it should unnerve them quite a bit.
Yeah, it should unnerve them quite a bit there. It's going to be very, very hard. But then again, it is your map pick. It's your map pick if you are Rimo, and you have to play this to the best of your ability, but it's not going to be easy. It's not just any team. It's WDC.Freeslot, AJ, and momentum's riding on them. Let's see who's going to get that control on that scaffolding.
Yep, and it's going to be the initial push by WDC to pick their scaffolding, but I like to see the fact that Rimo Sadewa, they put up a strong fight, sending 2 men in there instead, and they will be able to win those initial engagements. Rimo Sadewa, clean setup coming through, but WDC showing us exactly what it means to take this fight up against them at takeoff, because look at this player coming through from the side of WDC. Dolphin just strolling in towards the spawn side of Rimo Sadewa to take the fight against them.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. They're just pushing in there one by one, but Rimo finally gets that control, and they actually have the spawns and the scaffolding control. Yeah, V6, I like what he's doing here. He's putting so much pressure in them, and here comes Fixer with that Holger holding down that huge side on over that P4 AJ, and now Rimo running away with his first few points.
Smart plays coming through, and now WDC.Freeslot trying to equalize. They won't be able to get that done on this hard point, but it may be at the next one. As we open up Launch Center, it is a potential 3 versus 2 on for the setup, and Keens will go ahead to win that first fight, but immediately traded out by the sticky from Guitar. It's going to be 27-16 as Rimo Sadewa wins that gunfight and pulls that hard point into the bag.
Yeah, pulls the hard point indeed. AJ Okans gets taken out, but this time it's all going to be Rimo here on mission on his own. Will wait for his teammates, but there are the players from the WDC.Freeslot kind of pushing one by one, and now they finally have control, but here comes Rimo. But now, WDC winning those gunfights, huge gunfights coming in here. They finally have control, 30 seconds in, and they can make the comeback.
Oh, that's a beautiful shutdown, and now that comeback's most definitely guaranteed because the numbers seem to be trickling in from the side of Rimo Sadewa. They need to win their gunfights left, right, center, but unfortunately for them, the exact opposite seems to be happening. Tricksters, on the other hand, Keens. Oh, this is the kind of fight that we need. One final player in here for the side of WDC. Surviving, kicking it, gets taken down, and Rimo Sadewa making their way right back through in here in those final moments. Grab points being given up for 2 seconds, but it doesn't matter as Keens jumps onto the point to pick the rest up. 47-39. Let's see exactly how Aurora launch is managed, because Rimo Sadewa, they're working hard to maintain that spawn at generators, and I kind of feel they are about to get it done, but they need to overcome Dolphin and take down his death machine first in order to access this hard point.
Ooh, triple kill coming in from Dolphin, and that's going to stop the push, AJ, but it's all going to be just back and forth here. They need to win their gunfights here. One good push, but the flank's going to come through. If you see number 3 on the screen, Aimer will try to make a player. Keens getting that second floor, but here comes the push from Rimo. Dead machine out. Will get taken. Actually, no. Still alive, but finally gets taken out. 28-29. Rimo has control of it. Huge time coming in from there, and that's all they need. But Dolphin trying to fight there, but the RNG gods will be gifted over to the side of Rimo, AJ, and now rotation should be able to happen. Should happen here if you are Freeslot.
Oh, absolutely, man. WDC, they are still just trying to squeeze on in there. They are absolutely pissed that they lost this fight. They don't want to accept their defeat, but you have to give up when you have to give up. And that was just a fight that was taken slightly better by the side of Rimo Sadewa. I understand the pain that WDC feels, though. They kind of felt that they could hold on to that point all the way through. And now they get a little distracted, and Rimo Sadewa plays off of that momentum. They head on into P4 and they control the control room. And you know what? It all started off from the controls of the spawn at generators. That's exactly where it started. And Rimo Sadewa, they are playing takeoff to the T. WDC, what a challenge they are seeing from the Indonesians.
Yeah, what a challenge indeed, AJ. And now it's going to be 84-70, but Ducey Tricks are just pushing in with that death machine, taking out 3 players, working on that sentry. One more player to beat, runs out of ammo, but damage has been done. But here comes WDC. They have that spawn in hand, but as soon as you say that, Rimo as well is gifted, but spawns the Kiss X is really struggling with that KRM. Nothing is hitting, and it's all been Rimo, Sadewa, AJ. You know, WDC just struggling right now.
the desperate win that Rimo Sadewa needs. Remember what I said. If they can win this, they will unnerve WDC.Freeslot, which is the best opener for them to take this tremendous victory within the series. Can the Indonesians get it done? 109-78. WDC.Freeslot trying to fight this back in, but as you know, the hold on to the first hard point as we go in for the reset, it will not be easy. Power positions need to be played, and WDC.Freeslot is sitting down on that scaffolding, plays that power position well. But if history kind of, reminds us earlier on, it was Rimo Sadewa who picked up most of those points from this hard point, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. They were the ones getting those early hill points, and now they're getting it slowly but surely. 117 to 180, but the contest is in here. Me6 will take out 2. Dolphin is there, but here comes WDC with the push. They're finally getting that push that they need, 120 to 80, but it's still contested. Aimer staying alive for the team right here. Guitar will try to spot him, but control, they need to contest it. Here's WDC. I like this coming in from WDC, but Rimo, they just need to work on that next hill, AJ. Next hill is going to be very important for that scaffolding, and we already see that player already on scaff. It's going to be OCADs, and it's all going to be Rimo Sadewa in this map.
Oh, amen, brother. 134 to 80 WDC.Freeslot. They thought they could pull the victory, but Rimo Sadewa holding them back. And now 138 to 80. Can they run away with this? WDC.Freeslot need to win each and every single gunfight. But look at the 4-man stack from the side of Rimo Sadewa, not giving up launch center at all. And they should be able to get a majority of these points. Hunter Killer Drone being sent out. Great, well used by the side of Rimo Sadewa, but unfortunately finds no one. Guitar now, Death Machine can't be pulled out. Almost activated though. Gravity, nah, it's not gonna be in the play as well. The Gravity Vortex gun, they need to wait a little bit more for that. 141 to 87, 30 seconds at this hard point. Will WDC be able to, or Rimo Sadewa finish things off?
Right here we do see the Gravity Vortex not taking on that player, but it's now control, giving to WDC. Rotation's gonna come in here, AJ. It's gonna be very huge. They can still fight for this last 8 seconds if you are Rimo. But now we do see Guitar gonna try to contest it as well. But rotation, the battle for rotation is in it. If you look at the map, AJ, WDC, they're gonna be trapped. No, game's not gonna be over here, AJ. 4 more seconds. Contest is in. It's gonna be 148 to 103, and now it's gonna be a race. Can someone contest it? Number 5, Solitude Dolphin, and this is gonna go to a game number 5, AJ.
Oh, beautiful play. Rimo Sadewa gets the victory, 150 to 103. They fought back. Such a valiant effort from the side of the opponents, WDC.Freeslot, but unfortunately for them, this was that fight that they just could not win. And Rimo Sadewa, they will be thankful. They will move on. An amazing play all the way through, especially at generators when we moved on into Aurora launch. That's exactly where Rimo Sadewa won this game over for me. Keens, the MVP this time around. Absolutely well deserved, but not just him, man. So many of the players from the side of Rimo were popping off. Me6 Trickster as well as Ochards, I have to say, in a majority of those situations, continuously turning the tides around and making sure WDC does not pick those crucial points up.
Yes, that is true, AJ. 25, 24, 22. I mean, if you look at WDC, yes, Dolphin, Ambition, and Guitar were doing everything that they could, but Cheek and the Kiss, 11 and 10, you can't be doing that at this stage, AJ. It was they were just really struggling, unfortunately. But now we're gonna go to a game number 5. It had to go to the distance, AJ. And now Rimo, they have one chance here for them to eliminate WDC and move on to the next round.
Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely huge for the side of Rimo Sadewa. With them picking the win at takeoff, they should be able to, unnerve the side of WDC a little bit. But remember the question early on at the series, I kind of asked, is it just going to go back and forth? And if it does go back and forth, is it going to go according to those map picks? Because if that's the case, the WDC.Freeslot, they are going to be very, very happy people. But this game will be decided on that search and destroy. Like you said, Jericho, SND, it decides, it makes champions.
Yes, I agree with that, AJ. And I'm just going to go back to the point that if WDC could have won that game number 2, it could have been over. But small mistakes costing, and now look at this. Now it's a game 5. It's a game 5. And if they lose this, game that I'm gonna say it was all gonna be because of that game too, AJ.
Let's see, man. Let's see exactly what Rimo Sadewa brings in here. I did not expect the Indonesians to excite me this much, but let's go, Indonesia. Let's absolutely go. Rimo Sadewa now, a clean setup coming through from the defending side. They stack up 2 to 3, but a very, very aggressive defensive Rimo Sadewa now, moving on very, very close to the rest of players from the WDC side.
Yeah, we do see them very, very aggressive indeed, AJ. And now 5. You see number 5 there. It's going to be Okaz. He's already staying there. They managed to get that control, but Bomb is going to go down there. I think the sniper did spot Guitar there. A hit marker. He can eat a grenade. Okaz already pushing away, but the timing is going to be very important here. You see number 3 also on the flank. Just a back and forth. But M6 finally gets that first block on Cheek, and now it's going to be a 5 versus 4.
Okay, Gitan now needs to hold on to a good corner. Dolphin gets that information sent back to him, so Gitan knows that he needs to back away. As he moves away, the bomb still cannot be planted just yet. Keen's spotting a player, has to run away to safety, does exactly that. Whilst that player as well backs away. Cheek taken out of the equation, 5 versus 4. Things look amazing for the defending side, Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, Rimo Sadewa, 5 versus 4. Bomb hasn't been planted, but Dolphin finally plants the bomb. Okad's going to be the first one in there. And if you are WDC, 4 versus 5, still winnable round here. You just have to play your timer. Okad's going to be the first one in here. We'll put them to pre-fire shots, but Keen's in the middle, gets traded out. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 now. Now, middle fight ambition will spot one player, but Guitar gets one, and the shotty takes out another one. It's all up to you. Blackjack 1 versus 2. Bomb should be able to defuse here. Just have to take your time with the Blackjack. You gotta win your gunfights right here. One more. Where's the pick it and take him out? No one runs out of ammo, and Trickster manages to win that round. Huge round coming in for Rimo, and that will open things up.
Yeah. Yeah, but Rimo Sadewa, what a round, what a play. They picked the first one up, and WDC.Freeslot, they will be a little concerned. Defending side, Rimo Sadewa, they seem a little solid in here. Let's see if they can continue this sort of a performance. Once again, a 2, I was thinking it's going to be a 2-1-2. No, yeah, it is going to be a 2-1-2. Aggressive or not, it's going to be a little bit more passive from Rimo Sadewa this time around. I like the switch up instantaneously.
Yeah, the adjustment coming through there. Very, very smart coming in for Rimo Sadewa and for WDC. But WDC, again, inside the side already. Remember, they were the first one last time, but they lost that one. But here comes the flank coming in already. Keens just take out one. That's all you need. If you can take the second one, it'll be huge. But Guitar with the trade. Bomb is down, but here comes the push. Guitar, the timing. Can he switch over to the MXI? Yes, he can. We'll take him out as well. Now, it's going to be a 3v4. Cheek takes out Trickster. 4 versus 2, and this is looking like a round 4 free slot.
Oh, Cheek now trying to go in, absolutely finish the final opponent. It's all going to be left to M6. The numbers not going to be on his side, but he manages to take Ambition out of the equation, although I don't know if that's going to help him out that much. The CR56, he can get a couple of, wall banks. That's pretty much it. M6 should be able to snipe him out. There you go. The wall banks now coming through. M6 opportunity as he goes in for the cross. Not going to spot anyone out. And Cheek shuts him down.
Yeah, Cheek with that beautiful snipe takes out 3 players actually in that round. Huge plays coming in. And same story, AJ. 1-1 again. Back and forth. No one's really pulling away. But now let's see what's going to happen here in this round number 3. If anything's going to switch up. But look at that. Aggressive again for number 5. It's going to be Okaz. But I feel like Cheek's going to notice that nade will not hit anything. But information is given. WDC know that they're going to be very aggressive here. But slow things down. You see the 2-1. It's going to be a 2-3 split here. A will be given up again. Middle will be covered. What is going to happen?
Fixes with the DLQ, just backing away first in towards Granny's house. They are taking the defending side quite well. As long as they don't aggress on fourth, looking for, cheap kills, they should be quite solid. The attacking side, on the other hand, trying to make their way in towards private backyard. I don't really favor giving up the site and then retaking it, but, with those nades that just continuously rained on in right after WDC moves on in there, it should be the kind of setup that Rimo Sadewa can kind of bank on just moving in for the takeover. Cheek fortunately gets that strike, and Guitar goes in, finds the player. Emil will be able to trade one out, but the numbers still don't look good for the side of Rimo Sadewa.
Yeah, and Oka's right here. Has to make the play here. Wolf spot one player. Can he set a second one? Yes, he can. That's all the damage he can do. Can he spot one more player? But it's going to be a 2v1. And now it's going to be a 1v1.
Rimo. And with the defense, let's see if or not Aimer will be able to get this done. He knows exactly where that bomb is. Spots that player out. Cheek has been spotted. And now Aimer, he just needs to play time. But 23 seconds is a lot to ask for. And now, Blackjaw backs away. Opportunity sliver of health left. And the MX9 will punish as Rimo Sadewa picks up the second point for themselves in this third round.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. And now 2-1. Still a back and forth, but we do see Cheek with 5 and 2, Dolphin with 0 and 3. But from the side of Rimo, it's just an overall team effort, and it's a small mistakes, AJ. Like, you know someone's gonna be in the middle, in middle. Why don't you cover it? You just gets the 2 kills. Trades were coming in here, and now adjustments coming through. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Again, we do see number 4, very aggressive defense again coming in here, but Cheek takes out 1. And that's the opening they need, but 2 players from bottom brown gonna push in, try to take out Cheek.
Rimo Sadewa with the 1 player down. Not going to be happy at all, but the aggressive defense by Keen's very important. If he can get a couple of frags, that will be the setup he looks for, but unfortunate for him. Ambition shuts him down with the MX9, and now WDC should be able to go in for a free plant undisturbed.
Yeah, it's a free plant indeed. And now, bomb is down. Cheek takes out Okat. It's going to be a 5 versus 2. It's looking another round for WDC, unless Trickster will get, yes, he does get 1. That's a good kill, but 2 versus 4. Very winnable. Never mind, 1 versus 4. Trickster takes out another one. 1 versus 3, AJ. 20 seconds left. Can he make the play?
3 versus 1. The numbers don't look good. And with the gun that he has on his hand, MX9 not going to provide all of those bullets with the shorty as well. Best case scenario, take down 2. 3 versus 1, absolute no-go. Rimo Sadewa. They are now looking very, very nervous. WDC, as they equalize, can they put things away? It's definitely a nail-biter in this quarterfinals.
Yep. Someone has to pull away from your Cheek. Will spot 2 there. Will not shoot his gun. Ooh, almost misses that shot, that timing. But I feel like he can shoot through that tower, but he will get that information he needs. Gets a hit marker. Again, unfortunate hit markers by Cheek, but information is given. He counted 3 enemies there, AJ, and it should be a rotation to me if I was WDC.
Yep, rotation over to B is not going to be super viable. The bomber seems to have extended it. Okay, there you go. Does not overextend. I think they might be able to pull this off, Jericho. As they fall on back towards the warehouse, the setup in for Hotel as well as the B bomb site might be opened up. And now Keats needs to make a play. Gets stunned out, caught out of his position, and Cheek punishes him instantaneously. As well as that B bomb site will get caught down. Cheek shuts down Me6 and opens up that B bomb site once again. The numbers look amazing for WDC.Freeslot.
Amazing, but here comes the push. WDC pushing him 1 by 1, but Aimer takes out 2. Trickster takes out Blackjaw, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2. Cheek gets taken out, and now it's going to be a 3-2. Switching over to the side, AJ. No one is pulling away from this, but now let's see what happens here in the switch of sides.
You know, nerve-wracking if this goes all the way into that round 11 for a decider. But you know what? I'll have it no other way. Rimo Sadewa, they've come in here with so much of effort, and they've held back WDC.Freeslot, who, you know, look like the more promising side in terms of those numbers picked up from the group stages. But Rimo Sadewa showing us that, hey, you might have been able to pick all of those up from the previous group. We are a different sort of beast. We are the champions of Indonesia. So let's see exactly what the champions from Indonesia are able to bring through in this matchup. Cheek, opportunity, gets the hit marker, but the nade should be able to finish things off. Ochart shuts down Dolphin, getting Rimo those numbers, and the nade does not strike. Ambition shuts down Ochart to equalize things back up, and WDC back in here.
Yeah, WDC 5 versus 3 here. Bomb is down already, but the retake's coming through. Ambition, big kill in the middle, but Me6 takes out Ambition. Now it's going to be a 3v3. They can actually go for the defuse here. They are going for the defuse here. Going to leave it. Me6 will take out 1, but Bomb is going to be defused now. 2 seconds left, and now WDC wins that round. You know, if you were Rimo, you were playing too far away from the bomb, and now we do see WDC 4 and 2, 2 more rounds away from winning this game.
I think that was a terrible miscommunication between the Rimo team members themselves. I don't know why anybody would want to give up that side once they've gone in there for the plant. Very, very messy plays coming through from the side of Rimo. 4-2. They need to make that comeback now. They are making these mistakes. Forced, unforced, it doesn't matter. It seems to be capitalized immediately by the side of WDC. Can Cheek now find yet another as they pressure all of those players from the side of Rimo Sadewa? An A setup. Bomb now planted. 42 seconds on the clock. Let's see exactly what breaks down.
Yeah, let's see what exactly breaks down here. Bomb is down already. 2 versus 3. 1 versus 3. It's all up to you. Ambition will spot one player, but we'll get just tagged up. We'll get taken out. But now, a good answer coming in from Rimo, not getting into a 5-2 situation. 4-3 now. Rimo getting that. They desperately need that round, AJ. They need to type it up here. They can't lose the next one. But, you know, still this round, AJ. Dolphins still 0-7. Not having the best of games right now. It's going to be a 5v5 again. Bomb almost takes out one. But here comes Cheek. Very aggressive sniper, AJ.
Yeah, great nades coming through back to back from both teams. Black, yeah! Punishes Keens, but immediately graded out by Amir. Ochad's gonna try to do something. It gets a double hit marker shut down with the third one, but it's a 2 versus 2. Guitar now with the MX-9 gets taken down by Dolphin from the back. 2 versus 1. Trickster's all alone with the LMG in hand. Rimo Sadewa, they need to go in here, pick that bomb up right in front of him. Trickster's, is he gonna be able to make this play? Guitar, he might be able to pull a backstab off here, but they fall back. They want to allow Rimo Sadewa to take the bomb plant and then play retakes. Let's see exactly what falls on here between these two teams. Rimo Sadewa, which just tricks this. Yep, you are right, man. That timing, absolutely golden.
I mean, I don't like this from WDC because you already know the bomb is down. Might as well just play around that, and now they're gonna be able to. Yes, you wrap all the way around, but WDC, but Rimo, they have the bomb here. They can just plant it if you are Trickster. He's taking so much time here. Bomb should be able to go down here, planting the bomb ready. And if you are WDC, you could have took him out already right now.
Yeah. Trickster just needs to make a play. Backs away. MX-9 in hand. What's the secondary weapon? He sets up a... Okay, Holger as well as MX-9. That'll be the perfect setup. Those two players still trying to look for him. Dolphin as well as Guitar. Guitar needs to be taken down first. And Guitar!
Oh my god!
Punishes Trickster so quick. MX-9 and WDC.Freeslot gets match point.
I mean, that was just crazy by Guitar. The flick coming through. It kind of reminded me of how Skurd took out one of the players from Sharper. And now 5-3 match point indeed, AJ. And now, can they manage to do this, or will Rimo make another comeback?
Oh, now I desperately want Rimo to make a comeback, man. I mean, they've shown so much of promise in this matchup, and they've held back WDC.Freeslot. If Rimo finishes this off, I will be instantaneously a huge fan. Rimo Sadewa, a lot stacked up in front of them. WDC.Freeslot, a very important round for themselves as well. They are playing defense, and so the questions needs to come through from the side of Rimo, and he's getting way too aggressive. Manages to find Cheek, and that's the kind of opener Rimo Sadewa needs. And now Keens, he gives that information back as that A side is wide open. Dolphin snuffs out Ochards. It looks like WDC.Freeslot might not be as excited as these numbers immediately get equalized by the side of Rimo.
Yeah, bomb will go down. Amer's gonna be planting the bomb. A minute left, and here we go. There's gonna be a player there at the back. We'll take out Dolphin, but number 4, no coming through. But Dolphin is there making the plays. Blackjaw takes out 2, and it's all up to you in a 1 versus 4. Me6 has a nade to work with, but only has a sniper. He does have a hit marker on the bomb carrier, but this is it. No one left. The fuse is in, and Rimo Sadewa will get eliminated 6-3. Freeslot takes home game number 5, and they are moving on to the next round.
Well played. Amazing stuff coming out of Rimo Sadewa. Yes, they do not get the victory. I'm a fan either way. You hold back WDC.Freeslot like that, and you don't get fans in the world of the community, I will be shocked, man. Amazing performance out of the Indonesian team. But WDC.Freeslot, the ones that will be moving on to the next stage. Beautiful plays. Cheek getting that MVP. Well deserved. 12 kills and 1,200 on the score. This guy, absolutely phenomenal. But Rimo Sadewa with the plays through Ochats as well as Aimer, Trickster, they were quite solid, man, but those numbers just didn't make up for it. 6-3, this just ends prematurely.
I mean, you know that one round, AJ, when they got ninja not really ninja diffused, but they were just so far away from the bomb. They repeated it again on that last round. It's the same mistake coming through, and I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, why don't you just stack the site and just trade each other? But unfortunately, it is what it is. That game number 5 though, WDC, they were holding on, because if they lost that, I will be very, very disappointed, because after they lost that game number 2. But now we do see it. It had to go to a game 5, AJ. But Rimo Sadewa, they are truly one of the best teams here as well. But unfortunately, WDC much better.
Oh, heartbreaking. This competition, absolute heartbreaks back to back. Sharper Esports getting eliminated, Omega Esports getting eliminated, and now we lose Rimo Sadewa as WDC.Freeslot out of 5, 150-45, 150-126, and then 6-3. Rimo Sadewa did pop back 6-4, 150-103 in that firing range, as well as takeoff, but it just was not enough. Down towards that very final game, I thought it would still be alive, but unfortunately for Rimo, WDC, they woke up and they just ended it right there and then. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, we now have one final series, and it's actually the Singapore Showdown all over again. ALMGHTY taking on M42 to wrap the day up later on, Jericho.
Yeah, indeed. You are right with that, AJ. But here comes the highlights. The first game pretty much was just all WDC.Freeslot from start to finish. Wire-to-wire victory. First minute, AJ, we already saw someone having a sentry gun already, AJ.
And that was crazy, right, by WDC. Winning all of their gunfights from those early moments, putting on tremendous pressure from the get-go. And there was just no other way this Summit matchup could have ended. Rimo Sadewa, unfortunately, just could not get a lot of those points because they were just getting shut down time and time again from just absolute perfection of mechanical plays from the side of WDC.
Yeah, that's right, AJ. It was just pretty much back and forth. It was all WDC, actually, and especially in that third hill, it was all the dead machines just came out. All the operator skills was doing so much damage. And then when it came to this fourth hill, AJ, yes, Rimo rotated earlier, but WDC just pretty much doing everything from start to finish.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are still on the road to hit our mark. 45K, 50K, it doesn't matter, because I've got a news from the production team that you guys are actually quite close. So don't forget, if you have not liked the stream just yet, do drop us that like, and please share the stream out, regardless of the platform that you're watching on. If you're on Facebook, make sure you share the Facebook stream, jump on over to YouTube, get the same done there as well, because we are trying to hit those numbers. We are very, very close to it, and once we do, we get to unlock the final giveaway for the day. But as for the final matchup for that Rimo Sadewa took, I kind of wish that it was slightly more like this initial search and destroy at firing range that they showed up against WDC at, because that was a phenomenal matchup, Jericho.
Yeah, phenomenal matchup indeed. In this matchup, in this game number 2, AJ, that was the one where Ambition choked that, and then this final play coming in from Rimo, very aggressive defensive play. Cheek, they were all getting taken out one by one. One by one they fall, and then Rimo, answering back with this masterful S&D. But when it came to the domination, it was close at the start. But then again, you're letting Guitar pop off again with your streaks. Same story coming in for the side of Freeslot. They were just doing they were just having fun with their. Just like in Hardpoint, they were just doing all their stuff there. Guitar getting fully streaked out, and Rimo just really struggling.
I kind of felt like, in this matchup, Rimo Sadewa, they showed up for sure in domination. Towards the second half, it was quite the heartbreaker, right? Because they were given opportunities to cap that A flag, but they were so fixated on just maintaining the push towards Bravo. And whether or not that kind of gave them any of those plays, it definitely did swing some momentum their way. But I'm just curious as to what they could have pulled off if they had, continuously gone in there and seen or tried to disturb the side of WDC at that A flag. And then later on, when they did get the A flag, it was absolutely impossible to get the wraparound to, disturb the side of WDC at the C flag. B was, quite difficult to cap as well. Those early moments, if only Rimo Sadewa had taken those opportunities, I feel like this matchup could have ended up, way, way stronger on their side.
Yeah, way, way stronger indeed. But it was all Freeslot. Yes, you were right, AJ. That first half, they showed up there. Second half, a little bit of life there. But once they made that comeback, WDC Freeslot, they just ran with it and never looked back.
Yeah. And the sentry setups from WDC. I mean, how quick are these players? They go in confidently for the fights. And microseconds before getting taken down, we see them whip out the sentry gun and just leave it there before they die. it's like, might as well you don't kill the guy, right? So effective with their plays. And that was mainly the biggest winner for the side of WDC. But when we dropped into takeoff, Rimo Sadewa, they woke up, Jericho.
Yeah, they woke up. In fact, AJ, from start to finish, they were doing a lot. The WDC Freeslot, they were just struggling especially in this first two hills, AJ. A lot of struggles. WDC, yes, they managed to get some time here on this third hill, but once the RNG gods gifted Rimo Sadewa with those spawns, they didn't look back with it. And not to mention that, it was technically a 3v5. WDC was struggling. They didn't have Black Draw, and the Kiss X was just not doing a lot of stuff there. And Rimo, everything was just on point.
Yeah. And, winning back the third hardpoint at Aurora launch, that was, absolutely instrumental because it would go ahead to give them the confidence to slide on into that fourth hill and control room. They took that hardpoint strong and pretty much ran away with that matchup from then on end. And of course, the rotation in towards Fountain, we kind of talked about this earlier on as well. Who was the team that had a majority of those points? It was Rimo Sadewa, and second time round, they do well there as well.
Yeah, and that's true. 120. It was just all of them. Even the next rotation, this last rotation here, WDC, they tried to make a comeback here.
Yeah.
But it was just a little bit too late. They focused on this too much that they forgot to rotate, AJ.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate situation for the side of WDC. But, both teams making those mistakes. I mean, Rimo Sadewa, they made those mistakes over at Crossfire. WDC, they make similar mistakes over at Takeoff. And of course, it boiled down to this one final matchup. Search and destroy at standoff. But man, oh man, what a showing by both sides here, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. What a showing indeed. And this S&D, we didn't know who was going to win. It was a back and forth till that midway round when we saw the switch of sides. That's when we saw something. But it was such a great match. Every round was just important. Everyone was just very close. It always came down to that one player was making a play. It was always those flags. It was always the 1v1. So I feel like, but in the end, it was just WDC that took over.
Yeah, but mainly because of two of those rounds, Rimo, I don't know, man. I've got huge questions for that play of going in, planting the bomb, and then backing away towards Bakery. There's no way you're going to be able to hit the shot from the second floor. And if you wanted to hit those shots, those plants needed to have been managed a little bit better. I feel like the conversation between those players for the side of Rimo Sadewa were a little iffy in the search and destroy. WDC, on the other hand, they played it quite equal at the start until they got up 3-3, which is when they started running away with the matchup.
Yeah, that is true. It was just pretty much there. 3-4 right here. Just pretty much sealed the deal here. And then that last round, no one was even near the bomb, unfortunately. And now we do have our MVP, Cheek. 13, 12, 8, and 1, 9. Not the best numbers, but his teammates were there to help him, and they got the victory.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, phenomenal player Cheek is, but the same can be said for each and every single one of those players that actually just played this particular series. WDC as well as Rimo Sadewa. Our heart goes out to the Indonesians, but at the end of the day, only one of the teams can move on fourth, and WDC.Freeslot is that one good team. Now, we've been sitting down here for quite a while, Jericho. 3 series concluded. We are about to see the final one as we see that one final team who will join the other 3 in tomorrow's final day. The grand finals will be breaking down. It's a all Singapore showdown, Jericho.
All Singapore showdown indeed. It's going to be Almighty versus M42. Final game. And now, let's see. I mean, it's the final one. First 3 games were just really, really great, or are we going to finally see a 3-0?
I hope not. I hope not. I mean, we've been given amazing series in here so far, and the 3-0 from DG versus OMG, I feel I wasn't really feeling it, right? I want to see AMT and M42 take it all the way through until that game number 5. After a quick short break, we'll see if that breaks down.
Yep.
Namun Jeff dengan mesinnya masih bertemu zoning, Gravitas pakai berhasil dilompati, namun Jeff masih cukup kuat untuk bertahan di arah hardpoint keempat ini, Wis. Yes, Jeff masih bertahan cukup kuat, tapi DG udah 3 digit di Bang Rosio. Jeff, masih sustain di sini baik, dan udah ada 2 skor yang kebuka, dan sudah ada 3 tersisa pun Jeff masih terus melaju. Oh my god, untuk Jeff.
เจซีตามเขาไม่ได้นะวินเก่งตรงนี้เก็บไป1เย่ๆจะเข้าไปเทคได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วชาร์เปอร์ตรงนี้ได้2จุดคืนมาในพริบตาเดียวครับ A กับ B แล้วเก็บได้1คิวอะสังหารไอด้าไปครับเย่ๆ
มาติดเหมือนกันกับชาร์เปอร์
Yeah, very well played here. 82 to 44. 7-9 now has control of the new one, and if you're an AFN, you have to get this hill. This hill pretty much sets you up for victory here, AJ. But here comes the death machine. No kills coming in from Kai, but now look at 7-9 just positioning themselves in these.
Kembali lagi, hardpoint transfer tidak pernah ada banyak contested, dan beraja dari Blacklist pun juga langsung berada di arah hardpoint ketiga, di mana udah dikirim 3 orang di sana.
But with the backstep coming through from Bang now, he should be able to go in for the shutdown, but Irfan J is the one with the beautiful shot. Allen with the prevention, one final shot does not come through in time, and the players get shut out of the equation. It's going to be Almighty aggressing fourth Bay, 1 shot, 1 kill. Irfan.
下一个点对面已经准备好了吗？进到点内，配合上亚瑟的进攻，先把这个点拿了下来，没有问题。不过对面马上从1楼进来了，现在复活点的部分功率是在 M4 了，所以他们在冲点的时候速度也还算是 OK 的。
但是没问题的话，他只要把点内的一个位置给探出。
134 Ambition เก็บ2มาจะคิด1คิวได้134มาแล้วจะ135เลยครับ Ambition ได้มาอีก4คิวได้ไหม WDC เอายังไงต่อครับ Ambition สเปรย์ยาวมาดับเบิลคิว
Ya, coba langsung bergerakan aja untuk match pertama dan coba untuk langsung melakukan setupnya di arah side yang pertama dari hardpoint. Kita lihat aja untuk di fase yang pertamanya trophy itu harus dipasang.
Ranger was trying to hold on to the Raptors. They get it done right, Jericho.
Yeah, they get it done right, but you know the lead is still leading AJ. Even though the Raptors got those early spawns, they just flipped it immediately, and RSG now has control of the second hill. The Raptors trying to make a push here, bottom push, but the trades are not coming. Bang does get 2, but Ed takes him out as well. Here comes the push. Raptors finally have control to take out Allen. RSG is taking control of the game right now.
They need to win each and every single one of their gunfights, and Venom brings in the Sparrow in the nick of time, drops 10 out of the equation, goes in for another pop, gets the double win, and this is M42 closing off the game, 148.
Langsung mendengar kembali dan tim Omega Esports hanya membutuhkan 10 poin lagi, di mana Idra masih melakukan zoning dan oh my god.
他们是没有发现金库里有人蹲，然后直接被金库里人带掉2个，是不是？看起来有点像。亚瑟跟华闪先瞬间狙掉1个，那对面还有2个人在。时间不是太多，第2枪没有中，哇哦！
เสียของขึ้นไปอะ A กับ C ได้ C กลับมาไวคือเสียแต่ว่าได้คืนไวอะทำไมเพราะว่าในคะแนนตรงนี้ยังห่างอยู่มา20คะแนนอยู่ว่าน่าจะไม่ทันแล้วถ้าไม่เก็บ3จุดตรงนี้ก็ไหลมาตรงนี้ก็โดนเก็บไปจากวินเตอร์ได้ไป1วินเตอร์ไม่ให้ฮะ
เป้าขออย่างนี้ได้ดีมากวินเตอร์นี่คือจุดสำคัญคนที่3ด้วยครับวินเตอร์คนที่ เป็น Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021
Major Series Season 5. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Is in the convenience store. He's not going to be able to fight him. And on the other hand, whoa! Yet, but with that takedown, this should open things up. Backstab from Zia.
Pesan-pesan untuk tim saya, jangan menyerah, terus latihan dan satukan pemikiran.
ช่วยตัวเองครับ กูเก็บไป28คิวพี่บอลจะแตะได้30อยู่แล้วแล้วลูกตรงนี้เก็บเพิ่มไป
Rimo Sadewa 这里的 Box Kill Blacklist
但打狙还是要小心，这个穿点直接把 Momo 给穿死。
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Garena Regional Qualifier Playoffs. I am BB Jericho here with the Musashio agent and my friend BBV Sheesh. And today, it's going to be the final series already, AJ. We had 3 amazing series, but it comes down to the last one, AJ.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's unfortunate that only 4 teams can survive. 4 teams have to, you know, make their exit from the competition. And so far, as we opened up the day, Sharpe Esports, they took on Blacklist International.Ultimate. And in the most stunning of fashions, Blacklist International.Ultimate managed to take a 3-2 victory over them. But let's jump on over to the schedule as we continue a little bit of that conversation. DG Esports later on took a 3-1 victory over Omega Esports, sending the Kings of Garena of all back home as they move on to the next stage. WDC.Freeslot did the exact same thing to Rimo Sadewa in a crazy 5-match showdown, which Rimo Sadewa just could not make it out of from that final search and destroy. And now, the Singapore showdown between ALMGHTY and M42 Esports. Jericho, who do you have your money on?
It's really a tough one because M42, they've been so impressive so far, AJ, but now they're going to go up against their brothers from Singapore, the Kings of Singapore, ALMGHTY. So I mean, I gotta go with ALMGHTY here, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of old stats. ALMGHTY went 12-0 in their Philippines championship qualifier. So, you know, and we've seen M42 take that fight up in the past. They weren't able to get it done. But the M42 that we've been seeing in the Garena regional qualifiers, totally different from the ones that we laid our eyes on within the Singapore Championship itself. How much have they learned? How much have they grown? Will they be able to retire their senpais, ALMGHTY, and make it through as the final team for today? Irfan J, Adapt, Incendio, Heaven, as well as Shut Up, the supreme ones from Singapore, stepping on to represent ALMGHTY in this final showdown.
Yeah, AJ, and actually, Beef Mommy actually pointed this out on Twitter that ALMGHTY haven't lost a single hardpoint in this tournament, AJ. 100% win rate. So that might play a factor here, but these boys, they're no strangers in these moments. They can be the ones that are represented, but first, they have to go up against M42. But these boys, they're no strangers, AJ.
Yeah, let's see if or not Beef can get the, you know, their point as well, and see if or not ALMGHTY will be able to continue that hard point run. M42, they will be looking to ask questions, but it's going to be tough, man. We've seen this already. This is a little bit of a blast from the past of the Philippines Championship Grand finals. We all know exactly how that ended. But once again, that might have been information for the side of M42 as well. You know, this is something that I always say. The more you lose, the more you end up winning at the end of the day. Because as you lose, you find out stuff that you should not be doing. and hopefully, M42 has found out exactly what they should not do against Almighty. Bring those fixes in this time through. And Kaso, Flash, Mickey, Mythil, as well as Venom, they will have an opportunity, if they're able to do so, to be the ones that kicks Almighty out and move on to the next stage. Phenomenal with that achievement alone. They don't even need to bag this whole competition in order to impress all of us. But the question is that too much to ask from M42, Jericho?
It might be a lot to ask for them, but we did see them take down DG Esports in one hard point. We see them 3-0 Blacklist. We see them just play very well against these teams, but this time it's gonna be a different kind of team, and I don't know if they can handle it. But we need all these players to step up, especially Mickey here and Flash. I mean, all these players. I feel like Kaso and SND, he has to turn up against Shut Up right there in heaven.
Yeah. So, you know, as far as Almighty is concerned, it's a little unfortunate for them, right? So Yudu RSG, they managed to bag that hard point away from the side of Almighty. So in terms of that 100% score streak for that hard point, if people are able to look at what the side of Yudu RSG managed to bag against Almighty, maybe M42 needs that. Maybe M42 can use that to their advantage as they move on in. But walk us through this head-to-head.
Yeah, our head-to-head, we have Venom versus Heaven. Venom with 13, 16, 5, and 1,800 for Heaven. 19, 13, 5, and 2, 7. And we do clearly see the Heaven is the better MVP here. Venom with the negative MVP, but it's okay because he's just doing a lot. He's always first in there and just baiting for his teammates and trusting his teammates with those trades. And Heaven pretty much winning most of his gunfights.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, we wouldn't have it any other way. He wouldn't be Heaven if he did not win a majority of the gunfights, right? This guy has been an absolute wrecker from day one in Singapore, and he has brought all of that wrecking ability into the MCP majors of the into the Garena regional qualifiers, as well as those invitationals, and shown us exactly what they're capable of. Once again, we have to cite the Singapore Championship, where they did take a phenomenal victory, but M42 winning that coin toss this time around might be able to perhaps turn around and punish them. Standoff is the map that they ban. Almighty will have an opportunity to bring a ban in here as well, and I feel like this might fall onto Crossfire or Takeoff. And there you go, Takeoff removed from the list from the side of Almighty. Let's see exactly how M42 chooses to punish them. I have a feeling this might go to Summit, because that is that one hard point that the side of Almighty lost to Yudu RSG.
It might be that one, AJ, but I thought M42, they were going to ban Crossfire for that S&D, but Standoff, I do agree.
Wow.
Same reaction. Just, they want to get that fire. They want to fight it as fast as they want, and Crossfire is the one. I like this pick from M42. Very, very aggressive pick, but Almighty, they might get shocked from here.
Oh, absolutely, man. But, you know, we've seen Almighty impresses at Crossfire in the past as well. But we have to acknowledge the fact that Crossfire is a map that I think Almighty has dropped twice in this competition so far, but not on hardpoint. Yeah, that was domination to, I believe, the Filipinos, OMG, and then Rimo Sadewa at the Search and Destroy. But a Hackney Yard response coming through from the side of M42 over at map number 4, which I am not very convinced with either way. But, you know, this is the problem with a 7-map rotation. You get to ban 2, you have to play the rest of the 5. And there's just so much that M42 can actually do here.
Yeah, that's true. And that hard point might be a lot for Almighty. I haven't seen M42 play Hackney Yard respawns. I've seen them play on S&D. They've been playing well, but now with the S&D on raid, I like this pick coming in from Almighty. I think it's their second best map. If Crossfire is taken, the Summit for S&D for the final map, if we have to go to the distance. Very good pick coming in from M42. And finally, the domination. It's going to be firing range, and that's going to be anybody's game. This has the potential to be a 3-0, and then it could go any other side.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm still. It's so. I wanna put my money on Almighty, but here's the credit that I'll give to M42. They've done so much in the competition. They're making it so difficult for me to put my money on Almighty. And I think that's actually saying a lot, man. M42 taking out the Annihilator. Death Machine removed by Almighty. Bring the Sparrows out. Let's see these guys become a superhero in this next matchup.
And remember, Crossfire with that Sparrow. M42 won that. The game winner from Venom, AJ. Maybe they want to do it again on Crossfire. But that is a risk for both teams, AJ. And unfortunately, we're casting that one, and we're gonna see who's gonna get that highlight. And I mean, it might haunt Almighty.
Well, let's jump on in and find out exactly who manages to bag the win at the Singapore Showdown. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, M42 Esports takes on the Almighty, the super clean squad that has made it through to the Garena regional qualifiers with a perfect streak in the Singapore Championship. Looks to take on this matchup against their brothers, but Caso opens up with a two-piece for himself. The hardpoint still not capped, but as I say that M42, they sneak in and pick up those early points.
Yeah, pretty early points right there. I like this from M42. Just getting aggressive on the start, getting those early points, but Almighty breaks the hill. Now it's just a back and forth. And Incendio will get that kill with the Holger. 37 seconds, no one's inside, but Shut Up finally gonna hop on it. 8-4, and if you are M42, yes, you can be aggressive here, but also at the same time, you need to get those spawns for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Almighty just plays it slightly better. They take control of Butchers first, and I believe they sent one player in towards Dead End and then later Bus Station. The main reason as to why they managed to overtake that hard point early on and, just command so much of these points. And they win it over once again. This time, with the pressure being played towards corner building. And they're going in for a good setup here. They've managed to rage on quite a number of points within that first hard point at Central Building. But the rotations in towards Office now needs to be made. But the power position needs to be capped first, which is corner building, which is exactly what Irfan J is going to move on in to do. No, Irfan J does not cap it. They want to take a straightforward matchup.
They just want to go in fast as we want Irfan J inside, but Venom finally takes him out. But it's not going to work. I think Brute Force is not the answer, but Venom will try to take on, but misses the shot, and Adapt will punish him for that one. Woman played to beat, but Fizzle is there for the help. 2 kills, big kills coming in for M42. Get that 3. Caso across the other side, but Heaven is here with the CS, with the AMAX coming in here, but the hill will be in favor of M42. Let's see what happens. Almighty gonna push it.
Yeah, Almighty is not playing the power position at all. Corner building, and a majority of those fights mainly because they were able to control the engagement from outside of the office building. And now Mickey with one final play goes in for the access. Smart play by Irfan J. Crazy guy, but Mythil finally shuts him down. And scrap points not picked up at all. 9 more seconds in there. Neither side moving through. They want to go into Laundry to pick the points up from the third hard point. First time I am actually seeing 2 teams just sacrifice those scrap points and both head on for the exact same objective.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Irfan J being sneaky again. Evan takes out Mythil. Irfan J just really loves to lay down on the ground now. But now we do see Almighty getting that control, AJ. But the spawns for Butcher will be given to M42. But if you look at the map, 1 and 4 in a very, very great spot, AJ. Heaven just shooting down that AMAX, just making a lot of plays here. So, but wow, we do see the Brute Force coming in here. But here comes the Sparrow, and there we go. Fully streaked out is Incendio, 7 kill spree on the board. Make that 8, but Venom takes him out. Unfortunate. Venom will try to make a play here, but M42 struggling right now.
Adapt just stepping up just to replace the side of Heaven. Who was taken down with the Incendio, was it? But it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, Almighty still at the hard point, almost running away with this now. 89-42, and his third hard point absolutely dominated by them. And M42 rotating around, not super early, just nice to find the rest of the players from Almighty hot on their heels. And Almighty actually winning those gunfights, and they will be able to open up Taylor Shop. Predator missile used by Incendio does not hit the mark, and he will definitely regret it if M42 wins this hill, which they do. That Predator missile was very, very crucial. Incendio, he's not gonna be pleased with this at all. But Shut Up makes his way through, wins that hard point right back, and it's just so tough to take Almighty down. Even as they make those mistakes, the rest of those players recover so quickly, Jericho.
Yeah, the recovery, the teamwork's working in, but now M40 finally have the control here. They need all this time here, and we do see Incendio. He doesn't even want to play for that anymore. Look at Incendio. He's rotating already to the other side of the map. They're just gonna be trying to fight this, but M42, they need all the time here. Good time coming in here for Almighty. I mean, for M42 AJ. But look at the setup coming in for Almighty. The confidence that they have. They want to use the next one. They want to drop that Goliath as well. So here we go, Sentry Gun as well. But let's see if M42 can answer back or can they break the hill.
Now the XS1 Goliath hopping on from that backyard to put on a lot of pressure. Adapt, bringing in the Sparrow as well. And I feel like Mickey should be able to turn things.
Wow.
What a shot. Opportunity for Mickey. Pulls out the MX-9. Does not get much from that. Incendio goes in with a shutdown. XS1 supremacy. But look at this. Almighty not bagging a majority of those early points. Finally steps onto the hill with a 3-man hole, including that XS1 Goliath. I feel like they should be able to run away with this matchup now. M42, they bring in those strong fights, but they have to try to work over Butchers first. It's too straightforward if they continuously trickle down from Laundry as well as Broken Building.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. 30 seconds left. Here comes the push. Smith trying to make a play here with the... Will hit the Goliath, but Incendio's still alive. 15 seconds left, and this should be a game for Almighty. Heaven brings out everything that they have. 10 more seconds. The confidence in Mytho. Last player alive. Will get taken out. 4 more seconds. All M42 fall down. And just like that, Almighty taking game number 1, 150-89, very convincing fashion.
I think 42 could have been slightly better there. I really like the fact that, you know, they went in, fought tooth and nail for the tailor shop, that 4th hard point, but in for the rotations for Wareroom, that 5th and final hard point. I feel like they could have played it way better. Instead of taking the fight continuously from Laundry, which clearly was not working, they should have taken the flank over from Butchers. And clearly the side of Almighty, they knew that Butchers will be the main playmaker. They stacked 2 players in there, and the XS1 Goliath, instead of holding on to backyard, actually drops into Wareroom to look at Butchers as well. And that just shows exactly how much Almighty was trying to lock down that area. And that opened up the side of Guerrilla Avenue from the side of Laundry for the trickle in. And M42 should have just seen that, man. That was the Death Valley that Almighty was trying to squeeze them in. And they fall for it. They get taken down one after the other. Way too easy from the players of Almighty. Heaven hitting that 3-4. My, oh my, Jericho. What do you think about that?
I mean, Heaven was pretty much doing everything. But every time we hop on board with him, he was always getting 3 and 4 kills all the time. Just doing a lot for his teammates here. But that XS1 really changed the game. I think Incendio with that smart play, rotating already at 30 seconds. 30 seconds he rotates. You don't even see that in hardpoint. But for Crossfire, you need to do that, and I like that play coming in from Almighty.
Yeah.
And if you were M42, Mickey actually made a play at the start. Remember, AJ, he brought out that Sparrow, took out 2 players there, but none of his teammates were using smokes. They were just getting killed from the Crossfire, and pretty much that was a GG.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for M42, but not something that, you know, a lot of the audience has not already expected based on the stats coming through from the from the Singaporean Championship. But here's the thing, within the Garena Regional Qualifier itself, M42 has many a times proven to us that they can take matches. A simple example is when they bagged their 3-0 against Blacklist International.Ultimate. Crossfire firing range takeoff, that was not a problem at all. But as we drop into Crossfire, this time against Almighty, clearly it's a totally different story. 150-89, they suffer a defeat. But as we move on to Raid, the question now is, can they make a comeback, or will Almighty be looking for a quick and easy 3-0, Jericho?
I mean, it's looking like that, AJ, but they have to go through S&D. And that's where the Sparrow came through, AJ. It really also helped them, and Almighty took advantage of that. But here comes the Raid S&D. It's a map pick for Almighty. And we've seen Almighty play very well in S&D, especially in Crossfire. But in Raid, they've been playing well as well in Raid. So I feel like this should be a game for Almighty, unless Kaso can turn up and, you know, shut them down with that sniper, AJ.
Almighty's already proven is that they can, jump on into Raid and pick those victories. But a similar thing has been shown by M42 as well. In fact, they bagged a slightly more impressive win at the Search and Destroy for Raid against AFN, who we both identified as a supreme Search and Destroy team.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. Both supreme S&D team here, and now it's going to be offense for Almighty and defense for M42. Let's see what happens here, AJ. Flash, already very aggressive defense, AJ, but look at the bomb carrier. It's going to be adapt. He knows someone might be there, so he's just going to be on that head glitch on Zigzag. But the timing is going to be very important here.
And just one player right behind him, the bomber. Are we going to be able to see Adapt getting taken down early on? If Flash can make this play for his side. Oh, Flash gonna get caught out. And he wins his fight against Adapt. Bomb on the ground now. And Incendio immediately caps him. But the information has been sent through. Almighty recovers that very, very fast.
Yeah, and I think Adapt's a little bit shaky right now, but it's okay. It's a 4v4 now, AJ. And here comes the push coming in for Almighty. Information is good, but if you look at number 4 on the other side, he's bet him very far from his teammates. He has to rotate or hit the flank. But here comes the push. Mickey with the nade. We'll try to hit someone. Casso takes out Irfan J. And now it's going to be a 4 versus 3.
Good plays and good setups coming through. M42, they've got the numbers on the defending side. And now Casso with the entrance. Heaven in front of him. Taken down as well. Casso, can he get the third one? Yes, he does. And M42, what a comeback.
And that's what we need, AJ. That's the Casso we need. And he is showing up in that first round, AJ. 5 more rounds for M42. But if you're Almighty, Adapt, you have to win that gunfight. And I feel like that one single play alone could have changed the game. If Adapt was still alive there, maybe Almighty could have won that round.
Yeah, but you know, Casso, clearly Almighty did not expect Casso to make that approach. And now nade dropped onto the head, but Irfan J shuts down Casso before he can take another quick snipe. Mithil goes in for the trade onto Incendio. Irfan J shuts him down as well. Irfan, he has been able to make the play twice around now. Flash takes it, shut up out of the equation. Irfan with so little HP now backs away. Venom shuts him down, and the numbers do not look great for the side of Almighty. Heaven with the heavenly snipes. Can he now make this play?
1v3. We'll get stunned here. Stun checked already. They know where Heaven is. Nade should be coming through. We'll try to get the grenade. But has a DLQ in hand. We know Heaven can snipe. He is one of the best snipers in this region. Heaven will miss that first shot. We'll get spotted. But Heaven gets away with his life. A minute left. A lot of time to work here. But look at the stack coming for M42. They're not going to leave that side, AJ. It's going to be a back-to-back-to-back there. And now Heaven will try to work something here. Has no MX9 in hand. We'll spot one player, but get taken out by Venom. And now M42, 2-0.
I really like what M42 did there. They stacked 2 players up back to back, but one was prone on the ground. One was, just standing right behind him. Who do you focus on? Either way, M42 still wins that gunfight. A great setup to counter Heaven's heavenly snipes. And now, Casso looking for yet another this time round. He does not find that opener. Drops the nade onto the heads of the side of Almighty. Adapt and Irfan J coming in with a quick approach. Mithil drops down onto the ground, but he literally drops down dead. Venom, Mithil, Casso eliminated from this equation. And now the defending side of M42 gets flash taken out as well. Mickey, can he make a play? 4 versus 1. The answer is no, as Heaven shuts him down.
Yeah, Almighty finally getting that first round in the board. And like that, the coordination coming in from Almighty, the way they stunned 3 times in one site for one player. Mickey couldn't do anything, didn't even get to shoot. Casso got taken out, and now Almighty filing with that momentum. But let's see what happens here. Shout out. It's like that. It's a 4 versus 5. Make that third 5 versus 3, AJ. 1 by 1 they fall. One more player in the ring. Can Heaven spot him?
Well, Heaven still looking for those shots with a 5 versus 3 situation. It looks like Almighty are all set to equalize things in this matchup. That bomb not going to get planted anytime soon. Free to move on over to that B bomb site, which has been to a certain degree open. Only Venom guarding it now. The other 2 players, Mithil as well as Mickey, one at that A bomb site, one in Central Garden. Central Garden Incendio should be able to catch him out. But a lot of noise being made by Mickey. The numbers do not get returned, but Heaven just turns around, snipes him out of the equation. And now the numbers, just 2 more left on the side of M42, Jericho.
Yeah, 2 players are down, AJ. Mithil will spot one player. We'll spot one player's head, but we'll get smoked out. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 2. And it's looking like Almighty's going to take this round. Unless Mithil and Venom can pull something. Mithil trying to take out one. Irfan J takes him out. 1 versus 5. Venom, it's all up to you. And now 30 seconds left.
Now, with one final player in here, in the form of Venom, can it be a tremendous play? The answer is pretty much no. 2-2, Almighty equalize. See if they can run away with this, or we will see M42 responding a little bit. I expect them to. It's quite a heated matchup between the two Singaporean teams. And M42, they're not backing down from this fight. They've already lost a very important one in the previous matchup. If they go ahead to lose this as well, the 3-0 is not too far away.
Yep, that is true, but here comes Metal taking inside, but Incendio takes him out. Caso takes out one, but Incendio trades out Caso. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 3. And the defense for M42 not looking very, very great.
No, on the
timing.
defense. Yep, the timing is just as unfortunate as always. Ooh, Flash! Shut up out. A little bit off guard there. Mickey, on the other hand, punished by Heaven, although Mickey did spot him out first. Heaven finishes things off with an amazing scope against Flash. And Almighty pull forward before we switch sides.
Yeah, and now we'll see what's going to happen here. Almighty on the defense. And M42 finally switching sides on the offense. Let's see what kind are they going to do. It's going to be a mid push coming in from Almighty. I like this zigzag rush coming in here, AJ. The aggression is really, really strong from Almighty. Ooh, spot one. No, Heaven. We'll try to spot someone here. Incendio as well. We'll find one, but gets taken out. Gets traded out. No trades coming here, AJ. But let's see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it will. On Incendio, that's the exact opener that they need to equalize things. Heaven still looking for those frags. Might get pushed out here by Mythil. See if Heaven can respond in time. If they want to aggress upon him, they need that backup. But M42 already going in for that plan. And Irfan J, he should be able to ask those big questions. Castle for that backup. And that will keep Irfan J away from his position. Great plays coming through. And now as things break down, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Laundry just gonna get opened up wide. Mythil takes a 2-piece for himself. Venom drops, shut up! What a play! And the numbers get turned around.
Yeah, Irfan J stuck in a 1v3 by Caso with a quick scope. Ties up the series 3-3. And now the offense is doing a little bit better now. And defense for Almighty, not the best.
Let's see if or not this will continue for the side of M42 at the very least. They desperately need this. And for match number 2, Almighty, they bagged that first hard point. But now a setup for basketball court as 4 of those players, they rush on 4, leaving just Caso to take care of them. And he will be watching for those backstabs that come through from the side of observation deck. And the bomb now at basketball court. Mickey goes in for that early plant. 45 seconds on the clock. Let's see exactly what Almighty goes in to pull off here.
Yeah, they're going to be open for the open plant. No one's going to be in basketball court, but shut up. We'll try to spot that player. But here comes Heaven, takes out one player, Caso. No more sniper, but shut up. We'll spot one player. We'll take him out as well. Beautiful quick scope coming through, and here comes the push from Almighty. There's going to be a player in Tiki, but Shut Up is going to hop on the bomb. They should be able to hop on the bomb here. But Flash will nade the bomb. It's going to be 15 seconds left. Flash will take out one. It's there going to be another player go down. Shut Up takes out Mickey. It's all up to Flash and Venom. Bomb is already getting taken down. Can he take out Incendio? But it's a little bit too late. And now it's going to be 4-3 Almighty M42. I mean, AJ, I don't like that play, leaving the bomb side. You know, it just might as well just stack it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but I do see their intention in there. They just got caught off guard, man. Losing a couple of those gunfights back-to-back. They did not expect Caso to get taken down so early on. But well, hopefully they will be able to make a play this time around. Caso does not go in for the wall banks on that early phase, and he will be... I guess not regretting it because he didn't know exactly what was there. You know, you go in and dig one more inch, you might have just been able to find the diamond.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. And now, we're going to see here M42 on the receiving end here. Ooh, Caso takes out Heaven. Heaven, sit down. Now it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Heaven does go down, but Shut Up still with that sniper. But Irfan J all alone in the B side should be able to call an audible here. Picks up. We'll spot one player actually. Let's spot him. Timing, but Caso takes him out with the shotgun. Flash takes out Shut Up, and now it's going to be a 5 versus 2. Make that 1 versus 4, and just like that, flawless round coming in from M40.
Affection for M42. Almighty now. They are being held back. The question is, Can they finish this off quick? It is a tiring series. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't have one right after this. That's going to be a good one, but they need to set up for tomorrow, man. It is not going to be an easy day. And either M42 or ALMGHTY, whichever one that wants to win this and bag it up, needs to get this done and settled quick. Shut up. Looking for those scopes. Hard scoping in. Timing will not be able to meet Gasso. He backs away right behind that wall. And it is just going to be a standoff for the time being. The bomb, though, moving in towards the basketball court. Early entrance, I don't think that was a great idea, but Mickey manages to shut down Shut Up. What a beautiful stun before going in for the take. And now, M42, they've got the advantage.
Yeah, they have the advantage here. Adapt in money room. Trying to find a way here. 35 seconds left. Bomb is down. Heaven takes out Casso. No more flank. But now... ALMGHTY, they're struggling right now. Incendio takes out Venom, but Mickey takes out Irfan J. 3v3. Incendio timing, but Heaven takes out Flash. I get another quick scope coming through. Incendio working his way through, but Adapt will spot one player, but get taken out by Mickey. Mickey reloads, and Incendio finally takes him out 1 versus 2, and Heaven shuts him down. Heaven with all the plays, and now it's going to be 5-4 match point for ALMGHTY.
ALMGHTY might be able to bag this. Beautiful plays in here so far. They still alive, man. Are they going to be able to carry that flag all the way through, represent Garena at the end of the day? It's not over just yet. Even if they prove themselves against M42 in this matchup, M42, they still have those opportunities to make those strong comebacks. Heaven, let's see if or not he will be able to hold his hard scope and punish any one of the aggressing M42 players. Mithil, beautiful nades flying through, not going to be able to find any smoke, will be forcing Heaven away from that site.
Yeah, that's true, AJ. Now, timing, Incendio gets taken up, but Irfan J is there for the trade. 4v4. Irfan J spots one more play, takes out 2. Beautiful plays coming in for Irfan J. Bomb is down, and there's going to be Heaven at the back helping his teammate, but will miss, but finally hits that second shot. 4 versus 2, and this is not looking pretty for M42. Last 2 players down. Let's see what's going to happen. Bomb down as well, AJ. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Can M42 find something?
Yeah, will ALMGHTY be able to close this out? Crucial round for their match point. But if M42 makes it back, they push it into extra time, and anything can happen. Adapt makes one mistake, but Heaven very quickly trades Mithil out after he gets the kill. And now it's a 3 versus 1, and they've gotten information as to exactly where Casso is. Casso, that mythical player from the side of M42, he should be able to bag the ALMGHTY players out of this. Casso! Oh, spots Heaven, punishes him once again, and with the MX-9 Stone Serpent in his hands, he should be able to go in for yet another punisher. Unfortunate for him, Irfan J makes that quick entry, and ALMGHTY, they bag game number 2, and they look for that 3-0 domination. Will M42 be able to make it back, or will ALMGHTY prove that they are the one and only dominant brand in Singapore?
Well, let's see what's gonna happen, AJ. They almost lost that game number 2, but slowly but surely they made it through. Heaven making huge plays coming in there, AJ. You know, that last 2 rounds, AJ, he killed 4 players with the flank. Quick scopes are all hitting. But now they're 1 more round away from moving on to the semifinals and eliminating M42.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Crazy stuff coming through from both teams in here. But of course, who else than Heaven that is worthy to pick up that MVP title? 13 kills in here so far. We usually say the sniper needs to pop off in these search and destroys, and did ALMGHTY's Heaven, their best sniper, pop off in this matchup. And Casso, he definitely, you know, he asked some pretty tough questions in here, man. He was quite the wrecker in, but, you know, the rest of those players just not keeping up with that pace that Casso was bringing through. They weren't really capitalizing on his openness.
Yeah, I mean, he was just doing a lot. You know, Casso was doing so much for his team that Mickey really struggling on the S&D, AJ. And I mean, look at that, AJ. Two kills in the S&D, but every time he dies, he was always getting traded. So yeah, the plays were coming in there, first in, first out. But even though Heaven was just taking over, and now you do see the score 89 for 152. Crossfire, and now Raid 4-6. One more map, or are we gonna go to a game number 4?
Oh, firing range might just be the final resting place of M42. Yes, they have shown us that they are a team that's capable of taking victories against, teams like Blacklist, International.Ultimate, AFN, SEM9. But when you match up against the top dogs from Singapore, ALMGHTY, the senpais who have been ruling the COD community within the SG scene for quite a while now. In fact, since the inception of Call of Duty Mobile, yeah, it's not going to be easy, man. M42, although that being said, they have been quite convincing in their matchup. I hope for their sake they are able to fight this domination back on firing range and at the very least push us into that game number 4, Jericho.
I mean, it might be pushed into that game number 4, AJ, but yeah, I feel like momentum shifting over. But then again, it is the pick of M42, AJ. Remember, they picked this one, but I mean, ALMGHTY, they've been playing this game for so long. They probably know this map with their eyes closed. So it's going to be very, very important here for M42 to win it because it's their tournament library.
Absolutely, man. Let's see if or not they are able to bag this for themselves. M42. With an early approach in here, and he will not be able to do much. Castle shuts him down. Very creative plays. Shut up. But it's not going to fly when Castle's around there. Flash shuts down his play with the MX9 as well. The B flag not capped just yet. M42 going to see if they can do something about that. And Flash quickly hops onto that flag, seeing for that cap, puts his marker on. And as for the rest of them, they are trying to continue. Venom gets shut down as well. They try to make those plays on the B flag, but they have to understand you're not going to be able to get it done unless you take out ALMGHTY, who are holding on to those power positions. And if you don't, ALMGHTY, they are just going to be raking up those score streaks.
Yeah, that is true. Very, very true, AJ. But look at the clear control by ALMGHTY. They're just sending 2 and 3 players all the time. But the defense from M42, I like it. Auto repair has that one player, Irfan J, making the play. Beautiful, beautiful pre-fire coming through. And now M42 struggling. They're going to be spotting at the bottom of the map. But even if they are spotting at the for that auto repair, AJ, still a power position that ALMGHTY, they need to make control of it. But Irfan J making so much plays there, finally gets taken out. And now 16 and 15. If you are ALMGHTY, just keep on flooding C. That's very smart.
Yep, absolutely, man. And I think ALMGHTY, they don't really need to address on fourth because they're waiting for M42 to make a mistake. And a beautiful double smoke coming through from the side of ALMGHTY will allow them that setup to clear up the markers from the side of M42. But now, no matter how much they try to win these matches, they will have to depend on those score streaks at the end of the day. And as I say that, Irfan J manages a double kill with his hunter-killer drone, and that opens up the play for the side of ALMGHTY to bag this B flag. And they win their gunfights. A 3-man cap makes that possible.
And just like that, that's all they got. They just needed a 5-man down, AJ, that hunter killer doing wonders for Irfan J. And now it's going to be a trailer control for ALMGHTY. Irfan J making so much play, AJ, and we're only just halfway.
Are they going to be able to run away with this now? Tremendous plays back-to-back from the side of ALMGHTY. 37 to 30. That B flag not touched yet. But now M42 with the solo play from Mickey should be able to pull away Barracks Hut. But the guy is waiting for backup. He needs to make this play. He needs to grab this flag. Why is he not standing on that flag? He should have been able to pull it off by now. Finally, he just mounts himself on there. But as that backup comes through, Predator missile takes him out of the equation. And Mickey, thankfully, he manages to bag it for his team before dying. And now the side of M42 Esports, they only have that Barracks Hut to play with, which is now getting capped by the side of ALMGHTY. Triple cap in here. Let's see if or not M42 can break this.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could just watch Irfan J for this next minute because he's still on a roll. 22 kills already in this half. Triple cap inbound for ALMGHTY. And just like that, this is all ALMGHTY, AJ, from start to finish.
Yeah, 71 to 38. M42 still can't bag anything in here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, 75-point mark has been reached. And M42 Esports struggle. And they are desperately trying to look for a play in here. Because if they do not make it out of this match victorious, ALMGHTY bags that 3-0, serves that donut, kicks them out of the competition, and moves on forth to join the rest of those 3 teams tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Irfan J, 26 and 6 on the second half of this, AJ. This really, really crazy plays, but now they have to make a gameplay. And now it's going to be 75 to 38 here. XS1 Goliath available for Heaven. and now M42 no answer at all. They chose this map and they chose their resting place, AJ, and now they have to look for another way to make a comeback.
Oh, great plays coming through from Mickey, just preventing the capture on the B flag and keeping the fight alive for the side of M42. Heaven now just moving on into the side of the White Warehouse. He does not get taken down. Caso unfortunately loses his life. Almighty getting that that clearing area flag cap, and no, cleared off instantaneously, going and sneaking off a triple cap once again. But the one and only Caso goes ahead for the prevention. A two-man push now, going in for Barracks Hut. This might be the play from Almighty. Triple cap on the way. They secure it, and now prevention for that B flag. Are they going to be able to get it? Because M42, they're making those great plays. Irfan J, one shot in, and he does not get it on time. That B flag gets capped. They lose that A flag as well at Barracks Hut. And, well, that's Dragonfire for you.
Someone can we just use a different color streak lightning strike, please? But now 99 to 56, AJ. Yes, M42 managed to get that 2 cap, but it's gonna be a little bit too far now. If they want to make the comeback, this is where they have to start. Mickey with that shorty misses both shots. Heaven still has that Goliath in hand, will not yet use it, but gets taken out by its own Sparrow, AJ, and M42 slowly but surely making some plays here.
Only Heaven can take Heaven out. I think that's exactly what we just saw. And now Heaven is just jumping back in, pretending like nothing happened, caps the Barracks Hut in 108 to 69. They're trying to run away with this matchup, but M42 on that point are going in for the triple cap. They might be able to secure this. They bag the Barracks Hut first, and triple 1-71. M42 still trying to make their way back in here. Beautiful plays, and that B flag, it is still strong in their hands, but clearing area, they need that as well. Desperately, the triple cap is needed if M42 wants to make their way back, because Almighty, they're going to continuously be pulling all of these points off of them. 116 to 80 now. Time is running out for M42, Jericho.
Yeah, time is running out indeed, but here comes the 2 cap, and here comes the Almighty. They're struggling right now, but M42 making huge plays here, AJ. Can they keep it up? Can they get that triple cap? Or are they going to work for that 2 cap? But here comes Shut Up, takes out 2. We'll go for that trip cap, but prevention is there, AJ. But here we go. Let's see what's going to happen here. Can they clear the flag? Yes, they are going to be able to clear the flag, but all the players from Almighty almost capped A, but the prevention is in for M42. Is the comeback that happens?
Oh, smart plays from M42, but now this is just a unfortunate situation, because although they do manage to win their fight over at Barracks Hut, this game seems to have been, absolutely wrecked by Almighty. They will get the triple cap yet again to get this walkover victory. Yes, they have not fallen to a single Singaporean team in a long time. M42 Esports thought they might be able to change things here at the Garena Regional Qualifiers, but Almighty just proven them wrong, man. The supreme brand repping Singapore. Lion City is definitely proud of Almighty, Jericho.
Definitely proud, AJ. It's gonna be over. It's gonna be our first 3-0, and also for the last series, 3-0, AJ. Almighty just proving why they are one of the best teams here, and that will be it for M42. But you know what? M42, very impressive stuff ever since the group stage, and now unfortunately they had to face against Almighty, and that was a 3-0.
Valiant effort, Almighty bagging a 3-0 serving the donut up in this particular stage. Nothing short from absolutely impressive. Do you think they might be able to make it through all the way? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, share your thoughts with us in the comment section down below. And I would like to share a awesome news with all of you. Thank you so much for sharing the stream out. We've managed to hit all of our goals in here. You guys can definitely expect those giveaway codes.
Yeah, we finally hit it on our first day, AJ. First day. But tomorrow, I think we're gonna do a better job tomorrow, AJ, because it's gonna be the final 4. But for now, let's talk about this, AJ. I mean, can these pros stop leaving the game every time the game ends? Because I want to see the number of kills Irfan J had. I think he dropped 40 or something. But if you don't want us to talk about you, okay, but then we won't talk about you. So Heaven with 26, Shut Up with 22, Mickey though with 30 kills, very huge plays coming in there. But if you're Venom, you can't really go 10 to 30.
Yeah, we'll just jump on into the recap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and see exactly what went down. 150 to 89, 6-4, 150 to 109. Almighty serves up that awesome donut to M42 as they kick them out of the competition with a small smile on their face as well as a pat on the back. Don't worry, brothers, we'll continue carrying the Singaporean flag all the way through, they say. And I think M42 will be absolutely fine with that, right? As long as one Singaporean brand is out there repping all of them, they are absolutely gonna be smiling all the way back home. But I kind of thought they had an opportunity at that firing range, except to the very final moments.
I thought they had a chance there, AJ, but it just really was one way through. And also, this shows, AJ, that remember, back in the day, we had Impunity, AJ, if I wasn't mistaken, as the second best team. But now, we have a clear number 2, which is going to be M42. That might be even a clear number 1 with just a little bit more practice, a little bit more scouting report against Almighty. They could be the best in Singapore. But for now, let the big boys do it first. But I'm so proud of M42. I think M42 should keep them because this team is very, very strong. But here, let's talk about the highlights, AJ. Game number 1. The only highlight that really came out here, that early rotation from Incendio, pretty much sealed the deal.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, M42 definitely, they have got 5 players on their side who have so much of potential, right? Look at the plays from Caso out here, and that in itself shows the potential out of M42. Dropping them, a definite huge no-no. If they get dropped, many other brands will be waiting to swipe them up. A absolute phenomenal team in here. The fact that they even made it up to the quarterfinals, a huge deal. But at the end of the day, only one team could move on forward. And the way the chips were, had fallen in here, M42 had taken on one of the other teams. Instead, I believe the 2 Singaporean teams could have made it through. But in this one-on-one fight, it always had to be Almighty, Jericho.
Yeah, that is true. It always had to be Almighty, pretty much from the start, from the get-go. That was my prediction. But, I mean, it could have been a 3-0 either way. It was it was all close games. Hardpoint wasn't the best one, but S&D was really, really, really close. But Heaven really just shut down all the chances that they could have done. And, I mean, it was just a strong struggle for M42 because Castle was trying to do everything. And look at that beautiful snipe, but just, couldn't do anything. In domination, it was all in for Jay.
Yeah, and with all of those plays, the guy was just doing every single time he stepped on into any one of these gunfights, he was winning it left, right, center, went on a crazy streak until the second half. I feel like, he was like the first blood in second half, and that might have kind of toned him down a little bit, but he took a few seconds and then started popping off yet again. So the side of Almighty, they've got an absolute wrecking machine, and Irfan J, he doesn't seem to be slowing down at all.
He's not. I mean, if you can have a player like this for every single game, I mean, Almighty is proud to have Irfan J right here. I mean, look at the 16 kills already. We're only halfway through, AJ. And when I looked at the scoreboard, it said he was at 4 kills, AJ.
And how rare that is, right? And it just shows how much of improvement Irfan J has been making competition after competition. The guy definitely deserves a lot of love. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget, a majority of these players are all content creators. So make sure you follow their pages as well and support them. As the world of Call of Duty Mobile continues to grow, their pages continues to grow, I'm pretty sure their skills will continuously get amped up, and we just get to enjoy all of the crazy fun that, just absolutely flows out of those plays.
Yeah, that is true, AJ. But here comes the end of that first half. The second half, this is where things turned around here for the side of M42. They tried their best here, but it was just a little bit too much. Yes, they almost made a comeback, AJ, that second floor, but shut up here, preventing that triple cap, that jump shot takes him out as well. But here, Heaven as well, we did see Heaven kill himself with that Sparrow, but even though it doesn't matter anymore. From that get-go, that trip cap came through. Almighty managed to do everything right from the start, and it was just a GG.
Yeah, and Irfan J, with all of the streaks that the guy was grabbing for himself, he uses those streaks and he just continuously rakes up all of those kills for himself, right? 145 to 107 at this point. It was just an absolute no comeback for the side of M42. Heaven, the soldier of the game, the MVP. Does anybody disagree with this decision? I highly doubt anyone will, Jericho.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, especially the first one, AJ. He dropped 30 kills. Second game, he dropped, what, 15? Third game, he gave it to Irfan J. The 23-10, 7 and 3 KAJ have been definitely on point, and this is looking like the Almighty that we know. Very, very scary, AJ. So I feel like the next matchup, it's going to be against WDC.Freeslot. I mean, that's going to be very scary.
I do not disagree with you, man. WDC.Freeslot versus Almighty. That is going to be a matchup for the history books. But of course, as Blacklist International.Ultimate takes on Dunia Games Esports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a similar situation as well. Because that's going to be the opening semifinals of tomorrow. And then later on, we'll see WDC.Freeslot taking on Almighty. The losers of those match will be playing the bronze match. The winners will move on to the grand finals, where we will find that number 1 and number 2 seeded teams. The number 1 team moves on to represent Garena as a whole at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2021 presented by Sony.
I mean, that was it, AJ. All the 4 matches. And now you guys do see the semifinals: Blacklist versus DG, WDC versus Almighty. That's going to be for tomorrow. But, I mean, it's been a crazy, crazy day. That, you know, pretty much, AJ, my match for the day, it's going to be Sharper versus Blacklist. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the WDC Almighty, man. Quite honestly, both series are going to be phenomenal ones. And then to see those winners, you know, fight it off against each other, plus the losers at the bronze match tomorrow, is going to be a crazy 4 series, potentially 5-match 4 series back to back, and I cannot wait to see exactly how things break down in the competition. Make sure you guys join us, and I look forward to hitting more of those giveaways with you guys, because once again, don't forget, for all of those who have been patiently waiting, patiently sharing, having faith in themselves as well as the broadcast for those giveaways, you guys are gonna get very in a couple of seconds as we show you exactly what the code is. But of course, another bit of a peek into the action tomorrow. This was the way the brackets were set up. Sharper Esports, they lost against Blacklist International.Ultimate. They got kicked out. Blacklist moved on to semifinals A, joined by Dunia Games Esports, who beat Omega Esports, something that a lot of people did not see coming. But at the end of the day, only one Supreme team was allowed to move on forth, and Dunia Games, they proved themselves to be that one Supreme solid Goliath. WDC.Freeslot showed the same against Rimo, Sadewa, and what you guys just saw, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Almighty bagging it against M42 to set up the grand finals for tomorrow. It's definitely going to be an absolute kicker. Make sure you do not miss it. Sunday, same place at 6 p.m.
I mean, that's going to be crazy. Almighty, WDC, Dunia Games, and Blacklist International. What more can you ask for, AJ? You had
nothing.
Well, all I can ask for, Beef, don't take my job. I want to do it tomorrow. But all jokes aside, that's going to be my last day today, guys. Someone else is going to take over tomorrow. Thank you for those 7 days. But I'm excited for you guys, and it's going to be a crazy one. AJ, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who you got? Who you got?
Blacklist DG. I've got DG. Almighty M40, Almighty going up against WDC. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one, man.
I'll do you a favor. I'll do you a favor. I'll get Almighty.
Yeah, I was gonna say Almighty as well, right? Because although it's so hard for me to say, because WDC is so phenomenal all throughout the competition, but I have to bet on the Singaporeans. Lion City representing Almighty have been so sharp through the Singapore Championship, in here the regional qualifiers, as they move on through eliminating their brothers M42. They show a lot of promise. But when the winners of those 2 series do move on to the grand finals, if the chips do fall that way, I can't make the call, man. That's where the predictions stop.
I do agree with you, AJ. But I mean, that's been it. It's been a crazy, crazy day. Absolutely. 1. I mean, it's only day 1. It's only day 1. And tomorrow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Apologies, Jericho.
Oh, yeah. Actually, before we do move on there, guys, we do have a special surprise. We hit it, guys. We hit the 50K. And here is the code. The RUS79U Stencil Strike VNAZCZEDH. You can have it. Everyone can have it. And me and AJ are going to have it. So you guys, we want to say thank you.
Yeah, a quick screenshot will do you guys a lot of good. Jericho, I'm definitely going to be missing you tomorrow, man. I cannot believe we don't get to, see this together all the way through. But it's okay, man. It's okay. Final 4 series in here. I'm pretty sure Beef will do you justice taking those matches. But if she can't make it, you jump on back. We'll see exactly what we can get done, right? But as we move on forth, what about your predictions, sir?
I'm sorry to all the DG fans. Obviously, I'm going to go with Blacklist. I can take all the smoke, whatever. You guys can just say whatever you want, but I'm going to go Blacklist, of course. And then,
fair enough.
I'm going to go Almighty, but not, it's going to be very, very, I said closest, like to the teeth of it, like 3-2 close. That kind of close.
Yeah.
It's going to be Almighty.
Expecting that as well, man. Crazy stuff. Do you actually want to make your call? If it actually ends up Almighty versus Blacklist, who do you think is going to be able to bag it?
Oof. I'm sorry, Incendio. Sorry, shut up. I'm going to go Blacklist all the way. If they win it all, I'm going to be the COD god right here.
Yep. You place your bet. A lot of the other teams, they will be, placing their bets as well from Garena. As now, we started off with all of those regions, but we only have 4 more left. Regardless of who wins, they all represent us as a whole. So I'm expecting to see each and every single one of you right back in here today to witness all of that great action. But Jericho, on that note, we have to wrap up today, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a crazy day. I want to say thank you to everyone for production, to AJ here, to Garena, and for Sony. It's been a great 6 days. It's going to be my last day for now, but I'll be back on the other events, guys. Beef will be taking over the return of Beef Mommy tomorrow with the Mustachio AJ. And I just want to say thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jericho. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on that note, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for those shares and helping us unlock those giveaways. Y'all take care. Good night and goodbye.
See you guys.